Kept in the Bark, Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Volume 5. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Chapter 1. I don't care. She's insane, and I'm not speaking to her, Olivia grumbled. She tucked the phone between her ear and elbow and bent down, trying to hold her balance as she tied her shoes. Goodwin and Snowball tugged at their leashes, and she toppled to her knees. Olivia. Andrew's voice was full of concern. Are you okay? She hadn't even realized that she'd verbalized her annoyance. Sighing, she picked herself up and brushed her pants off. I'm fine, just irritated. You're supposed to be on my side, you know? You are my boyfriend. I know better than to take sides when it comes to you and your sister, he said, and chuckled. She might have cheerfully strangled him for taking this so lightly, but he was talking again, and she wanted to hear what he had to say. But if she wants to see you, I think you should give her a chance. You can't ignore her forever. You work in the same building. Rearranging the leashes on her wrist, she left the dog park and headed back to the office. Obviously, you don't have much experience with sisters. Janelle and I have plenty of experience ignoring each other while living in the same house. Olivia, Andrew said with a warning in his voice. Don't you Olivia me. She's lost her mind. I told her time and time again that expanding into a catering business was a bad idea. I let her get extra ovens, but now she's taken on way too much work. She's snapping at everyone. She threatened to fire her entire staff last week, Andrew. I know, baby. I talked to Patrick a couple of nights ago, and he said that she's the same at home. Just talk to her and calm her down. She's just trying to make sure she doesn't lose one dream while trying to achieve another. You, of all people, should understand that. Olivia winced. Andrew didn't bring up their failed engagement very often. It had been a bad time that neither really wanted to discuss. But he wasn't wrong. She'd been resistant to change because she'd been afraid she'd lose what they had. Her sister, Janelle, was trying to start a family, and the stress of getting pregnant had forced the older sister to realize how much her life was about to change. Janelle had decided to fast forward through all of her career plans, taking on too much, and driving everyone insane in the process. Fine, I'll respond to her stupid summons, Olivia growled. But I expect an apology from her. She insulted my hair the other day. Your hair? That must have hurt, Andrew teased gently. She heard some muffled conversation in the background before he came back on the line. Sorry, darling. It looks like I'm going to have to cut my lunch break short. Text me after you talk to Janelle and let me know how it goes. Of course. Olivia hesitated and bit her bottom lip. She'd been trying to get the courage to ask Andrew a particular question for the past month, but it hadn't quite gotten past her lips. She and Andrew were still living in separate apartments, and although he still spent the night a few times a week, she wanted more. Before, he had been the one to push for them to live together, and she'd been resistant. Now she wanted to see his things back in her closet again, but she was afraid he would tell her that they weren't ready yet. She didn't want to hear him say that. She wanted to get past the failed engagement and the breakup, especially since she was sharing Andrew with the hospital IT department and his new freelancing career. These days, sometimes the only time she saw him were those few nights a week. Olivia needed more of her boyfriend if she was going to deal with Janelle. All right, troops, she announced to Snowball, the overgrown male Rottweiler, sporting pink nails and silver star stickers all over his face, and her own shaggy pup. Let's go face the devil incarnate. The small town of Luxembourg had been quiet for the past couple of months. Just the other night, Andrew had mentioned how he enjoyed not worrying if Olivia was getting herself into trouble. She'd punched him in the arm, but she knew how he felt. She'd enjoyed playing amateur detective when the need had called for it, but at the end of the last case, when it had looked suspiciously like Andrew was involved in a murder, Olivia had found herself in a dangerous situation. She and her sister had been trapped in the woods with a real killer, and he hadn't been shy about waving around the gun in his hand. Olivia didn't mention it, but she hadn't slept for weeks, reliving that moment. She'd put her sister in danger. Real danger. Andrew and the sheriff were right. She had no business investigating if it put her family in danger. After dropping Snowball off at his house, she arrived at the brownstone and took Goodwin through the gate and up the back stairs to the second-floor doggy daycare space. Fender, the elderly basset hound that had been thrust into her care, was still snoozing in his bed in the corner. He didn't even lift his head to greet them. He just snored and kicked his back legs. "It's so nice to know that you missed us," Olivia laughed as she released Goodwin and filled his water bowl. Of course, Goodwin plunged his whole muzzle into the fresh supply and began lapping up water. He'd usually empty half the bowl before lifting his head and shaking it vigorously, showering any unwary onlookers. Olivia shook her head with a smile. "You always act like you've just returned from Death Valley." Taking a deep breath to steel herself, she headed down the stairs to the bakery to confront Janelle. The lunch crowd would be heading back to work, meaning this would be a good time. She wasn't all that surprised to find the bakery nearly empty. "Hi, Mary." Though her whole body had tensed up in anticipation on the trip down the stairs, Olivia tried to smile at the young woman refilling the cookies in the display case. "My sister called and said that she wanted to see me." Mary's eyes were filled with pity, and Olivia had a feeling that Janelle hadn't called to apologize. Mary jerked her head toward the kitchen in the rear of the building. "She's in the back." "Thanks. If she starts throwing things, take cover," Olivia said grimly as she walked to the back. Janelle was elbow deep in a mixing bowl. Flour covered her chef's coat and her hair. "I believe that you purchased some very expensive and large mixer so you wouldn't have to mix by hand," Olivia reminded as she leaned against the wall. Janelle didn't even look up. "I'm a baker. I need to use my hands," she growled. It was on the tip of Olivia's tongue to demand that Janelle tell her what she wanted, but she remembered her promise to Andrew. Shoving her irritation down, she took a deep breath. "So how are things going?" "Oh, so after ignoring me for 2 weeks, now you want to know how things are going? I'll tell you how things are going. The bride who just hired me to cater her wedding is a nightmare. Her husband-to-be is even worse, and his family is loaded, so the wedding is getting covered by a national magazine. That's how things are going. I have gone through 50 different cake samples, and none of them are good enough." Janelle was clearly working herself up into a frenzy. "That all sounds very stressful," Olivia said in a slow and even tone. "How can I help you?" "You?" Janelle laughed sardonically and looked up to glare at her. "You're going to help me? How is a dog walker going to help a baker? The only thing that you're good at is stealing my products, not making them. If I need someone to ignore me further during the most stressful time in my life, I'll give you a call." Olivia stuck her tongue in her cheek and narrowed her eyes. "You did give me a call, Janelle. Do you want me to play back the voicemail you left, telling me that you wanted to see me?" Smacking the ball of dough, Janelle hissed through her teeth. "That was an hour ago, Olivia. You didn't show, and now I don't need you." "I have a business to run too, Janelle. I was in the middle of a walk, remember? I walk dogs for a living." She snapped at her sister. "You know what? Forget it. I didn't come here to be insulted." Whirling around, she stalked back to the front. To her surprise, she saw a group of men waiting at the counter, and Mary was nowhere to be found. "Hi, we're sort of in a hurry here," one of the customers said with a glance at the clock. They were all wearing Megastore shirts, and Olivia inwardly groaned. Megastore had recently been cleared to build a new enormous box store right on the outskirts of town, and the majority of Luxembourg wasn't happy about it. Mayor Henderson had tried valiantly to explain what the large chain corporation could do for the town, but his big ideas for Luxembourg fell on deaf ears. Most of the residents didn't want to see Luxembourg built up. They were happy with things just the way they were. It didn't help that Henderson had kept the whole deal a secret until the paperwork had cleared. "How can I help you, Thomas?" Olivia greeted, reading the spokesman's nameplate. "I heard I could get some amazing bagels here," Thomas said as he glanced over at the case. "I'll try one, blueberry and one apple." Sure thing. Olivia moved to the register to ring him up just as Mary came back around the corner. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the crowd and quickly hurried behind the counter. A blueberry and an apple bagel, Olivia repeated for Mary's sake. Toasted, cream cheese, for here or to go. Olivia winced. She would have never thought to ask those questions. Thomas smiled and winked. First day? He asked softly, directing the question at Olivia. I don't actually work here. I'm just filling in. Ah, to Mary, he said. Toasted, with some of the honey butter cream cheese. To go. Turning back to Olivia, he added, Hey, while I have you, can I ask you a quick question? He handed her his card. Go for it. I'm looking for a woman, really good with computers. At Olivia's quizzical look, he laughed and said, It's for my sister. Her computer is driving her crazy. But she's had it with the guys who geek out at her and don't really explain what she needs to do. They just do it for her, and she never learns how to fix the problem herself. He gave Olivia a charming smile. Yeah, I get that, Olivia replied, shaking her head. She had experienced that same frustration herself. Luckily, she didn't have that problem with Andrew. He just didn't take over the keyboard when she had a problem, but he'd walk her through the steps to fix it. A woman who is really good with computers. That is so not me, she added with a chuckle. My boyfriend is good with computers. He could probably help, and I can promise that he doesn't gawk, unless your sister is definitely set against a guy helping her out. That she is. Okay, whatever floats her boat. I'm afraid I've got nothing for you. Half the time I want to take a baseball bat to my computer. Olivia handed him back his card. Enjoy the bagels. Thomas nodded his head. Thanks. Also, a word of advice. I'm sure you're proud of your store, but you'll get a friendlier reception around here if you're not wearing the megastore shirts. Duly noted, Thomas said with a wry twist to his mouth. Thanks again. After the megastore guys got their food and left, Mary blew out her breath. Thanks. I've been needing to pee all morning, and it didn't look like Janelle was coming out of the kitchen. No worries. Just don't tell her that I helped you, Olivia said as she grabbed 2 bagels. I'm taking these as payment. My lips are sealed, Mary laughed. Taking a bite out of her French toast bagel, Janelle's bagels were to die for, even not toasted or smeared with melting cream cheese. Olivia headed next door to Jackie's bookstore, Shelfie. Jackie had been her best friend since they were kids and was her dealer when it came to Olivia's favorite obsession, Rose Palmer's mystery files. Jackie was also the only person who knew that Olivia was cheating on her mystery book series with a little romance. It was all Jackie's fault. A couple of months ago, Jackie had forced Olivia to read a sexy veterinary romance book as part of a display she was making of Luxembourg locals' book picks. Instead of Jackie, Olivia found a disconcertingly sexy man behind the counter. Tall, decked in a tight t-shirt that showed off his well-defined arms, he had striking green eyes, perfectly styled blonde hair, and a charming smile. Hi, Olivia said with a small laugh. Are you new here? First week. I'm Michael. Are you a regular? Sort of. Don't let her fool you, Jackie said as she walked around the corner. She never pays for books. I pay. I just pay her in food and good company. Olivia tossed her friend the bag with the remaining bagel and added by way of introduction. I'm Olivia. My sister and I work next door. Happy endings. I love that place. That's my sister. I own the dog walking business upstairs. Next time you're working, I'll bring you a treat. Olivia arched her eyebrows as she saw the appreciative smile on Jackie's face. The bookstore owner and her boyfriend, Brett, had been on the fritz lately. Jackie jerked her head toward the back of the store. Come on, I'm just finishing up my order for next week. Nice to meet you, Michael. Olivia followed Jackie back into her small office and closed the door behind them. Hiring eye candy now? He's qualified, literature degree and previous experience in sales. Uh-huh. Olivia bit into her own bagel and sat down. He also looks a little out of place at a minimum wage job. Sitting at her desk, Jackie shrugged and tried to look innocent. Hey, I didn't ask about his life history. Uh-huh. He just walked in and asked for a job? Not exactly. Jackie chewed on her bottom lip and then sighed. Okay. I went to this speed dating event in the city on Saturday. I didn't tell you because I knew that you would laugh at me. Anyway, he and I didn't exactly hit it off, but afterward, he stopped me because he remembered that I said I owned a bookstore. He said that he was looking for a part-time job in the evenings and on the weekends. Oh, Jackie. Olivia frowned and looked at her friend in pity. Speed dating? That is so not your thing. I know. I just wanted to do something different. Where was it held? I didn't even realize that speed dating was a thing locally. A bar in Lowell on Jackson Street. Jackie cringed. Jackson Street was on the same street where Brett lived, and she knew that Olivia knew it. I know. You don't have to lecture me. Apparently I do. Andrew told me that Brett is miserable. Come on, Jackie. The poor man was just upset that you didn't tell him right away that someone had vandalized the bookstore. So it turned into a small argument. Arguments happen in relationships. A couple of months ago, someone had snuck into Jackie's bookstore and scribbled on the book covers featuring red-headed women. Olivia had promised to look into it, but she hadn't gotten very far. In the end, she and Jackie had chalked it up to teenage vandals and left it at that. The only thing that really bothered Olivia was the fact that her own office had been broken into, and it didn't seem to be connected to the murder she'd been looking into at the time. Brett, Andrew's womanizing best friend, had appeared to have a good thing going with Jackie up until their argument, and Jackie was obviously miserable. Did you see him at the event? No, and I walked by several times before and after, Jackie admitted. I don't know what's wrong with me. This isn't what I do. Olivia rolled her eyes. Jackie was hardly the kind of girl to fall all over a guy, so the answer should have been obvious. You love him. You miss him. You realize that you made a mistake. She leaned forward to emphasize the next words. Call him. Scowling, Jackie leaned back in her seat and crossed her arms. He needs to call me first. Geez, was this how she had sounded to Andrew while he patiently tried to get them back together? He wasn't the one who walked away. I'm sorry. Whose side are you on? Yep, same argument. Olivia tried not to wince. I just want you to be happy, Jackie. Brett makes you happy. I hate you. Did you come here just to make me hate you, or did you come to ogle Michael? Olivia brushed the crumbs off her shirt. I did not come to make you hate me, and I already have a man at home to ogle. At least one in my building. Plus, I didn't even know you had hired a man for me to ogle. I came to bring you a bagel and see if you've got another book for me. Jackie smirked. Mystery or your new love? Avoiding her gaze, Olivia picked at the chair. Well, I know that there isn't a new Rose Palmer book yet, and I don't know how I feel about investing myself with a new author right now. She cleared her throat. Is there something by that Chelsea Jane woman? The author you've been reading nonstop for the past 2 months? No, but I do have a book for you. Once again, I'll need a write-up when you're done. Opening a desk drawer, Jackie pulled out a book and tossed it her way. Eagerly, Olivia picked it up and examined it. Romancing the P.I.? Jackie, what is this? Part romance, part mystery. Should be right up your alley. Uncomfortably crossing her legs, Olivia tried to choose her words carefully. The other books worked because they were dog-themed, so it made sense for me to read and give my opinion. But I'm not a romance fan. Right, Jackie laughed. You read the romance books for the descriptions of the dogs. Olivia, everyone in town knows that you like to snoop when it comes to mysteries. So this does work for you, even if you still want to pretend that you aren't reading romance. Besides, I promise you that there is a mystery in this book. Oh, fine. Anyway, I actually came for more than just a book. Andrew wanted me to ask if you could get a message to your next-door neighbor for him. Bethany? I didn't know that Andrew knew Bethany. No, that was not the name that he gave me. Hattie? I didn't know that Andrew knew Hattie either. Jackie pulled her bagel out of the bag and licked her lips. The truth is that I didn't think anyone knew Hattie. She barely leaves the house. I think that she did some work on the dating app with Andrew. I think they're supposed to be working out some bugs, and he hasn't heard from her. He said that she spooks easily, so he didn't want to knock on her door. But he'd like to know if she's okay, and I guess he's waiting on some code she was working on for him. Olivia wrinkled her brow. She's a grown woman, but she doesn't leave the house? Yeah, I think she's got that phobia, agoraphobia. I was surprised when she showed up at the app launch, but I think that was Andrew's doing too. I can stop by her place when I get home and see if she's there. Thanks, I'd appreciate it. Olivia checked her phone and stood. Okay, I've got to go. I have dogs waiting on me. Want to grab some breakfast in the morning? Jackie's eyes lit up. Ooh, yes, but I want you to come over for breakfast. I've got a new espresso machine that I haven't hooked up yet. I'll make some eggs Benedict. Can you snag a couple of croissants tonight from the bakery? Yum. Yes, of course. If I don't make it, it's because Janelle caught me and shot me. Really? Jackie frowned. She's still in a mood? I tried to get a cupcake yesterday afternoon and she gave me an earful about eating too much sugar. She told me that it was never too late to start thinking about my health. She runs a bakery and she's concerned about my sugar levels. It was really odd. At least you get lectures. I get insults, Olivia grumbled. Nice thing about dogs is that they don't usually have mood swings. Unless they're old basset hounds, Jackie snorted. That dog has more mood swings than a woman going through menopause. Cute. Olivia slipped her book in her purse and polished off her bagel. Call Brett. Be happy. I'll see you in the morning. Ignoring the dirty look that Jackie shot her, she slipped out, said goodbye to Michael. Isn't it against the law for a man to look that perfect? And headed back to the office. She used the back steps. She had enough of Janelle's insults to last her all day. Chapter 2. The next morning, Olivia drove to Jackie's house with Goodwin and Fender. The basset hound was in high spirits, despite his slow gait, and Goodwin was jumping up and down on the front porch. No one answered the doorbell. Jackie? Olivia, holding tight to the leashes, peered through the window and rapped at the door with her free hand. Jackie! A car horn surprised her, and she turned to see Jackie pulling into the driveway. She was about to ask her what she was doing, going out so early, when she caught sight of her friend's outfit. I'm sorry. Are you doing the walk of shame? Olivia smirked when Jackie got out. I drove, so technically it's the drive of shame, and there's nothing to feel shameful about because I spent the night with my boyfriend, Jackie said, skipping up to the door and grinning at the dogs as they pulled to the ends of their leashes to greet her. I took your advice. Really? My advice was for you to call him on the phone, not show up for a booty call. Sorting through her keys, Jackie bent down to give Goodwin and Fender a kiss each. I did call, and he said that we needed to talk in person. We both apologized and admitted that we were invested in each other. Loved, Olivia interrupted. Please tell me that you told him that you loved him and not that you were invested in him. Jackie narrowed her eyes as she slid the house key into the lock and opened the door. In any case, one thing led to another, and we had a wonderful night. I am happy, and I have you to thank for that. So I guess I owe you one. Will breakfast make us even? It's a start. Olivia followed her in and unclipped the dogs. Let's add dinner as well. I want that bacon-wrapped chicken thing with all the cheese and green things inside. Spinach? Jackie said dryly. How do you survive? Reaching back to close the door, Olivia jumped as something furry streaked by. Whoa, you got a cat? No. With lightning reflexes that were thankfully faster than the dog's, Jackie reached out and grabbed both collars just in time to keep the pups from going after the gray tabby. That is not my cat. Olivia followed the cat to the couch, where a small furry head could be seen peeking out from under. Bending down, she coaxed the cat out, picked it up, and cuddled it. Though Fender was frozen in place, staring at the cat, Goodwin wanted to help. Jackie kept a firm grip on both collars. Sit down. Cookie. At the word cookie, Goodwin slumped to the floor and looked up expectantly, tail thumping. Olivia shot her friend a disgusted look. Sugar may be bad for you, but it's really not good for dogs. Looking back down at the cat in her arms, she crooned, "Let's see who you belong to, handsome man." Turning the collar around, she read the tag. His name is Gigabyte. Oh, that's Hattie's cat. I remember her mentioning him a time or two, but he's not an outside cat. He must have gotten out. We can walk him back over and you can introduce yourself. Obviously, I never got over there last night to deliver Andrew's message. 'Cause you were all busy apologizing and stuff. Did you ever stop to consider that we might have just stayed up talking? Is that what you did? Jackie immediately turned pink. Shut up. Let's go check on Hattie. Did you see that? Olivia whispered to Gigabyte. It must be love. What about you? Were you sneaking out to meet a girlfriend? You got a little thing on the side that you didn't want to tell Hattie about? Since when are you a cat person? Shutting Goodwin and Fender in Jackie's house, they crossed the front yard and walked up the steps to Hattie's front porch. Jackie pushed the doorbell and crossed her arms. I'm an all things furry person. Olivia frowned when no one answered the door. Your agoraphobic neighbor doesn't seem to be home. Yeah, her car isn't in the driveway either. Come on, let's go around back. Gigabyte wiggled in her arms, so Olivia tightened her hold and followed Jackie through the wooden gate and up the back porch. The door was cracked open. That explains how you got out, buddy. Weird. Hattie? Jackie pushed open the door and cautiously walked inside. It's Jackie. We found your cat. Is everything okay? Olivia put the cat down and closed the door. Something must have come up. She scanned the kitchen and frowned. She didn't finish putting away her groceries. Family emergency? Maybe. I don't think that any of her family is local. Jackie peered in the bags, bearing the logo of a local grocery store that delivered. Milk. She put her hand on it. Ew, not cold anymore. It looks like she left a while ago, long enough for her cold items to warm up anyhow. She wrinkled her nose and reached into the bag. Olivia was about to scold her for messing with someone else's stuff when Jackie said, Ew, there's slimy asparagus in here. It's got to have been sitting for at least a couple of days to get that way. She just left her groceries and walked out of here a couple of days ago? And didn't make arrangements for the cat? Olivia thought. Seeing the empty food and water dishes, she'd bet good money that the cat's litter box needed attention too. If Hattie really didn't leave the house much, the cat was probably her best friend. There is no way that she would just leave her cat behind without finding someone to take care of him. Must be a really bad emergency, Olivia murmured to herself. She really needed to stop looking for a mystery when there wasn't one. Do you know of anyone who can take care of the cat until she returns? I can do it. What, I just need to feed and water it, right? Olivia looked at Jackie skeptically. For as long as she'd known Jackie, her friend had never had a pet. Clean out his litter box? Play with him? Relax, it's just a cat. It's not like I can kill him in the next few days. I'm sure Hattie will be back soon. I'll just leave a note on the counter. Jackie paused. Where would she keep the cat food? After a quick search, they found the food in the pantry and the litter box and extra litter in the bathroom. Olivia itched to search the bedroom to see if there was any luggage missing, but she had to remind herself that this wasn't a mystery. Plus, she didn't know Hattie. Maybe the woman didn't even have any luggage. Food? Check. Litter? Check. Toys? Do cats play with toys? Olivia collected a few things that she found on the floor. Balls with bells in them, small toys that looked like they might have once had catnip. It was obvious that Hattie loved Gigabyte. Why didn't she take him with her? Olivia, are you ready? Should we take care of the groceries? Biting her lower lip, Olivia glanced around one last time. Everything looked in place. There was nothing to indicate that anything bad had happened here. Yeah, I'm ready. I think that we should leave everything in place, just in case we need to call Nick. Let's get the cat. Come here, Gigabyte. Hearing Olivia shaking the food container, the cat came racing across the kitchen. Olivia scooped him up. Jackie frowned. He has pink claws. Why does he have pink claws? They're coverings for his claws. They're called soft paws. Oh, so he won't be clawing at my furniture? I think this is going to work out very well. Excellent. You still owe me breakfast and an espresso and a very detailed conversation about how your night went last night. Jackie raised her eyebrows. Feeling deprived? I hardly see my boyfriend, and he's going out of town next week. We're supposed to be working on our communication, so I spend most of the time telling him every single bit of my day. I've also realized how boring my day is. And then he tells me every second of his day, and it's also very boring. Then we're tired, and it's off to bed. We don't even have time to make things exciting. I couldn't even make it to the altar with the guy, and we're already acting like an old married couple. Wow. They were headed back to Jackie's house. Cracking jokes about your failed wedding? Things are getting weird for you. Yep, Olivia set Gigabyte down, and the cat immediately took off to explore the house. Olivia hurried to let Goodwin and Fender out in the backyard, but she wasn't quick enough. Goodwin immediately caught scent of Gigabyte's scent and tried to turn around, but Olivia grabbed his collar. Out, she ordered. Now. He whined, and when she got the door closed, he immediately shoved his nose against the glass like a kid outside a candy store. I guess that book is going to do you some good. Olivia glared. Just for that, I'm not going to help you with breakfast. I'm going to text Andrew about Hattie, and then I'm going to play with the cat while you think about what a bad friend you are. I could take the book back. Don't even think about it. Jackie laughed, and Olivia relaxed on the couch. Things were good. She and Andrew were working on their relationship. Jackie was back to being in high spirits. Her sister's mood swings would peter out shortly. It was nice to be back on an even keel. And when Hattie showed back up, Olivia would feel more at ease. And so would Goodwin and Fender, no doubt. Chapter 3. Olivia managed to avoid Janelle all morning, but when the door to her office opened, her stomach clenched. Luckily, it wasn't her sister walking in. Andrew! Getting up, she gave him a hug. Are you spending your lunch break here? I took the rest of the afternoon off. I haven't seen much of you lately. He bent down and kissed her. I've missed you. I saw you last night. Yes, and I heard about everything that you did yesterday. Right. Olivia took a deep breath. Okay, I already told you about my breakfast with Jackie. I came back and walked Lily and Tucker. It looks like Nick has been losing weight. I guess his wife's nagging really is working. I avoided Janelle all morning, and I caught up with my paperwork. Also, one of the dogs left me a dead rat by the dog's dishes. My money is on Goodwin, since Fender would only catch a rat if it fell unconscious into his food bowl. That's pretty much it. Exciting stuff, Andrew murmured. Think you can spare an hour? She recognized the gleam in his eye and sighed. Believe me, I would love to give you an hour. But Duchess, Kiki, and a new pup are coming in for daycare this afternoon. They'll be here in the next 30 minutes. Despite the disappointment written all over his face, he smiled and said, "Want some help with daycare?" "I would love that. I don't have anything after daycare, so if I don't get any last-minute requests, I'll have all evening free." "Can I break your phone?" Laughing, Olivia pulled away. "Not unless you want to ruin my business." It warmed her heart to know that Andrew wanted to spend more time with her. At least she wasn't the only one in the relationship who realized that they didn't have much time with each other. A couple of months ago, she had been worried that Andrew was cheating on her. Now, seeing the look in his eye as he stared at her, she wondered how she could have ever doubted him for even a second. "How long is your conference again?" 5 days for the conference. 2 travel days there and back. 7 days. Olivia's heart dropped. "You don't even want to keep the job at the hospital. I say quit before the conference and focus on your freelancing." "I wish I could, but I need more contracts first. I will call you 50 times a day." "That's like every 15 minutes, 12 hours a day. You either don't plan on sleeping or don't plan on paying attention to the seminars." He held up his finger. "I'll sleep during the seminar?" "Then what's the point in going?" "It's mandatory." "Oh," she frowned. "Right." Suddenly Goodwin jumped up, and even Fender groaned to his feet. A sharp, high-pitched bark distracted them, and Olivia looked over to see a small toy poodle trotting in through the door. "Duchess, wait!" Delilah, owner of the glitziest boutique in town, scurried in after the dog. "Hello, lovely." Olivia bent down and picked up the precious pup. Today, the diminutive poodle was wearing a pink sweater. Duchess wiggled and covered Olivia in tiny kisses in between yelps. "Okay, you need to run about 1,000 laps around the room before you calm down. Goodwin, Fender, go easy until she settles down." She put the little dog down, and the poodle began to run in circles around the humans, occasionally rising to her hind legs to yap up at the boring people who were just standing and talking, before taking off running again. "Sorry, I'm early. Derek called and wanted to meet me for lunch. He is so sweet," Delilah gushed, ignoring her darling's antics. It was all Olivia could do not to roll her eyes. For 2 years, Delilah had made a determined effort to steal Andrew from her. Then, after being instrumental in getting Olivia and Andrew back together, she'd asked for free doggy daycare hours and help getting Deputy Derek Jameson's attention. Things had been going well. Delilah had been telling everyone all about it, too. It was nice to see Delilah not putting the moves on Andrew, but her sickly sweet gushings about Derek were getting on everyone's nerves. Even Andrew was inching toward the door. "Don't even think about it," Olivia whispered in a low voice as she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "What?" he asked defensively, though he gave her a wide grin. "I was just going to run downstairs and get you an apple tart for lunch since you're so busy. I figured with you and Janelle on bad terms." "I brought my lunch. I don't need you to go anywhere," she said, planting her hands on her hips. Delilah looked from one to the other with a bewildered look on her face. "What's happening here? You guys aren't breaking up again, are you?" Andrew laughed silently, and Olivia rolled her eyes. "No, he's just being helpful." "Before you sneak out, Delilah, I need you to fill out a new contract. Duchess's probationary period is up," meaning Delilah had used up all her freebies. Soothing a hand over her chic blue dress, Delilah always did look snappy, but she owned a woman's clothing boutique, so she had to look good. The woman pouted. "Can I do that when you drop Duchess off? Being more than 5 minutes late isn't fashionable. It's rude." "Wait, why am I dropping Duchess off?" "I have to do a new window dressing this evening, and I don't have time to pick Duchess up before 5. It's just right downstairs. No big deal. Okay? Duchess, come give Mommy some kisses and have fun." A headache began to form behind Olivia's eyes, and she pinched the bridge of her nose. She knew that she owed Delilah, but she wondered if the woman's help at prom had been worth putting up with Delilah's new idea of friendship. Duchess ignored Delilah. But the poodle's owner didn't look all that insulted as she waved and swooshed out of the office with the same flair that she'd entered. "Deep breaths," Andrew advised as he reached down suddenly to grab Goodwin's collar before the shaggy dog could bowl the tiny poodle right over. "You picked the worst times to head out of town," Olivia muttered. "Janelle is impossible. Delilah is impossibly happy. At least Jackie isn't moaning around anymore." "It is pretty inconvenient," Andrew sighed as he released Goodwin and ran his hand through his hair. "I still haven't gotten that report from Hattie, and I can't get in touch with her." "She's not answering her email or her phone?" Olivia asked uneasily. "Maybe she's sick. Want me to check with the hospital?" "No, I can do that when I get to work. Thanks again for checking on her yesterday. I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I was worried. I'm sure she'll turn up." He walked over and kissed Olivia deeply again before resting his forehead on hers. "You're going to be able to come over tonight, right?" "I wouldn't miss it." Her chest ached as she thought of him leaving tomorrow. It was ridiculous. It was only for a week, but she didn't want any more bumps in their relationship. On the other hand, maybe he'd realize how much he missed her when he was gone and would agree to move in with her. Maybe he'd even suggest it himself. That would make things so much easier. After he'd left, she went to rescue Fender, who had collapsed back in his dog bed. Duchess had apparently decided he was a mountain to climb and was perched on top of him. 15 minutes later, Kiki, a 30-pound brindle mutt, and Teach, a black lab, arrived, and the doggy daycare officially became a madhouse. Teach and Goodwin were instant best friends and chased each other around in the main room. Olivia quarantined Duchess, Kiki, and Fender into the smaller room, where they could enjoy themselves without getting flattened by the bigger dogs. The basset hound gave her an annoyed look and curled up in the corner, while Kiki and Duchess played with the dog toys. There were a few phone calls and inquiring emails, but they were all for tomorrow's slots. When the dogs had tuckered themselves out, Olivia refilled their water bowls and settled back to fill out her finance charts. When that was done, she opened her emails and saw that she had 2 new applicants for the part-time positions she'd advertised. She didn't love the idea of hiring someone, especially after her last employee had threatened to poison people's dogs, but she needed the help. Her business was growing, and there was no way that she could keep adding dog walking slots with her increasingly busy doggy daycare business unless she hired someone else. Both applicants looked promising, so she scheduled interviews with them and printed out their applications. Tomorrow would be a busy day, but that was good. It would help her keep her mind off of Andrew leaving. Despite all that she was accomplishing, Hattie's strange disappearance was in the back of her mind. Finally giving in, she called Nick. "Sheriff Lamperos," he answered gruffly. He must not have looked at the caller ID first, because he wasn't usually so formal with her. In fact, he was either trying to schedule dog walking without his wife knowing, or he was berating her for getting involved in a mystery. He was not going to be happy with her question. "Hi, Nick. It's Olivia. How are you?" "That depends. Are you calling about Tucker or a dead body?" he asked sourly. "Neither," she responded, a little too defensively. "Just an inquiry." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Uh-huh," he drawled. "It's not even for me. It's for Andrew," she explained hastily. "You know Hattie Dominic, Jackie's next-door neighbor?" "I'm familiar with her," Nick said slowly. Before she lost her nerve, she plunged on. "She does some freelancing work for Andrew, and he's a little concerned because she's missed some deadlines, and he hasn't heard from her. I was at Jackie's yesterday, and we noticed that she was gone. You don't have anything to add to that, would you?" "Please tell me that you didn't break into her house." "We didn't break into her house. Her cat was out, and we found the back door cracked open, like maybe she'd left in a hurry." "Then I guess there was an emergency. Olivia, please tell me that you're not looking for a mystery to solve. It's bad enough that you keep getting into trouble, but I don't love the idea of you searching for it." Goodwin stopped at her feet and, wagging, dropped a ball. Bending down, she picked it up and tossed it. The slimy ball left behind a coating of drool, and she wiped her hand on her pants. I'm not looking for trouble. I wouldn't even have gotten involved if Andrew hadn't asked me to check on her, and you know he wouldn't ask me to do that unless he was worried. I'm sure something just happened, and she had to leave. It happens, Olivia. If 3 days pass and you still can't get a hold of her, then call me back. That's the best I can do, okay? Sure. I'm sure it won't come to that. I'm sure she'll be calling Andrew very soon. Thanks, Nick. Hanging up quickly, she took a deep breath. The 3-day limit wouldn't be up until tomorrow. Surely Hattie would show up or call before then. Olivia wouldn't even need to worry about it. After all the owners came to pick up their dogs, all except Duchess. Olivia dropped the little poodle off at the dress shop, but failed to convince Delilah to take the time to sign the contract. Annoyed, she snuck into the bakery, hoping to grab a cup of coffee for now and 2 slices of pie for tonight. Unfortunately, Janelle was at the counter. Her expression turned thunderous as soon as Olivia walked in, and she spun on her heel and walked out. Mary was standing at the corner of the counter flirting with Wilbur. The handsome man was far too old for Mary, but he was new in town and a bit of a loner, and Mary couldn't resist teasing him. The megastore crowd was also there, but they'd taken Olivia's advice and changed out their shirts. They were seated around the same table as before, having a quiet meeting. A new face had joined them, but he was dressed in a slick suit that screamed money. No doubt he was some advertising executive trying to figure out how to woo the angry small town into shopping with them. Mary took note of Olivia and hurried toward her. Wilbur looked almost relieved as he made good his escape to a corner in the back of the bakery's seating area, and Olivia chuckled. I don't know why that man keeps coming back, she teased the young woman. You drive him nuts. He likes it, Mary retorted. I don't think he has any friends, and I don't think he knows how to brew a cup of coffee. I take him for a recent divorcee. He's so hot. And in his 40s, too old for you. Shrugging, Mary poured Olivia a cup of coffee. I like older men. I'll take 2 slices of the peach pie in a box to go. Olivia took a sip and closed her eyes to savor the hot liquid. After swallowing, she opened her eyes and asked, How is Janelle today? She headed to the back as soon as she saw me. The bride was in today with yet another change she wants to make, Mary said in a low voice. And get this, Janelle had to sign a waiver that allows the wedding preparations to be filmed. They're turning it into some kind of television show. The couple isn't even famous. They just have all this money. Despite being angry at her sister, Olivia did feel badly for her. Poor Janelle. Maybe I'll stop by tomorrow night and see if I can't help her out. She's usually a little calmer when Patrick is around. She took another gulp of the bracing liquid. Why wait? Do it tonight. Maybe she'll be in a better mood tomorrow, Mary grumbled. No can do, Olivia said with sympathy. It's Andrew's last night before he heads out to the conference. We're having dinner. She paused and then wailed softly. He's going to be gone a whole week. Well, unlike some men, you can trust him. The week will be over before you know it, and if you can stay out of trouble, you'll have nothing to worry about. What? Olivia narrowed her eyes and stared at Janelle's assistant. What do you know? What have you heard? I'm not trying to get into trouble. I'm just concerned for Hattie. Mary's eyes widened in surprise. I was just speaking generically. You're always getting into trouble. What's wrong with Hattie? You know her? I deliver fresh bread to her every week. Is she okay? Yeah, I'm sure she's fine. She just hasn't gotten in touch with Andrew in a while about the app they've been working on, and she's not at home. I'm sure she'll turn up. I spoke to Nick about it, just in case. She's not home? She hasn't canceled her bread order for this week, and Hattie never leaves home. Mary was obviously in distress. Louder, she said. I was surprised that she wasn't even at the app launch. Nick has to look into this. Shh, Mary, Olivia said soothingly. If she doesn't turn up tomorrow, we can file a missing persons report. But I'm sure it's just that something came up and she had to leave. We're all going to feel silly when she shows up. Don't worry, okay? Hattie is kind of absent-minded when she's working on a project, Mary admitted. Okay, maybe the party made her realize that she wanted to get out more and she's out exploring the town or even the city. Olivia highly doubted it, but she didn't tell Mary that. Instead, she drained the rest of the coffee in her cup, took the to-go box of pie, and nodded. Maybe Mary was right, and Olivia really was looking for trouble. She'd put it out of her mind while she spent tonight with Andrew, and tomorrow she'd focus on her business. Hattie would show up, and everything would be fine. The last thing Olivia needed was to get into trouble while Andrew was gone. He'd never forgive her. Chapter 4. Why are you looking so grumpy? Jackie demanded as she took books out of a box and stacked them. I've had a night and morning, and you are seriously bringing me down. Slumped in one of the reading chairs at Shelfie, Olivia tried not to look dejected. Andrew left this morning for the conference in California. He'll be gone all week. What's this all about? It's just a week. Where is the independent Olivia who didn't need no man? Olivia snorted. I know it's going to be fine. I just wish things were more settled, like we weren't living in separate apartments. I thought you were going to talk with him about that. I was, but then I figured if I waited long enough, he'd suggest it himself. Jackie stretched one leg out as she struggled to balance on the small stool. Even with the extra height the stool gave her, she could barely reach the top shelf. Taking the easy way out? I just don't want to mention anything that he might not be ready for. That's all. Olivia quickly changed the subject. So Andrew got an email from Hattie last night, apologizing for her absence. I guess you were happy to give Gigabyte back. Resting one hand on the shelf for balance and turning her head to scrutinize Olivia, Jackie frowned at her. Hattie's back? She didn't stop by and pick the cat up. Do you think she missed our note? Even if she did, she should have noticed her cat being gone, Olivia pointed out. I imagine the first place she'd go is her neighbor's. Crap. Maybe I should call her and let her know. Jackie hopped down from the stool and reached for her phone. She adores that cat. I don't want her freaking out over it. Olivia shrugged. She was just happy that Hattie was back safely. Pulling out her own phone, she scrolled through her emails while Jackie called her neighbor. Both applicants had agreed to come in later this afternoon for an interview. That worked out perfectly, since she'd be at the office during doggy daycare hours. She could observe how they reacted to the doggy chaos. Hey, Hattie, it's Jackie. I'm not sure if you saw the note that I left, but your cat got out. I have him at my place, and he's been a great little house guest. I'll be home tonight around 7 if you want to come over and pick him up. If you want to come sooner, just swing by the store, and I'll give you a key. Call me or text me and let me know. Shrugging, Jackie hung up and slipped the phone back in her pocket. She must be distracted by work. Who knew that Andrew was such a slave driver? Please, Andrew is the most easygoing guy I know. Anyway, I'll be free all week for dinner and drinks. I'm sure Brett is taking up most of your time. Olivia winked. But if you want to go out, just let me know. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. Surprised, Olivia jumped up and winced. What is that? The alarm on the back door. Someone must have tried to go out that way, even though I put a sign on the door. You'd think bookshoppers would know how to read. Hang on, let me grab the key to turn it off. The incessant beeping continued. Jackie shouted her apologies to the couple of guests who were inside. Olivia tried to settle back down while she waited, but when the alarm fell silent, Jackie shouted her name. There was real fear in her friend's voice. Olivia jumped back up and vaulted through the store. Jackie was standing next to an empty box, her eyes round with fear. We need to vacate the store immediately and call an exterminator. Why? What happened? With a shaky finger, Jackie pointed to the inside of the box. Leaning forward, Olivia swallowed hard. There was a note in the box. "You're such a snake. I thought I'd send one to keep you company." Someone set a snake loose in the bookstore? Olivia frowned. Why? I don't know why, but this is bad. What if the snake bites someone? I don't know if my insurance will cover it. Jackie was hysterical, and Olivia remembered too late that her friend had a phobia of snakes. Okay, there are only a couple of people in here, so we'll usher them out and shut things down. I'll call Nick. Nick? What is Nick going to do? Jackie, it seems to me this is obviously the same person who vandalized those books. It's a step up, a dangerous step up. It's probably nothing. Olivia held up a hand to stop the protest she saw forming on Jackie's lips. But if it happens to be a poisonous snake, it could cause some real harm. So take a few deep breaths, call Nick, and I'll clear the bookstore, okay? Jackie nodded, her eyes wide, and Olivia went and asked the two people in the store if they minded leaving. They exited without a fuss, and Olivia narrowed her eyes. There had been 4 people in the store, but only 2 were left. What were the chances that the vandal had been in the store at the critical time? Could the vandal even be a regular visitor? Such a long time between incidents. Why? Checking her watch, she pressed her lips together. Jackie, I've got to go do a round with the dogs. Wait outside for Nick and tell him that I'll be back around 10:30 if he wants a statement. Okay, Jackie nodded, and Olivia saw her swallow hard. Olivia, this is bad, isn't it? We don't know. It could be a harmless snake, in which case it might just be a practical joke. Jackie kept her eyes trained on the floor as she walked out. It's not very funny. Agreed. Want me to call Brett? What? No. I don't want him to think that I'm some helpless woman who's afraid of snakes. I'll fill him in later. Just remember what happened the last time you didn't fill him in, Olivia relented. Okay, I'll call you when I get back. Just don't panic. Easy for you to say. You don't have a snake in your building. Olivia thought about Janelle. Her sister was every bit as dangerous and unpredictable as a snake, but she wisely kept her opinions to herself. It bothered her that someone might be harassing Jackie, but this time she'd leave it for Nick to work out. With Andrew gone, she was going to be on her best behavior. Andrew called her just as she was about to walk out of the office. She had an hour before her afternoon doggy daycare, and she'd agreed to walk Jackie home and help her to come up with a list of people who might want to do her harm. The snake had turned out to be just a harmless corn snake, but Nick didn't want to take any chances. A deputy had collected the box for fingerprints, and they were trying to see if the snake had come from a pet shop. Landed? She asked as she tossed Goodwin and Fender some treats before locking the door. Yeah, we just got to the hotel. I miss you already. His voice was husky, and her heart did cartwheels. She missed him, too. Are you calling for your report? She teased. After you left, I had a second cup of coffee and walked Lulu, Jasper, and Snowball. Then I stole a muffin from Janelle. She was nowhere to be found, and I went to Jackie's. Sounds like an exciting morning, he laughed. Oh, it was. She quickly filled him in on what had happened with Jackie. And you'll be happy to know that I notified Nick, and I'm not going to have anything to do with it. I'm going to be on my best behavior this week while you're gone. That's my girl. Want me to tell Brett? No, I think she's going to tell him tonight when she sees him. Andrew made a strange sound, and she frowned. Why? What's going on? I guess he didn't tell her. The guy who was supposed to go with me on this trip is down with the stomach bug. I asked Brett to come along last night. He's right here with me. Oh, yeah, that's bad. You'd better tell him to call Jackie and have a good reason ready for why he didn't say anything to her about it last night. I will. Should I tell him how our open communication is helping? Olivia laughed. Sure, although I think it'll drive Jackie insane if he calls her every night and tells her everything he did that day. She changed the subject. Are you going to do some sightseeing today?
I'm probably going to sleep. Someone kept me up all night long.
Olivia's toes immediately curled at the memory, and she grinned. Are you complaining?
Not at all. In fact, I've got a few ideas to help make this week go by a little more smoothly.
Olivia had a feeling that she knew what those ideas might be. I like where you're going with this, but I'm going to have to call you back. I'm about to walk Jackie home. We're going to return Hattie's cat. Speaking of Hattie, did she turn in the information that you needed?
Not yet. Her email just said that she needed more time. I told her to let me know what she was having issues with, but I haven't heard back from her. Maybe ask her to call me when you see her.
I can do that. Okay, I'll call you tonight. Love you. He echoed the sentiments, and she hung up. If he was already missing her, then maybe this week really would be good. They'd be living together again in no time. When she met up with Jackie, it was clear that Brett had called. Her friend's lips were twisted in anger.
I can't believe he forgot to tell me. What does that say about me and him and our relationship?
She complained. It had obviously taken her mind off the snake. Well, you two did just get back together. I went months after my breakup with Andrew, not really sure what our status together was. Maybe when he gets back, you'll have to ask him. Jackie shot her a dirty look.
When did you get so wise about relationships?
Hey. Her protest didn't sound real even to herself. Before Andrew, she hadn't exactly been great at stable relationships, and she'd messed things up with Andrew more times than she wanted to admit. The air was crisp and bracing, making for a pleasant walk, and as they sauntered along, they tried to brainstorm people who might have it in for Jackie. The list was pretty short.
I haven't fired anyone recently. I haven't pissed anyone off, at least that I know of. Well, Bethany might be a little unhappy with me, but she wanted to paint her door purple. Of course, I called the homeowner association on her. I don't want to have to see an ugly purple door every day.
What? Who's Bethany?
The neighbor who lives on the other side of my house. She's a severe-looking woman with an even worse temperament. She's always complaining about something. Lately, she's been protesting the mega store opening. When she found out that Hattie was doing work for them, she flipped out.
Wait, Hattie was working for Megastore?
Yeah, they hired her to set up their local website and social media accounts. I don't really know what else it entailed.
Olivia frowned. How did Bethany even find out? She and Hattie aren't exactly friends, are they?
They used to be. They had a falling out about a year ago. I don't really know the whole story. I don't know how Bethany found out about the megastore thing, but she complained about it for a week.
As they entered Jackie's neighborhood, Olivia tried to focus on Jackie's problem, but it quickly became apparent that the list they were making wouldn't do Nick much good. Her mind wandered, and she found herself thinking about Hattie. It made sense that the woman might freelance for Megastore, but that meant that Hattie had known the store was being planned and, like Mayor Henderson, didn't tell anyone. That wasn't going to make her a very popular person in town if other people found out. Hattie's car was parked in the driveway. Jackie went to retrieve the cat while Olivia rang the doorbell. There was no answer.
Wow, she went out again? Jackie asked when she caught up to Olivia, Gigabyte draped over her shoulder. That woman is going to turn into a regular party animal.
It's the middle of the day, Olivia laughed. I doubt she's out partying. She sobered suddenly and added, trying to keep her voice light. Come on, let's see if the back door is unlocked. She had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach as they walked around to the back of the house.
Why?
Jackie asked.
She wouldn't leave it unlocked if she went out, would she?
No, but if she never returned home, it will still be unlocked.
But she did return home. She told Andrew that she was back.
Reaching the door, Olivia turned the handle and swallowed hard when the door opened. Yes, she did, she said quietly, as she stepped inside and the smell of rotting vegetables hit her. And we have a problem.
Jackie followed her in and made a sound of distress. All of her groceries are still out. She's not back at all. She couldn't come back, do nothing about her groceries, and then leave again. No, Olivia agreed. Grimly, she pulled out her phone. I think it's time to call Nick. Whoever sent that email was not Hattie, and she's officially been gone for 3 days. We can file a missing persons report. Just then, the cat's ears flattened and he started to growl low in his throat. Half a second later, there was a crashing noise upstairs. Maybe that's Hattie, Jackie whispered, her eyes widening. I don't think Gigabyte would be growling if that's the case. Olivia tensed and searched the kitchen for a weapon as footsteps thundered down the stairs. Picking up a rolling pin, she placed herself between Jackie and the door and held the rolling pin up like a weapon. A short and stocky woman burst into the kitchen. At the sight of Olivia and Jackie, she started to shriek. Gigabyte scrambled away from Jackie and streaked into another room, and Jackie started screaming as well. Hey, hey, hey! Olivia bellowed to get their attention. Calm down. Immediately, the two women fell silent. Jackie, the woman asked, what are you doing here? Returning Hattie's cat, Jackie snapped. Bethany, what are you doing here? Bethany, the woman who seemed to hate Hattie? Nick and Andrew were going to be very pissed if this turned out to be something serious, and Olivia somehow got in the middle of it. Chapter 5. Bethany narrowed her eyes. Why do you have Hattie's cat? Would you please put that rolling pin down? Not until you explain what you're doing here, Olivia said quietly. Jackie stepped up next to her and crossed her arms over her chest. They weren't the most intimidating duo, but Olivia figured they were making it work. I let Hattie borrow my roll of duct tape, and I needed it back, the neighbor said as her eyes darted around the kitchen. I don't suppose you've seen it. Tightening her grip on the wooden handle of her makeshift weapon, Olivia studied the woman in front of her. She didn't look like the type to pose any threat. And you didn't think that it was odd that the back door was unlocked? Bethany rolled her eyes. Hattie was an odd duck. I just assumed that she was ignoring me when I knocked. Now I can see that she's not here. Although, come to think of it, that is kind of odd. Olivia relaxed her arm, letting the rolling pin fall to her side, and shook her head. When did you loan Hattie the duct tape? Saturday, and she promised that she'd bring it right back, the neighbor complained. Honestly, she had some nerve asking me for anything, but she caught me at a weird time, and she seemed a little panicky. You two don't get along? Jackie suddenly cleared her throat. Olivia was annoyed that her friend had interrupted her, but Jackie was giving her such an odd look. Olivia realized that she sounded like an interrogator. Bethany, I think something might have happened to Hattie. No one has seen her in days. But she did get in touch with Andrew, Jackie reminded her. Maybe she's on her way back and she just hasn't gotten home yet. I doubt that. Olivia took a deep breath and glanced around the kitchen. I think it's time that we go to the sheriff's station. I want to report Hattie missing. What about not getting involved while Andrew is gone? Jackie reminded her quietly. I'm not getting involved. Nick is more than capable of finding her. Olivia flashed her a smile. I'm just doing my civic duty. Yeah, I don't really believe that, Jackie grumbled. Bethany threw her hands up in the air. Look, I don't know what you two are talking about, but I'm just looking for my duct tape. When you do find Hattie, you should tell her that it's rude to borrow things and not return them. After what she's done to me, the least she could do is return my tape. Spinning on her heels, she marched out. Olivia stared at her. Wow, yeah, she seems like a great neighbor. Come on, I'll get Gigabyte back to my place, and then I'll drive you back. What about the dogs? It would really be nice if she had an assistant. They can wait a few minutes. I think Hattie has waited long enough. What do you mean I can't file a missing persons report? You said 3 days. It's been 3 days. Olivia protested as she leaned forward in the visitor's chair, gripping the arms. Nick sat across his desk from her and eyed her tiredly. You said that she emailed Andrew yesterday. The sheriff sighed. He had a stack of paperwork on his desk and he pushed at it absently. The last 3 murders had gained some notoriety from the press coverage, and Nick kept getting invitations from documentary filmmakers and the press to talk about the crimes in the small town. He kept turning them down. Olivia knew that Nick wasn't the type who liked the spotlight. That means that she got in touch with someone. If you have some other reason to suspect foul play, then we can talk. Her groceries are still sitting on the counter unpacked. The milk is curdled and the veggies are rotting. I'm sure you can call the delivery company and figure out when they were delivered. But the back door was left open 3 days ago. All that says is that she left in a hurry before her grocery delivery arrived and didn't come back to put the food away. I'm sorry, Olivia. There's nothing that I can do. Shaking her head, Olivia bit her lower lip. Nick, I know that you don't like me getting involved, but I'm sure you must appreciate my help. My instincts are telling me that there is something wrong. I'll send a deputy by at random intervals over the next couple of days and see if anything pops up. Olivia, I know that you're frustrated, but my hands are tied. I don't have a reason to investigate except your gut instinct. A shadow crossed his face, and Olivia knew that there was something that Nick wasn't telling her. She changed tacks. What can you tell me about Bethany? Nick looked surprised, and then remembered annoyance crossed his face. Bethany Underhill? She's a regular pain in my side, but she's harmless. She likes to protest just about everything that crosses her path, and she makes frequent phone calls to the station to complain about just about everything. Not that long ago, she thought that Hattie had deliberately run over her dog. With her car? I thought Hattie didn't leave the house. It was the night of the launch party. Honestly, I think that Hattie just wasn't used to driving the car, and that dog is never restrained. Nick shrugged. Hattie paid for the vet bill, and the dog was fine after a couple of days, but Bethany wouldn't let it go. She wanted me to investigate. Deliberately running over a dog? That was certainly a motive for foul play, at least in Olivia's book. So you're telling me that you have an angry neighbor and a missing neighbor, and that's not enough to open an investigation? I'm sorry, Olivia. The sheriff honestly did look a little frustrated, and Olivia shook her head and stood. Nick was nothing if not a by-the-book guy, and she could tell that they weren't going anywhere. Jackie's snake? She said as an afterthought. We're looking into it, but it sounds like a practical joke. I still don't like the idea that you were looking into that vandalism at her shop when your office was broken into. But right now, I don't think she's in any danger. I'll let you know if that changes. Olivia raised an eyebrow. It wasn't like Nick to offer to share information with her. Will you? Really? Yes. His expression was serious as he nodded, and Olivia frowned as she headed toward the door. What was going on? As she collected the dogs for their scheduled walk, nearly an hour late, she texted Andrew to give him an update on everything. She just managed to get all the wiggling bodies exercised and loved before heading back to the bakery to prep for the interviews of her potential employees. As she walked into the bakery, she headed for the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, but the sight that greeted her there stopped her cold. Janelle was seated on a stool and leaning across the counter, her head resting on a ball of dough. Gasping, Olivia was rushing forward when Mary suddenly appeared and grabbed her arm. It's okay, Janelle's assistant whispered. She's just sleeping. She's been exhausted all morning. She needs to take a break. Relaxing, Olivia blew out her breath. Is she okay? She's stressed and overworked. Just let her rest for a little bit longer. I've got to head back to the front. She shook her head. Too bad about the dough. We'll have to throw it out and start that batch over. She shrugged philosophically and added, Spilt milk. Speaking of milk, want me to put another pot of coffee on for you? Yes, please. I've got 2 interviews scheduled this afternoon, and I'm going to need a caffeine jolt after the morning that I've had." Mary nodded and headed back out to the front. Olivia was about to make her way upstairs when the oven timer dinged. Cringing, she looked back. Janelle would never forgive herself if she let something burn in the oven. With a sigh, she grabbed a silicone mitt and opened the oven. It was empty. Looking to her left, she saw the pan of rolls waiting to go in. That would be simple enough. No actual food prep involved. Olivia put the pan in the oven and shut the door. How much time did rolls need to bake? Giving it an hour, she scribbled a note on the pad next to Janelle, poured herself a cup of coffee from the old pot, and headed upstairs. She had hardly sat down before there was a knock at the door. Her first interview. The girl looked barely out of high school. She had a high, bouncing blonde ponytail and pink lip gloss. She was dressed in a pair of tight jeans, an even tighter pink tank top that showed off a little too much cleavage and abdomen, and pink tennis shoes. "Natalie?" Olivia asked as she slowly stood up. This was how the woman had dressed for an interview? The interviewee's face broke out in a wide grin. "Yeah, hiya! You must be Olivia." "I must be." Her words were laced with confusion. The woman's resume was impressive. 3 years of experience at Lowell Vet. However, the girl standing in front of Olivia didn't even look old enough to have 3 years' worth of work experience. Gesturing to the chair, Olivia inhaled deeply. The girl was here. She might as well interview her. "Have a seat." "Oh, you already have 2 doggies here," Natalie squealed with excitement as she swung her purse into the chair and hurried to the next room where Goodwin and Fender were leaning over the dog gate, tails wagging. "That's Goodwin and Fender. They're my personal dogs." It wasn't surprising that Goodwin was acting this way, but Fender was usually more reserved with strangers. Now the old basset hound was happily licking at the girl's hand while she carefully scratched both heads. "Oh, his coat looks great for a basset hound as old as he is," Natalie cooed. "Nice and shiny, but with no oily buildup. Did you raise him from a puppy?" Blinking, Olivia smiled. "No, I've only had him for about a year. He was all but left on my doorstep in a basket," she added with a laugh. "He requires lots of baths, which he doesn't love, but he's pretty healthy considering. He's also usually not so friendly with people." "I just love dogs," the girl breathed as she gave each dog a kiss on the head and straightened. "I thought that I'd like to be a vet, but that line of business just broke my heart. Too many people not taking adequate care of their pets. I just couldn't cut it anymore." "This is just a part-time job, Natalie. It's definitely not going to be like working as a vet tech." Natalie waved her hands airily as she bounced back to the chair and sat down. "I know. I already got a job working for Lady Celeste. Did you know that she's a psychic? She's the one who told me that you might be hiring. I really do need to get my dog fix." Olivia almost choked. "You're working for Lady Celeste?" The young woman beamed. "Yes." "Doing what?" Olivia prayed the girl wasn't about to tell her that she was a psychic in training. "Oh, just minding the store. Lady Celeste said that she wanted to do more experiencing of life and all the pleasure that it had to offer." "Oh." Olivia shut her eyes and shuddered. She really hoped that wasn't a euphemism for all the pleasure that Mayor Henderson had to offer. "She's super flexible with my schedule, so I don't see any obstacles about one job affecting the other." "Miss Rickard, I know I don't look like I can handle dogs, but I promise that I'm used to wrangling 150-pound beasts in order to give them shots and managing 5 puppies to make sure that none of them falls off the table. I don't mind the messy bits, and I love slobbery kisses. I'm also great in pet emergencies." Sitting back down, Olivia shook her head. "Natalie, you're almost overqualified. I'm looking for someone who's going to stick with this job." "I'm your woman." Natalie leaned forward with a hopeful look on her face. "I'm not commuting from Lowell. I just signed the lease for an apartment yesterday here in Luxembourg. I like this town. I plan to stay here." Her face was sincere. Olivia couldn't help but like the young woman, even if she was dressed from head to toe in pink. Olivia asked her a few more standard questions before standing and shaking her hand. "I have another interview to conduct today, Natalie, but I'll be getting in touch with you once I've made my decision. Thanks for coming in today. Thanks for meeting with me, Natalie grinned, and Olivia half expected to see her smack some bubble gum. She didn't, but she did give Goodwin and Fender a little more love before leaving the office. While Olivia waited for the next woman, she checked Natalie's references. Everyone at the vet clinic had nothing but excellent things to say about Natalie's work with the animals, although most of them commented that her personality was a little bright, more like blinding. 20 minutes later, when it had become obvious that the other woman wasn't going to show, Olivia headed back downstairs to check on Janelle. It was time, once and for all, to make her sister slow down and take a deep breath. If she hired Natalie, Olivia would have more time to help her sister out, or at least convince her to hire more people to help out in the bakery. Her phone buzzed in her pocket and she pulled it out. Seeing Andrew's name on the caller ID made her smile. "Missing me yet?" she purred. "Every second." He hesitated. "I did receive all 30 of the updated text messages that you sent me. You don't have to tell me when you leave the office to get coffee, you know. But other than that, sounds like things are exciting on your end." Great. He was already mad at her about getting involved with something. "I'm just being open and communicative, and I am minding my own business," she promised him. "And I am not getting involved in Hattie's disappearance. In fact, I just interviewed a promising prospective employee. Well, I saw promise, anyhow. I'm actually on the fence about her. How do you feel about pink?" "The color or the singer?" Olivia chuckled as she entered the bakery. "Never mind. How is the conference?" Mary was in the corner flirting with Wilbur again, and the tables in the seating area were nearly all filled with other sprinklings of people. "Boring. I actually got another email from Hattie. It looks like it was sent right around the time that you said you were in her house. It says that she has a family emergency and she'll be out of touch for the next 2 weeks. She sent me the reports I needed." "Oh, that's great." She tried to sound optimistic, even though the alarm bells were going off in her head. Hattie might have forgotten about canceling deliveries, but she'd left without making any arrangements for her cat. As she entered the kitchen of the bakery, an acrid burning smell hit her nostrils. Crap! Andrew, hang on. Dropping the phone on the counter, she vaulted for the oven and opened it. A wave of smoke rolled out, and Olivia quickly hit the off button and grabbed the mitt. Just then, Janelle bolted upright. "What's burning?" she yelled. "It's okay, I got it." Janelle opened her mouth, and then the strangest look spread across her face. Smacking her hand over her mouth, she whirled around and raced to the bathroom. "Andrew, are you still there?" Olivia asked as she picked up the phone and dropped the pan of blackened rolls in the sink. Turning on the water, she waved the steam away as it hissed. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think I misjudged how long it takes to bake bread. I sort of burned the rolls." "You're baking bread?" She could hear the incredulous note in his voice. "Janelle was sleeping, and I was trying to help out. It's not important." But Andrew's next words proved he had something else on his mind. "Olivia, I'm just going to say it. The language in the email doesn't sound anything like Hattie. She's very specific and technical in her communications. But these emails are full of slang and abbreviations. She doesn't write at all like that. I don't think she's the one composing these emails." She heard him take a deep breath. "Olivia, I think that something is wrong." Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. "I think there's something wrong, too. I tried to tell Nick, but he said the emails indicate that she's fine, and he has no reason to investigate. The thing is, I think that he thinks there's something wrong, too, but he can't do anything about it." "But you can." Olivia froze, her eyes widening. Surely she hadn't just heard what she thought she'd heard. "Just so we're clear, you're asking me to look into Hattie's disappearance?" "Yes."
"You want me to investigate?"
"Yes."
"Are you drunk? Is someone holding a gun to your head? Maybe we should have come up with a distress word before you left."
"Olivia, I'm worried about Hattie. I don't want you to get yourself into trouble, but you could at least look into it and give Nick a reason to investigate, right? I'm not asking you to chase down a killer. Just see if you can find some evidence that maybe Hattie isn't the one sending me these emails. I'm going to spend some time tonight trying to see where these emails originated, but maybe you could look into her house a little more closely." This was a momentous occasion. Not only was Andrew asking for her help, but he was also volunteering to help her and asking her to break into Hattie's house. She wished that he was near enough that they could celebrate. An investigative duo. They could be unstoppable. "Olivia." Shaking herself out of her daydream, she grinned. "I will see what I can do." "And you'll stay out of trouble?" he asked in a warning voice. "Of course." "Good," he sighed. "I miss you, babe. I'm glad that you're talking to your sister again." "Well, I wouldn't say that we're talking. In fact, she took one look at me and looked like she was going to vomit. I've heard of people going green, but this was the real deal. She raced into the bathroom and—" Her voice trailed off. "And?" A sudden thought gripped her. "Andrew, I've got to go. I'll talk to you tonight." Adding a quick goodbye, she hung up and slowly tucked the phone into her pants pocket. Mood swings. Fatigue. Sudden unreasoning panic about looming deadlines. Nausea. Holy smokes. Janelle wasn't possessed by a demon. Janelle was pregnant. Chapter 6. When Janelle got out of the bathroom, Olivia wanted to demand that Janelle tell her the truth. But she also wanted her sister to tell her in her own time. The battle warred inside her, and she finally chose option number 2. "I burned the rolls," Janelle said stupidly as she stared at the mess in the sink. "I don't even remember putting them in." "You didn't," Olivia admitted. "I did. I'm so sorry, Janelle. I overestimated how much time it would take to bake bread. You were asleep, and I just wanted to help." Janelle lifted her eyes, and Olivia's heart broke when she saw that they were filled with tears. Her sister blinked them away and drew herself up to her full height. "It's okay. They were a practice run for the wedding. I was playing with different recipes to find one that might please Bridezilla. I can whip up another batch." "Sure you can," Olivia said supportively, then changed the subject. "I'm hiring someone to help me out with the dogs." She studied her sister to look for other signs of pregnancy. Despite Janelle's evident exhaustion, her skin glowed and there was a twinkle in her eye. Now that Olivia knew, the signs were so obvious. How could she have missed it? Obviously, it was because the sisters had been sniping at each other. "I can help you out down here more if you need it," she finally said, a little lamely. "You're a terrible baker," Janelle said with a chuckle. "But I do need some help. I'm thinking of hiring 2 temporary people to help me out with the wedding, but I like knowing that you'll be around to help me out. Next time, wake me up when you see me sleeping, okay?" "Not likely." Olivia nodded, smiled, mumbled something about having to go, and turned to head back upstairs. She had one more round of dogs to walk that evening, and she wanted to take Fender with her. She was going to walk Clyde, the arthritic pug, and Lily, the dachshund, which meant they'd be walking at a slow pace. Her head was spinning. Andrew wanted her to help on a case. Janelle was pregnant. There was so much going on, and she didn't even know where to begin. "Sorry, Goodwin. You're way too energetic for Clyde, but be a good boy, and I'll take you to the dog park tonight before it closes." Goodwin deserved a little alone time. She knew that he loved being with the other dogs, and there were times he enjoyed cuddling up to Fender, but even dogs could get a little overwhelmed from time to time. Olivia knew how he felt. Fender and Clyde were 2 grumpy old pups, and they barely tolerated each other, much less Goodwin. Although small, Lily was still fairly young, and she wanted to explore everything. She annoyed Fender and Clyde, and they would hurry along at their best limping pace to get away from her. It was a weird system, but it worked. When Olivia returned to her office, she checked her email, let Goodwin out into the backyard, and then shut the office down. She never did hear back from the other interviewee, and that annoyed Olivia just a little bit. When she finally got Goodwin to the dog park, he was ecstatic. A few other people were there exercising their dogs, and Goodwin happily bounded after the other potential playmates, settling down to the serious business of sniffing, circling, bouncing, and chasing. Settling on one of the benches, Olivia pulled out a small notebook from her purse and opened it to a new page. Hattie. Missing person or out of town? She made 2 columns and started jotting down the arguments for both. The missing person column was much longer. Hattie didn't like to leave home. Her groceries were still out. She'd left without making arrangements for the cat. Her back door was unlocked and open. The out-of-town column had only one item. Hattie had sent an email to Andrew saying that she was dealing with a family emergency. The email might have carried more weight if Andrew hadn't found it so suspicious. Furthermore, it had been sent right before Olivia could have opened a case with Nick citing Hattie as a missing person. She'd asked Andrew to forward some of Hattie's earlier emails so she could compare them. Flipping to a new page, she started a new list. Who were her suspects? Hattie didn't deal with too many people. So far, her list of connections were Jackie, Andrew, and Bethany. Only Bethany had a motive. Olivia would call Dr. Roberts, the vet, tomorrow and see if she could get more information on the dog incident. Next, she'd have to get a better look at Hattie's house and see if there were any clues there. Nick would be pissed if he found out, but luckily she had an excuse. Gigabyte might need something. Sometimes you have to look deeper. Olivia looked up at the familiar voice and smiled to see Lady Celeste. The older woman was dressed in one of her famous brightly printed dresses, this one in turquoise with fuchsia and orange flowers and a matching scarf. The woman's fingers were laden with rings that flashed as she waved her hands in the air and sat down. I don't suppose you can be more specific than that, Olivia joked. Things aren't always the way they appear. It was just like Celeste. The Romanian woman was always very vague about her prophecies. The town generally considered her a fraud, although everyone in the town also loved her, so no one had minded. But in Olivia's experience, there were times when the woman was eerily correct. If you're talking about Janelle, I got that figured out already. Janelle? Celeste frowned. No, dear. I was talking about Natalie. I know that you interviewed her today, and I fear that you think she might be too bubbly for your taste. Bubbly is an understatement, Olivia laughed. Are you here to give her a good reference, Lady Celeste? I was under the impression that you just hired her. I did, but I can see her aura. She needs you just as much as you need her. The older woman's gaze grew more intent. It is very important that you hire her, Olivia. Raising an eyebrow, Olivia cocked her head as she studied the psychic. And why is that, Lady Celeste? Celeste patted Olivia's knee. All will reveal itself in time. Goodwin is much happier now that you and Andrew have patched things up, although he does not like the treats that you've been giving him. He wolfs them down like he's starving. I suppose that I should say the new treats don't like him. Celeste stood and stretched, sleeves fluttering. You're on the right path, Olivia, but you need to trust yourself more. Self-doubt could harm you more than you know. As Olivia stared, the woman waved her fingers and turned to go. Thanks for the advice, Olivia called after her as she walked away. Conversations with Lady Celeste were always entertaining. Alone with her thoughts again, she checked her schedule for tomorrow. She had no dogs scheduled for doggy daycare, which meant she could check out Hattie's house again after her morning dog walks. Pulling out her phone, she texted Jackie. You work in the morning? Jackie texted back almost immediately, which was telling. Normally, Jackie wasn't glued to her phone, but if she was missing Brett, then she might be texting him or waiting for him to text her. I'm working from noon until close. Why? What's up? Andrew thinks that there's something going on with Hattie. He asked me to look into it. What? No way. Olivia laughed. Jackie knew all too well how Andrew could be. I'm going to look at the house after my morning walks. Meet me there at 10? Heck, yeah. Jackie always liked a little mischief. Olivia debated telling Jackie that Janelle was pregnant, but she decided against it. That was Janelle's story to tell. Whistling to Goodwin, she leashed him and headed back home. Her dinner consisted of a warmed-up frozen pizza with a little spinach thrown on top to pretend to be healthy. The melted cheese would at least disguise the taste. She took the pizza out of the oven, slid a couple of pieces onto a plate, opened a bottle of beer, and sat down at her desk. Ignoring Goodwin and Fender, who were both giving her starving puppy dog eyes, she opened up her laptop and settled back, staring unseeingly at the screen as it booted up. She was going to be an aunt. Humming to herself, she took a bite of her pizza, brought up the browser, and started scrolling through baby items. Janelle and Patrick would be starting from scratch. Baby crib, car seat, high chair, breast pump. Olivia cringed at that one. Clothes, blankets, diapers, medications. Babies were expensive. Checking the social media pages for Luxembourg, she started looking through the classifieds. There was no reason that they couldn't find some gently used items to help Janelle and Patrick save some money. It boggled her mind to see how many things were for sale that had never been used. Duplicate baby gifts, clothes that a baby had outgrown before they could be worn, parents who were very brand specific and didn't like the gifts they were given. The more she clicked, the more engrossed Olivia got. She'd had no idea there were so many different items available on the classifieds. Clothes, books, toys, purses, clothes, electronics. Want ads for dates? Listen to this, guys, she joked. Female searching for male, late 40s to early 60s, retired or close to retired, loves to play bridge. Goodwin gave a low woof, but it was probably just a polite request for the crust of her pizza. Olivia shook her head at him and went back to reading. Male searching for female, early 20s to late 20s, must love older men. Fender whined, and Olivia looked at him and said, If Brett wasn't already taken, I'd be highly suspicious that he placed that one. Scrolling through more ads, she suddenly leaned forward, pizza suspended halfway to her mouth, and both dogs came to quivering attention in anticipation. This one is really specific. Male searching for female. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 36 years old, freelance computer expert. Enjoys cooking and old classic movies. Has a gray tabby. It hit her in the gut somehow. Biting her lower lip, she opened up a new tab on her computer and typed in Hattie Dominic. At first, she found social media pages for different women with the same name, but she eventually found an article about the dating app. There was a picture of Andrew and Hattie with several of the other developers, some that Olivia remembered vaguely from the launch party, and some that Olivia didn't recognize. There were biography links for each person, and while the write-ups for the others were very specific, Hattie's was brief. Just her picture with a tiny paragraph listing her work history and her personal interests. Likes cooking, classic movies, and cuddling with my gray tabby. Her age was also listed. Everything that someone had needed to post that advertisement. Her eyes zeroed in on Hattie's work history. Megastore. Holy smokes, Olivia gasped. Looking for a woman, really good with computers. Do you suppose that guy from Megastore was looking for Hattie? What was his name? She looked at the dogs, their hopeful eyes still fixed on her, and asked them, What was his name? They had no more clue than she did, of course. Try as she might, she couldn't recall, but one thing was certain. If Hattie had been working for Megastore, anyone who had accessed this website would know. Her suspect list had just grown a lot bigger. Chapter 7. The next morning, Olivia woke up to a slew of emails, text messages, and phone calls. Andrew had apparently gotten up early and wanted to say hello. He left a voicemail answering her question from last night. He had not known that Hattie was also working for Megastore, but she was a freelancer.
She could work on more than one project as long as one contract didn't affect another. He also expressed disbelief that someone would cause Hattie harm just because she'd helped out Megastore. The town was upset, but they couldn't be upset enough to harm Hattie, right? Olivia needed to stay focused on proving that something had happened to Hattie before she tried to figure out who might be responsible. There were a few text messages from Jackie confirming that she was still meeting Olivia in the morning. It appeared that Jackie had been up late for some reason. And finally, there were 2 emails from a client trying to squeeze some dog walks in at the end of the week. Checking the clock and her schedule, she called Philip Lee back. He picked up on the second ring. "Hi, Mr. Lee. It's Olivia from Wagging Tails. I just received your emails about needing to add Ginger to the Thursday and Friday rotation for next week."
"Yes."
Philip sounded less than pleased.
"I know that we're supposed to schedule things a month in advance, but something unexpected has come up. I was selected to be on a jury trial starting on Thursday, and I feel like I should throw Friday in there just in case. Would that be a problem?"
"No, not at all. Morning and afternoon?" Philip sighed.
"Yes, I think I'm going to be there all day. It's going to be a nightmare. I know this town doesn't want Megastore there, but they have the best lawyers behind them, and we're just a small town."
Olivia paused. "Luxembourg is taking Megastore to court?"
"Yeah, suing them over falsified records. I'm not allowed to talk about the specifics, but they published an article about the court case yesterday. You didn't see it?"
"No." Olivia didn't want to admit that she'd spent the evening looking at baby stuff instead of checking the news. She'd have to dig up the article later. "It shouldn't be a problem to fit Ginger in, Mr. Lee."
"Thanks, Olivia. That's one less thing I have to worry about. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to get all my work down and still go to court."
He was still grumbling as he hung up. Olivia immediately looked up the article. It looked like Luxembourg had evidence showing that Megastore had falsified some of their data in order to obtain the permits to build in the town. Megastore, of course, was denying the allegations, and now they were going to court. Strange. What kind of evidence could Luxembourg have? "Focus, Olivia," she muttered. She'd overslept. She'd spent too much time online, and now she was going to have to skip breakfast if she wanted to get to the dogs in time. She switched out her blue dog-printed pajamas for her yoga pants and a green t-shirt that read, "Boyfriend said it was him or the dog. Free boyfriend to good home." After she let Fender and Goodwin out in the backyard, she made herself a quick cup of coffee and poured it into her to-go mug. It was going to be tricky carrying the mug and walking 4 dogs at the same time, but it was already dangerous that she'd be going without breakfast. Going without coffee would be homicidal. Getting Fender settled into his bed in the office, she leashed Goodwin and headed out to pick up the 3 other dogs. Snowball, dressed in a sparkly green skirt today. He looked so lovely. Tucker, super energetic and very bouncy. Tammy, a young German shepherd who wanted to show the big boys how to play. Even with their easy walk harnesses, they were difficult to control. Olivia used her teeth to open the snap on her coffee top and take a sip. Because she was at the same time being jerked every which way, coffee splashed out of the small hole and splattered on her jacket. "Tammy, we're walking straight. Straight. Tammy, no. Tucker, don't pull. Come on, baby. You know that pulling is bad. Snowball, wait. Wait!" Without warning, the Rottweiler jerked them all off the sidewalk and dragged them over to a tree, where he immediately lifted his leg. The German shepherd immediately stuck her head under the big dog's leg to sniff, and suddenly Olivia had to add a bath to her list of things to do. It was going to be a long day. The dogs were moving so fast that they did their route in almost half the time. Olivia took them back to the office so they could play and get more energy out while she bathed Tammy. Shooting Jackie a text and letting her know that she would be a little late, she scrubbed down the German shepherd, getting drenched in the process, and then dropped the pups back off at their respective houses. Jackie was waiting outside Hattie's house, a brown bag in her hand. Olivia's mouth started to salivate as she got closer. "Is that from Bonnie's diner?" she asked, and her fingers started to wiggle in anticipation.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind. I didn't feel like cooking this morning, so I stopped and grabbed a sandwich. I just got back. Moaning, Olivia lifted her gaze to her friend. You just got one? She whimpered. Oh. Jackie opened her mouth, only to shut it before pulling out her phone. Did you tell me that you were hungry? Did I miss that text? No. Sniffling, Olivia dropped her shoulders. I didn't text you that I was hungry. It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Jackie broke out in a big smile. You forget how well I know you. I could tell from your text that you were cranky. That usually means that you skipped breakfast. She tossed the bag Olivia's way. Oh, I love you so much. You're my hero, my savior, the love of my life, my soulmate. Easy, girl, Jackie laughed. It's just a breakfast sandwich. Someone might get the impression that you're easy. Ignoring her, Olivia fished out the sandwich and took a bite into the cheesy, eggy, bacony goodness. So good, she moaned with her mouth full. Chew before you choke. Obeying, as soon as she chewed and swallowed that mouthful, Olivia shoved the rest of the sandwich in her mouth, balled up the brown bag, and pushed it into her purse. Gloves, she mumbled through the mouthful as she pulled out 2 pairs of gloves. I know that we were in there before, but if this becomes a crime scene, we don't want to mess it up too much. We should have done this at night, with black gloves, Jackie complained as she pulled out the gloves and snapped them at her wrists. It would have been a lot more exciting. Olivia snorted. We're not breaking and entering, Jackie. We're looking for cat food and cat toys and cat treats. But we have those things. Olivia gave Jackie a knowing look. Jackie's eyes widened, and the bookstore owner said hastily, Oh, and cat medication. Because, Gigabyte was acting a little weird last night, and I just want to be sure. That's the spirit. Laughing, Olivia swallowed the remains of the biscuit and headed to the backyard. The door was locked. Jackie? Olivia rattled the knob. You have a key, right? I do. It's at the house. Why? Did you lock this? No. Jackie shifted uneasily from foot to foot. Maybe I should have. I don't think it would have done any good, Olivia murmured as she narrowed her eyes to scrutinize the door. I don't see any scratches on the lock, so whoever did lock it probably had a key. I'm going to head back to the front to ring the doorbell. Go home and grab your key just in case. Jackie nodded, and Olivia headed back to the front. She tried to peer through the windows she passed to see if she could see Hattie inside, but the house still looked vacant. She rang the doorbell and waited. Got it, Jackie returned and held up the key. You still want to do this? Yeah, something doesn't feel right. Is the key to the front or the back? Hopping off the porch, Jackie headed to the side of the house, Olivia following. Neither. It's for the side door to the garage. Feeling uneasy, Olivia said, Did you know that Hattie was working for the megastore? Really? Jackie unlocked the door and pushed it open. I did not. That would have pissed off a lot of people. Bethany is supposedly heading up a protest in front of the courthouse tomorrow in preparation for the lawsuit. Bethany is protesting? Olivia shook her head. If I were looking for suspects, she would certainly be at the top of my list. I'm going to talk to Dr. Roberts later today about the dog incident. So you're not looking for suspects, but you're going to look into Bethany? Jackie asked, turning her head to scrutinize Olivia. Scanning the garage, Olivia walked slowly around. I have to build a case for Hattie's disappearance. Listing suspects helps. I'm surprised that Hattie even had a car, given the circumstances. She didn't leave the house for years, from what Andrew told me. Why keep the car? She could have rented one if she needed it. Jackie shrugged. Maybe it was paid off and she didn't feel like selling it. She didn't like people, remember? Yeah, but cars need maintenance. Selling it would have been easier. Otherwise, she'd have to deal with inspections and car maintenance, even if she never drove it. That's a lot of work for someone who didn't need a car. True. The garage was pretty empty. Concrete floor with a gray rug covering it. It was wrinkled slightly, like someone had pulled in or out crooked and had to straighten at the last minute. There was a small toolbox in the corner, as well as a few surplus bags of kitty litter and cat food. In addition, a large chest freezer sat against one wall, humming gently to itself. Holding her breath, Olivia cracked it open, but all she saw was food inside. Bags of frozen vegetables, a few labeled packages, cuts of meat wrapped in butcher paper, some frozen dinners, ice cream. Hattie was well stocked. There was a keypad on the outside of the garage door, Olivia mused as she went up the few steps from the garage to house, and no lock on this door leading into the house. It wouldn't be hard for someone to get in if they could guess her code. If Hattie was an expert at computers, I'm guessing the password to get into her garage isn't her birthday, Jackie muttered as she followed Olivia into the house. Hattie, are you here? It's Jackie, she called out. They were met with silence. The first place that Olivia went was the kitchen. It didn't surprise her to find that the non-perishable groceries had been put away and spoiled items cleared away. Don't touch anything, Olivia muttered as she looked around. Someone may have left their prints. The Post-it note is gone, Jackie pointed out. If Hattie was here, she would have come over right away to get Gigabyte. Olivia sniffed the air. Do you smell that? Bleach. That feels like overkill for a few groceries that were left out. Cautiously, she hooked a finger under the handle of the refrigerator and opened it, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Does Hattie seem like the type to put spoiled food in the fridge? No. Jackie pulled open the top to the trash can. Inhaling sharply, she bent down and held up the Post-it note. I think your instincts are right. Either there is something very wrong with Hattie, or she didn't leave on her own. And now someone is cleaning up and trying to hide it. Straightening, Jackie eased the top back onto the trash can. Why wait so long to clean up? I guess that someone knows that we're getting suspicious, and they're trying to keep the police out of this. There is no way that Nick is going to investigate now, since it looks like Hattie came back and cleaned up. Her friend raised her eyebrows. That doesn't stop you from investigating. Don't go there, Olivia raised her finger. I am just trying to prove that something is wrong. Well, it looks like things just got much harder for you. Story of my life. Her early afternoon walks consisted of another 5 dogs, but since they were on opposite ends of town, she walked the 3 that were close to the office before driving to the town limits and walking the other 2. By the time she got back, her stomach was growling again. Before she could grab her late lunch, her phone rang. A certain handsome man's face filled the screen. Hi, baby, she murmured as she sank into her office chair. As if he knew that Andrew was on the phone, Goodwin ambled over and rested his head in her lap. She scratched at his ear affectionately. What are you wearing? Andrew asked huskily. Really sexy yoga pants that stretch over all my curves, she teased, and that t-shirt about selling my boyfriend. Andrew laughed uneasily. I'd find it funnier if I didn't think you'd pick Goodwin over me. Lucky for both of us, you don't make me choose. How's the conference going? Still boring. Brett's not even fun because he spends all his time mooning over Jackie. Honestly, if I knew it was going to be like this, I would have invited someone else. Everyone here is cranky. Even Cora's update emails are cranky. Cora was Andrew's receptionist. Olivia had only met her a handful of times, but she had always seemed to be in high spirits. I'm sorry, love. Unfortunately, things aren't quite working out the way we expected. Someone went back into Hattie's place and cleaned up. Hattie? Not unless she decided that she didn't care about her cat, wanted to hide spoiled food in her fridge instead of throwing it away, scrubbed with bleach, and then left again. There's something going on, but someone is covering their tracks, and I now have nothing to take to Nick, she sighed. The spoiled food wouldn't be enough to open an investigation. He'd probably just say she shoved it in the fridge in a hurry so she could leave quickly for her family emergency and would deal with it when she got back later.
Why would anyone want to hurt Hattie? She doesn't even talk to anyone. She just stays at home and works, Andrew mused.
My suspect list was just Bethany and the rage over her dog, but now I'm concerned that someone found out that Hattie was helping Megastore. Of course, with the lawsuit happening, Megastore might not even open. I'm frustrated, Andrew. I have nothing concrete. He sighed.
I'm sorry, Olivia. I feel like this is all my fault. I should have never gotten you involved.
But I agree with you, Andrew. There is something going on. Hattie might be in real trouble. I'm going to talk to Dr. Roberts about Bethany and see if she thinks the neighbor might have been angry enough to do something to Hattie. Bethany is planning a protest at the Megastore hearing, so if she knew that Hattie was working with Megastore, that might also give her motive. But those are both big ifs.
I forwarded those emails to you. Maybe you'll see something that I don't. It looks like they originated from her computer at her house.
Computer? Olivia sat up straight. Andrew, I didn't see a computer at her house. Is there any way that you can find out where the computer is?
Andrew clicked his tongue against his teeth. She probably has the Find My Phone app. If I figure out her password, maybe.
Okay, let's assume that someone emailed you from her computer, from her house while they were there, and then took the computer with them so they could send follow-up emails if they needed to. Even if we're wrong, chances are good that her computer is still with him. So either way, we'll find whoever is connected to this, and hopefully find Hattie herself. Olivia was excited now. Andrew chuckled and agreed. They talked a little longer, and he asked if she decided to hire Natalie. She told him about what Lady Celeste had said, and he laughed outright.
Are you going to hire her based on the word of a psychic?
Goodwin did have some digestive issues that afternoon, she pointed out. Goodwin whined in apparent agreement. Besides, her personality may be a bit bright, but she was good with the dogs, and that's really all that's important. So, yes, I have agreed to hire her. I was going to call her later this afternoon. Do you want me to wait until you get back so you can meet her?
No. Your business, your judgment. I'm sure she's great.
There was a loud noise of a babbling crowd in the background.
I gotta go, babe. I've got another seminar I have to attend. The end of this week can't come fast enough.
I miss you. I love you. She held her breath as she waited for him to say it back. No matter how many times they said it, she always loved hearing it.
I love you too, Olivia. Give Goodwin and Fender a kiss for me.
What about me?
I'll make up for the lost week when I see you next. I promise.
He hung up, and she sighed and stared at the phone. She knew that it was pathetic to miss him when he had only been gone for a couple of days, but she couldn't help it. Maybe she was turning into a helpless romantic after all. Okay, Goodwin, let's hire an assistant, grab some lunch, and talk to a certain vet. His ears moved forward at the word vet, and he shied away. Don't worry, love, she laughed. We're not going for you. She looked past him to a certain basset hound. I think it's time that Fender got a checkup. As if he understood her, the elderly dog growled at her from the corner, and it looked like Goodwin was laughing. Chapter 8. Despite his grumpy nature, Fender was putty in the vet's hands. He stretched to his full length on the table, his excess skin smooshed on the table surface, and he rumbled happily as Dr. Roberts scratched his ears.
Overall, he looks pretty good. We'll do some blood work and take some x-rays to see if his arthritis has progressed,
Dr. Roberts said as she lifted a floppy ear and peeked inside.
He's still eating and drinking regularly?
Goodwin and I would starve to death if he were in charge of portioning out the food, Olivia complained. He sleeps a lot, but he still goes for walks and plays when he wants to.
Good.
The vet finished her exam and straightened.
Olivia, Fender had a checkup 6 months ago.
Is there a particular reason that you came in?
What? No.
Olivia tried to look innocent as she tapped her fingers on the table.
I can never be too overprotective when it comes to my babies.
Dr. Roberts shrugged. Okay, well, I'll send a vet tech out to get some blood while we get the x-ray machine ready. She turned to the door, and Olivia cleared her throat.
There might be one thing that I was wondering, she said hastily, as the vet turned with a quizzical look. A couple of months ago, there was a dog that was brought in after being hit by a car. Bethany Underhill. She thought that her neighbor Hattie had hit the dog on purpose.
Olivia, we've been through this. You know that I can't give out specific information about dogs and customers.
I know, and I don't need specifics. I just think that maybe something happened to Hattie, and Jackie and I caught Bethany sneaking around Hattie's house. She claimed she was putting some duct tape away.
Dr. Roberts bit her lower lip as she noted a few things on Fender's chart. Well, all that I can say is that Hattie brought the dog in herself, and I could tell that she wasn't used to being around people. She seemed jumpy and uncomfortable. She told me that she didn't like to be out of her house, but that she'd accidentally hit the dog and she wanted to pay for the vet bill.
So Bethany wasn't even here with her? Hattie wouldn't have brought the dog in if she'd done it on purpose. Olivia frowned. So why would Bethany blame her?
I don't know, but she was livid when she came to pick the dog up. She said such horrible things to Hattie that the poor woman ran out of the building practically in tears. From what I could tell, this wasn't Bethany and Hattie's first argument over the dog. That's really all I can say.
Thanks.
The vet hesitated. Since you obviously just came in to ask me some questions, do you still want to pay for the blood work and x-rays?
Yeah, I'm here, so I might as well. Thanks, Doc.
Fender was less than pleased with the vet tech, and by the time they left, he was in a sour mood. Olivia fed him a few treats while she drove back, but he still wasn't making eye contact.
It's for your own good, she argued, but it was like talking to a brick wall.
When she returned to the office, she made arrangements for Natalie to come in and fill out paperwork, walked the last dogs of the evening, answered her emails, and looked over the emails that Hattie had sent Andrew. The first couple were back and forth responses between her and Andrew a few months ago about the dating app project. Andrew was right. Hattie's vocabulary was professional and technical, like she was talking to her boss about the project. But the emails sent to Andrew after her supposed disappearance sounded like they were sent by an entirely different person. Hey, boss, sorry about that. Family emergency. I'm back now. We'll give you the stuff soon. The sentences weren't complete, and she referred to the reports as stuff. What was that all about? Andrew's concern was obvious in his next email, and the response was almost immediate. No, everything is cool beans. Here is the report. I'm still dealing with the emergency, so I'll be gone for a few weeks. Andrew had added his own notes when he forwarded the emails. He mentioned that Hattie's reports about the bug fixes had mentioned that the app still needed work, and that she wasn't the type to just leave without providing more information on how to fix the bugs. Also, he said that it was strange that Hattie hadn't mentioned that she'd be working while she was out of town. Also, no one says cool beans anymore, Olivia muttered as she shut the computer. She headed back downstairs to check on Janelle. She hadn't heard anything from her sister all day, and the information inside of her was killing her. She wanted to be able to talk openly with Janelle about it. Olivia found her sister in the bakery's office. Janelle was hunched over her tablet, scrolling through something and mumbling wildly to herself. "Everything okay?" Olivia asked slowly as she knocked on the door. Janelle jerked up with a hiss and whirled around in the chair. "What is wrong with you? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Don't you knock?" "I just did." Janelle gave her a blank look, and Olivia shook her head. "Never mind. What's up? I'm done for the evening. Can I help?" Leaning back in the chair, Janelle folded her arms over her chest and gave her younger sister that look that reminded Olivia of their mother. Jackie came by earlier today. She seemed surprised that I didn't know that you were investigating Hattie's disappearance. I was surprised too. Surprised that you would get involved in an investigation as soon as Andrew was out of town, and surprised that you wouldn't tell me. Funny, there seems to be a lot of withholding knowledge around here, Olivia said pointedly. Are you still mad at me because I knew about Andrew's work on the app and didn't tell you? I thought we were past that. We are, Olivia said with a sigh. And I'm not really investigating her disappearance. I'm just trying to prove that something is wrong, and Andrew asked me to do that. He thinks that something is wrong, and so do I. But I don't have enough for Nick to investigate. Why didn't you tell me? You always drag me kicking and screaming into your crazy schemes, and now you aren't. First, you usually volunteer. Second, we haven't exactly been on speaking terms. And third, you're in way over your head with this catering job. I didn't want to add to your workload. We haven't not been on speaking terms. We've just not been speaking politely to each other. Janelle frowned. You like to argue about everything. And if I argue about that, you're going to say that it just proves your point, Olivia grumbled. I know how you work, Janelle. I grew up with you, and you're turning into our mother. Her sister gasped and stood up from her chair. Planting her hands on her hips, she glowered. How dare you? It's true. Well, at least I didn't want to be a garbage man when I grew up, Janelle said, stuttering in her perturbation. Olivia's mouth dropped open in outrage. Have you been telling people that? I was 5, and I just wanted to ride on the back of a truck. You wanted to be a drag queen. No, I wanted to be a singer and dancer. Yeah, in drag. You got that ridiculous feather boa for your birthday one year, and you wore Mom's heels and her red lipstick, and you tried to sing in a deep voice. You told people for months that you were going to star in a show at Gunter's. I didn't know what Gunter's was. I just saw the sign and thought that drag queens looked fabulous, she pouted. They did look fabulous. They did, Olivia conceded. For a minute, the sisters glared at each other in silence. Olivia was the first to break down and speak. Well, if you don't need anything, I'm going to the corner cafe for some dinner. Fine. Fine. Spinning on her heel, Olivia stormed out. Pregnant or not, her older sister still knew how to push all of her buttons. When Olivia went to pick Tucker up for his walk the next morning, Nick was waiting for her, and he didn't look happy. Tucker, why does your daddy look so unhappy? Olivia teased as she knelt down and squeezed the dog's ears. He licked her enthusiastically. Did Deputy Jameson put another dent in his car? A certain someone was seen in someone else's house, Nick growled. Olivia looked up and smiled innocently. If that was about me, you'll have to be more specific. I'm a dog walker. I was in a lot of people's houses yesterday. You know what I mean. Bethany called to say that you were at Hattie's house yesterday. At or in? That makes a big difference, Olivia teased. Olivia. Leashing Tucker, she stood. What? You don't seem to think that Hattie is missing. Maybe she invited me to her house. Did she? What exactly did Bethany say? Because we went in with a key that Hattie gave Jackie in case of an emergency. Since Jackie is looking after Hattie's cat while she's mysteriously gone, I really don't see any reason why Jackie can't use the key, for Gigabyte's sake. Nick crossed his arm and narrowed his eyes. What did you find inside? Shuffling her feet, Olivia considered avoiding the question, but she decided against it. Nick was a good sheriff. Even if he couldn't do anything, he'd still listen to her concerns. The groceries were put away. All of them. Well, not exactly. Someone didn't unpack the bags, they just put the bags in the fridge with everything inside. Even the dry goods that should be in the pantry were in the fridge. The place has also been cleaned with bleach. The back door was locked. So obviously Hattie returned, cleaned up, ignored the fact that Jackie had her cat, and left again. The sheriff worked his jaw back and forth, but he didn't choose to comment on Olivia's observations, saying instead, "I may not be here when you get back with Tucker. There's a protest going on in front of the courthouse today, and I'm going to swing by and make sure it stays peaceful." "This is Lexingburg, Nick. I don't think the protesters are going there armed." "The megastore lawyer is requesting a police presence. I get the feeling he's used to a little violence." "What do you mean by that?" A dark expression crossed Nick's face.
"Big city lawyer who makes a lot of money making sure big businesses get away with everything. The kind of man who makes my stomach turn."
Olivia's mind flashed back to Hattie. "Not the kind of people that you want to invite to Lexingburg," she muttered. "Okay. Want me to take Tucker to the office until this afternoon or bring him back to the office? I've got 2 different walks scheduled this morning, so he'll be alone with Fender and Goodwin for a bit."
"That's fine. Thanks, Olivia. I appreciate it. Do me a favor. Stay out of trouble, and let me know if you find anything concrete."
Olivia nodded and wrapped Tucker's leash around her wrist. The large pup looked around for Goodwin and barked happily when he found Olivia's dog playing with Deputy Jameson out front. Shift change must have happened while she was in with Nick, as she'd left Goodwin with a different deputy when she went in to claim Tucker. "How are things, Derek?" Olivia asked with a knowing grin. The ex-jock had been subtle about his interest in her, but she had been able to tell that it had mostly been because he was lonely and hadn't found the right woman yet. Even though she hated hearing Delilah's simpering all the time, she was glad that Derek was happier now. His cheeks flushed red, and he flashed her a handsome grin.
"Things are good, thanks. How are you? Staying out of trouble?"
Olivia untangled the leashes as she tugged Goodwin away from the desk. "What do you mean? I'm never in trouble." He laughed as she walked out with the dogs. She picked up Snowball and took the 3 large dogs on a brisk walk through the trails in the park. After dropping the Rottweiler back off, she headed to the office and poured some fresh water for Goodwin and Snowball. She left them in the spare room and let them romp around, and separated Fender into the main office. He got grouchy whenever Tucker and Goodwin got too energetic. Olivia had a new dog on the roll for today, Merlin, a sleek Great Dane. Until she could see how the dog interacted with other people and other dogs, she wouldn't pair him up with anyone on their walks. He was all black and very intimidating, standing almost to her chest, but he was also such a goofball. His tongue was always sticking out, and when he wasn't licking her, he wanted to lick other people. He seemed a little shy with other dogs, but Olivia suspected he might warm up to them under the right circumstances. As they walked by the courthouse, she could see the small crowd that was protesting on the front steps. They brandished signs and chanted, "We don't want you in our town. Mom and pop stores all around. We don't want you in our town. Mom and pop stores all around." There was a chorus of boos as a man walked by. Olivia stopped and studied him. Expensive suit, silk tie, slicked back hair. He walked by and barely gave the protesters a second look. Olivia had no doubt that this was the lawyer that Nick had been talking about. She disliked him on sight. Bethany circled the protest and encouraged the other marchers. Other bystanders had stopped to watch. Olivia saw Mayor Henderson walking out of the courthouse and moved to intercept him. "Mayor!" she called out as she hurried to meet up with him.
"Olivia!"
He glanced back over his shoulder at the protesters and cringed.
"You're not here to throw things at me too, are you? I thought it was a good idea at the time, and I just wanted to do what was right for the town. And now I'm supporting the lawsuit against Megastore. Isn't that enough?"
"Whoa!" Olivia could see sweat gathering on the robust man's upper lip. "Calm down, Mayor. I promise that I don't plan to throw anything at you."
"Oh, okay. That Matthias Bernard fellow is terrible. Terrible."
Donald Henderson shuddered as his eyes glazed over a little bit. Olivia snapped her fingers to get his attention back. Focus, Mayor. Did you know that one of the residents here in town was working for Megastore? Hattie. Yeah, of course I knew. I mean, I didn't know before, but I knew after she brought the evidence against them. Oh dear. Now the Megastore employees are joining. I don't want this protest to turn violent, Olivia. That's the last thing that Luxembourg needs. Looking past the mayor, she could see that the Megastore group that she had seen eating at the bakery was slowly walking around the protest, but it didn't look like they cared all that much. Olivia recognized Thomas, the guy who had been searching for a woman who was good with computers. A woman Olivia was increasingly convinced might not just be any female computer geek who could help his sister with her computer problems. No, but it might have been a roundabout way to seek out Hattie. Then what Mayor Henderson had said suddenly sank in. Wait, Hattie brought you the proof that the Megastore had falsified some of the documents? Yes. The Megastore had to do an environmental study on the land before they could build. Hattie found proof that the study actually showed a rare type of plant was growing in the park. Megastore covered it up so they could build. We're lucky she found the proof before they started building. Anyway, the Megastore lawyer is claiming that she's the one with the fake documentation. She's our witness, but I'm afraid that she may have gotten the proof illegally. Hattie is a witness in a case that's starting on Thursday? Mayor, who's representing Luxembourg? I need to talk to him. Not a him, her. Carolyn Myers. Olivia's mind was racing. I need to talk to her. The mayor frowned. I think she's out gathering information all day today, but I have a meeting with her tomorrow morning. Why? Is everything okay? Honestly, I don't know. Was Hattie okay with testifying? Not at all, Donald sighed. It took a lot of convincing to get her to agree. Olivia, do you want to tell me what's going on? She opened and closed her mouth. If she told the mayor that Hattie was gone, he was likely to panic, and that wouldn't be good. It's nothing, Mayor. What time is your meeting tomorrow? 11, at Caroline's office. Do you have information on the opposition? His eyes narrowed. Have you been investigating this? Olivia ducked the question. I'll see you tomorrow, Mayor. Thanks. As she walked away, she turned her head once more and stared at the protesters. Her one suspect had become three. Bethany, angry neighbor and angry protester. Matthias, the opposition lawyer. Thomas, the Megastore employee who might just be looking for Hattie. And now Olivia had something else to contend with. What if Hattie wasn't in trouble, but had fled to avoid going to court? The investigation was getting trickier by the minute. Chapter 9. Natalie showed up dressed in purple. Her high ponytail bore a purple ribbon flourish, and she wore a purple halter top under a purple cardigan, jeans adorned with a purple belt, and purple tennis shoes. Olivia almost asked the young woman if she had tennis shoes of every color. Oh, I'm so happy to be here, Natalie squealed as she ran straight to the dogs. I had a feeling when Celeste hired me that good things were coming my way. Miss Rickard, you won't regret hiring me. Please call me Olivia, she said with a smile, and I think you're going to be a great fit. So today, I'm just going to have you fill out some paperwork, standard tax information. I'd like to have you shadow me next week to give you a feel for how things work around here and get you comfortable with the dogs. Let me know what dates work for you, and then we'll try to get a standard schedule set. That sounds great. Who's this handsome fellow? Olivia's new assistant leaned down so that the dogs could give her kisses. That's Tucker. He's Sheriff Limperos's dog. Usually I just walk him, but Nick needed me to take him for the day. He and Goodwin are good friends, so I'll watch him, even if I don't have doggy daycare hours. Natalie scratched the dog's ears and then followed Olivia to the desk, where Olivia already had the paperwork spread out for her. Do you have standard hours where you walk and have doggy daycare?
Natalie asked as she grabbed a pen and started filling out the paperwork. I do 4 standard time slots a day, although I don't usually have late-night walks unless the pups' families are out of town. I know by now which dogs get along with other dogs, so I might do one round of walks at 11 and another round of walks at 12, depending on the dogs. Clients are usually scheduled a month in advance. Daycare hours vary, and I have to work around my dog walking hours since it's just me. Right now, I just offer daycare on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but clients can request additional days. If it works out, I'll add them. It definitely sounds like you need another person, Natalie said, adding impulsively. I love your website. So professional and organized. People can request additional walking hours and sign up for daycare, even pay invoices. Very nifty. Thanks. Andrew, my boyfriend, set it up for me. He's a computer whiz. Anyway, we're set up with a sink in case the dogs get dirty during daycare or on walks, but we do not do grooming. Clients can opt out of bathing for whatever reason. It's not an additional charge if dogs need to be hosed down. We do give medication if the dogs need it, and we have an account with the vet in case something happens with one of the dogs. Obviously, I have plenty of experience giving dogs medications, Natalie laughed. What's with the bakery downstairs? Strange place to have your office. Happy Endings belongs to my sister Janelle. She and I own the brownstone together. My boyfriend and I live in the apartments on the 3rd floor. Convenient. Natalie signed her name on the last document and stacked the papers neatly. All right, all set. Is there anything else you need from me today? Do you know your schedule for Lady Celeste yet? Actually, she said that she wanted to work around your schedule. Natalie pursed her lips and cocked her head. She was pretty insistent, actually. She said that it was very important that I get this job. Sweet old lady. Are you too close? I'm not sure that anyone is close with Lady Celeste, although I have known someone who would like to be. I'm thinking 4 days a week for 4 hours each day. I'm willing to alternate Saturdays. I only work on Sundays on a client-to-client basis, so you won't have to worry about that. Natalie nodded. That sounds great. We can even alternate mornings and afternoons, unless you prefer one over the other. Not at all. So I'll let you know your schedule 2 weeks in advance. I'm sure that Lady Celeste will let me know if something doesn't work, and you'll let me know if you need a day off. I'll pay you every 2 weeks on a Tuesday. Perfect. Do you have a uniform? Olivia laughed. No, just wear tennis shoes and comfortable clothes. I'll be letting my clients know that you're working for me, so a uniform won't be necessary. I pretty much don't own anything that I wouldn't mind being ruined by dogs, and I have plenty of tennis shoes. Natalie was practically bouncing in her enthusiasm. Olivia, I'm really excited to work for you. Me too. Olivia found herself liking the woman more and more. All right, you're free to go. I'll see you next week for your first day. Natalie said goodbye to the dogs before leaving. Olivia input her information into the computer. She took Tucker back out with her for her final walk in the evening before dropping him off at the sheriff's office. When she got back to the brownstone, Mary was slipping out of the bakery. She held the door open for Olivia. Hey, Mary, quick question before you go. Did one of those megastore guys ask you if you knew a woman good with computers? Thomas? Yeah, she laughed. He told me that he had an online fling with a freelance tech and he wanted to get to know her a little better. He thought that she lived here in town. Mary shrugged. Honestly, I thought he was being a little creepy. Olivia stopped and stared at the woman, momentarily arrested by the fact that Thomas had told 2 different stories to different people about his search for a woman who was good with computers. That thought was replaced by seeing that Mary had changed out of her Happy Endings uniform and into a dress. You have a date tonight? Please tell me that you're not going out with Wilbur. I'm not going out with Wilbur, Mary sighed. Although I wish I was. I can tell that man's a romantic at heart. No, a friend of mine is having her birthday party at L'Amour tonight. L'Amour, the one fancy restaurant in Luxembourg. Andrew had tried to propose to her there one night, but Olivia had completely ruined the evening by being extremely late, extremely undressed, and then extremely obsessed with the murder mystery that she'd been involved in. Shaking away the memory, Olivia was about to call Andrew when she noticed the light in the kitchen was still on. Mary hadn't locked the door, so there must still be someone left there. Janelle. Olivia's sister sat in front of a huge 7-tiered wedding cake. 14 flavors, Janelle sighed. That's what they'd settled on. 14 flavors. And now they can't even choose a way to decorate it. He's dead set on Star Wars. Star Wars, for crying out loud. Of course she wants lace. They're threatening to divorce each other over it. I don't think I can do this, Olivia, but I'm too far in to get out now. She looked so miserable. Olivia pulled up a chair and sat down next to her sister. Janelle, I know that you're pregnant. You do? Tears started to track down her sister's face. How long have you known? I figured it out a couple of days ago when you went running to the bathroom. It explained a lot of things. Janelle sniffed. I'm sorry, Olivia. I know that I've been difficult lately. I wanted to tell you, but I haven't even told Patrick. I know that he'd want me to slow down, but I just signed the contract for the wedding before I found out, and I was afraid he'd make me slow down. Janelle, you do need to slow down. Stress isn't good for the baby either. Please tell me that all that coffee you've been guzzling has been decaf. Some herbal tea. I feel like I'm going crazy without caffeine, and wine, sushi, hot dogs. I actually have cravings for hot dogs now that I can't have them. Janelle's shoulders shook as the few tears grew into body-racking sobs. Patrick is going to be so mad when he finds out that I've been keeping it from him. He keeps wanting to have sex and making me pee on sticks. And some days I want the sex, but some days I want to just put a pillow over his head until he stops talking about it. I've turned into a monster. No, you haven't. Olivia leaned over and grabbed her sister's hands. You're just growing one. Hey! Janelle pulled a hand free and punched her lightly on the arm. Don't talk about my baby that way. You're going to make a great mother. And you're going to make a fantastic aunt. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she leaned over and hugged Olivia. I am so glad that someone knows. I haven't even told Mom yet. I just know that she'd tell Patrick. You have to tell your husband at some point. He was instrumental in making that baby, and he's going to be pretty important in raising him or her. After the wedding. Pulling back, Olivia frowned. Janelle, how far along are you? 5 weeks. And the wedding isn't for another 2 weeks. By the time you tell Patrick, he'll have missed 2 months of your pregnancy. He'll be pissed. And I've never seen Patrick pissed. Janelle, you need to quit pushing people away. This is the time for support. Janelle took a deep breath. You're right. I'll tell him tonight. He will probably be angry. Not too angry. For the next 6 months, you will have him eating out of your hand and probably a little terrified of you. I've been a little terrified of you these past couple of weeks. Standing, Janelle stretched and rubbed her belly. I'm sorry. Can I offer you 14 cake flavors as my way of apology? Heck yeah! Eagerly, Olivia leaned forward and stuck her finger in the cake. I can't believe that you made a whole cake just to show them. Hey, stop that. I need to figure out a way to decorate it for our meeting on Friday. Aw, it'll be stale by then. Your apologies are terrible. Why don't you make the whole thing lacy but cut the Star Wars characters into the lace? It'll still look classy, and the husband should be mollified. Janelle's jaw dropped open. Olivia, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Support, Janelle. Remember that? Now the bakery is closed. You are done for the day. Work hours are over. Go home. I will. Janelle cocked her head and stared at the cake. I don't think anyone will mind a missing layer. Chocolate is on the bottom. Olivia's eyes widened. Really? But only if you split it with me. Otherwise, I might eat the whole thing. Laughing, Olivia helped Janelle lift the rest of the cake off the bottom layer. They iced it and dug in, each with her own fork, not bothering to cut individual pieces off the large slab. Janelle asked Olivia for updates on Hattie, and they tossed ideas back and forth. You know, someone was in the bakery the other day talking about that Matthias lawyer guy. They said that he assassinates anyone who stands between him and a win. They said that he's never lost a case. Maybe he abducted Hattie because he was afraid that he'd lose. If it's common knowledge that a lawyer assassinates people, it's probably not true. Olivia chuckled as she shoved another forkful of cake in her mouth. But he's high on my suspect list. I bet he gets a lot of money from Megastore if he wins this case. And Hattie wouldn't put herself out there unless she was sure that Megastore had done something illegal. It's strange. A woman who barely had any contact with the outside world suddenly has all these people who have a motive to kill her. Janelle licked the chocolate icing off her fork. And she has a secret admirer, from what Mary said. Alleged secret admirer, Olivia reminded her. This Thomas guy might be lying about why he wants to find Hattie. Why are they even here? I thought they weren't allowed to start construction until after the lawsuit. Janelle shrugged. I guess they think that they have a good chance at winning. They're going to be waiting with the bulldozers. How did they get so far into Luxembourg without people knowing anything about it? We have a planning and development council. I just can't believe that they all voted to allow Megastore to build here. You know Donald. He wants Luxembourg on the map. You put a store here, and houses will soon follow. The woman I just hired to work for me is new in town. Of course, she moved here from Lowell, but you put enough convenience here, and you'll get people from all over the state moving in, maybe even from out of state. The small town of Luxembourg won't be so small anymore. Her sister sighed and dug her fork back into the cake. He's going to have to put those dreams aside. Luxembourg likes being small. It's bad enough that we're going to have a nationally televised wedding happening here. That's one thing that Mayor Henderson can check off his list. He's really wanted Luxembourg to be a wedding destination. Janelle, it's okay. You really can go through with this catering expansion. You just need to hire people to help you. I will, after the wedding. I definitely don't have time to hire and train someone right now. Groaning, the older sister leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. I can't believe that you let me eat all of this cake. Olivia knew the feeling. She was already a little sick herself. We only ate half. That's what, like 8 servings each? At least I only have to climb 2 flights of steps to go home. Ugh, can I bunk with you? And avoid telling Patrick the news that's going to make him the happiest man in the world? I don't think so. Forcing herself up from the chair, Olivia grabbed the plastic wrap and started covering the rest of the cake. Go home, Janelle. After ushering her sister out, Olivia locked up, finished cleaning up the kitchen, and dragged herself up the steps. She fed Fender and Goodwin, and while they were happily rattling their bowls and crunching away, she showered and climbed into bed. But she was far from tired. Hattie had taken so many positive steps lately. She'd possibly flirted online. She'd come out to the app release party. She'd gone to the vet. She went to the vet. Olivia sat straight up in bed. If Hattie ran over Bethany's dog, that meant that Hattie was in her car. But Jackie had said that Hattie never left the house, ever. So what was so important for her to leave for that day? True agoraphobes might have a panic attack when they left the house. They'd never get as far as getting in a car. But Hattie had pulled out of the garage and onto the street. Maybe she had been distracted, but she had been driving. So where had she been going? Too many questions, not enough answers. Olivia shook her head at herself as she suddenly remembered that the accident with Bethany's dog had happened the night of the app release party. Maybe she was building molehills into mountains. It might have been the 8 servings of Janelle's incredibly rich to die for chocolate cake, but her gut was telling her that something was not right. Chapter 10. Too soupy, Olivia grumbled to herself as she kneaded what was supposed to be dough. Instead, it didn't want to take form, and it seemed a little too squishy.
She was in panic mode. She was determined to help her sister out, but Janelle had gotten all the baking genes in the family. All Olivia was doing was making a mess out of things. The kitchen was far too quiet. Janelle was dealing with morning sickness and hadn't even left her house yet. Seeing an opportunity to show what an awesome aunt she could be, Olivia had jumped at the chance to help out. She was only an hour in, and so far nothing had gone right. Forced to turn down the radio, Olivia was staring at her defeat in the eerie silence. The first batch of cookies burned. The second batch of cookies were flatter than pancakes, and the third batch was finally okay in consistency, but tasted like it was missing something. Now she was trying to get the biscuits for the breakfast sandwiches started, but once again, she was failing miserably. Janelle is going to kill me. She sighed as she leaned against the counter and stared at the offending mess on the marble surface. Olivia, are you here? Relief swept over her. Mary! Mary, is that you? Please tell me that you're here to save me. I am here to... Holy moly! Olivia, what did you do? Mary dropped her tote bag and gasped when she saw the mess in the kitchen. She immediately cringed as if she realized how harsh she had sounded. I mean, thanks for holding down the fort until I got here. I know it looks bad. Olivia tried to pick the sticky mess off her skin while she gestured to the notebook that was suspended on the wall. But I found the notes for today's baked goods, and I told Janelle that I'd get started. I swear I followed the recipe, but Janelle's handwriting isn't always legible. Yeah, she keeps them in the tablet as well, because I had trouble reading her handwriting too when I started. Mary leaned over the 3 batches of cookies cooling on the rack. You know, when Janelle asked you to get started, she was mainly thinking that you'd help set up the dining room, preheat the ovens, ice the cold display case, that kind of thing. Oh. Defeated, Olivia let her arms drop to her sides. Right. That makes way more sense. I think if you maybe have a sale on milk and cookies, you could totally sell these. Or maybe we could put some icing on them and decorate them. It might sort of hide that burnt taste. And a little cornstarch in this dough might take care of the soupiness. Mary chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. How about you let me take over, and you can start on the non-baking duties? Olivia reached back and untied her apron. That sounds like a much safer idea. Any chance we can keep this little disaster between us? Oh, yeah. With how Janelle's mood has been, I would not want to be the messenger. Trust me, your secret is safe with me. Seeming to change the subject, she added, do you think Janelle will want to take over the baking duties when she gets here? The young woman looked at Olivia anxiously, and Olivia frowned. Why? You got somewhere to be? No, I just wanted to be at the counter today. I'm a real people person, and I like to be at the front. I'm just feeling really chatty today. Uh-huh. Olivia nodded her head skeptically. If you're planning on arguing the point with Janelle, you're going to have to do better than, you feel chatty today. Okay? Sighing, Mary donned the apron and tied it in the back. As Janelle's assistant swept her dark hair up into a ponytail, Olivia took note of the soft and shiny curls. Mary's hair was usually stick straight. Added to the obvious care she'd taken with her hair, today she sported deep wine-colored lipstick and a hint of eyeshadow. Mary was a pretty girl. Outside of work, she was usually on point with her fashion and makeup. But at work, she was plain Jane, no makeup, hair tied up in a messy bun, jeans, and a t-shirt. This was the first time that Olivia had ever seen Mary pretty herself up for work. You're expecting someone to come in this morning, Olivia accused. You have a crush. No, I told you that I feel friendly. Okay, fine, Mary cringed. Will has been a lot more relaxed and open with me lately. I think he might be gearing up to ask me out. Will? Wilbur? Ah, Olivia nodded her head. Unfortunate name, but handsome guy. You have been flirting with him a lot lately. I know, and it's finally paying off. He's been coming in every morning for the past 2 weeks, and I just want to make sure that I don't miss him. Mary blushed. I mean, he's a little bit older than me, and I think he might be hesitant about that. But if he doesn't ask me out soon, I'm going to have to ask him out. He's so shy. Well, you look hot today. He doesn't stand a chance against your charm. I'm sure Janelle can be talked into baking duty when she gets here. She's usually safer away from the customers. Anyway, it's not like Janelle to be late. I hope she's okay. Mary mused as she took Olivia's dough and tossed it in the trash. Olivia winced. I think she's just been a little disorganized lately. She's okay. Olivia felt a little guilty about lying to Mary, but she'd made a promise to Janelle to keep her secret. Besides, Mary had just thrown Olivia's dough away without even trying to fix it. I'll be in the front if you need me. Humming to herself, Olivia mentally organized her thoughts while she set up the seating area. The mundane activity was good for her, and it wasn't too long before the good smells of baking coming from the kitchen elevated her mood even further. There were no barking and hyper dogs to distract her. At the very front of her thoughts was how well things were going with Andrew. Even though he was out of town, they were still managing to keep things heated with teasing texts and phone calls. He trusted her enough to investigate the possible disappearance of his associate, and he was being patient with her while she tried to be as open and communicative as possible. He also seemed to truly miss her. She was getting more and more confident that she could get him to move in with her when he got home. Natalie would be shadowing Olivia today, and while she had some doubts about the woman's constant positivity, she didn't doubt Natalie's ability with the dogs. With the extra help, she'd have more time to spend with Andrew when he did get back. So her personal and work life were going well, even if her extracurricular activities were failing miserably. She was still no closer to proving that something had happened to Hattie, and she still couldn't shake the idea that Jackie's recent vandalism was more than just some kids playing around. That was also something that she couldn't prove. She'd give it up altogether if it wasn't Andrew and Jackie. She had been getting so confident in her investigation abilities, but now she felt like she was just chasing her tail. A knock on the window interrupted her. Looking up, she was about to tell whoever was at the door that they didn't open for another 30 minutes when she saw who it was. "Mary," she called out as she smiled and waved to Wilbur. "Your boyfriend is here." "Shh," Mary hissed as she hurried around the corner. "He might hear you." "If he hears me through the closed door, then we really need to work on our insulation," Olivia said dryly. She watched as Mary hid behind the wall, hurriedly stripped off her apron, and tried to brush the flour off her hands. "He could read lips," Mary pointed out. "A skill that's not very prevalent. Would you quit fussing? You look great. And he'll probably like the flower on your nose. It might make for a cute romantic comedy moment." Mary gasped as she brushed at the white smudge on her nose. Glaring at Olivia, she hurried to the front door and unlocked it. Olivia slowly backed behind the corner to give the two some privacy, but she stayed just close enough so she could overhear. "I really appreciate you letting me in," Wilbur said quietly. "I must be mixing up your hours with my go-to spot in my old town. I promise that I'm just here for coffee." "You're in luck. I just put a pot on, so it may take a couple of minutes for it to finish brewing, but it'll be fresh." Glancing at the coffee pot, Olivia smirked. The coffee was fresh, but it had finished brewing a few minutes ago. Mary was trying to grab a few extra minutes with her crush. "That sounds awesome. You're the best, Mary." "Tell her she looks pretty," Olivia urged silently. "Ask her out to dinner." "I'm just doing my job. With the megastore crowd coming in daily, we're on our feet constantly. I start early on the coffee because I'm usually drinking it all day. Man, the days are busy. I'm looking forward to having this Saturday off." Mary's voice was light and teasing, and Olivia nodded her head in approval. Mary was a pro at this. She'd just given Wilbur the opening that he needed. You do serve the best pastries and coffee in town, Wilbur acknowledged. I'm sure you're very busy. Quietly, Olivia tapped her head against the wall. Mary was a gorgeous woman. She found it hard to believe that Wilbur wasn't interested in her, but could he really be so dense that he didn't realize what she wanted? Ramp it up, Mary. I actually don't usually have Saturdays off, Mary tried again. You look like the kind of guy who likes to have fun. What do you like to do on Saturdays? Honestly, I haven't really had a chance to explore. Safely behind the wall, Olivia shook her head and glared. After seeing them together, she'd been so sure that Wilbur had been interested in Mary. Was he just really shy? Oh, you're missing out. Luxembourg is small, but we have some great attractions. I'd be more than happy to show you around, Mary said cheerfully. Yes. That's very nice of you to offer. I have noticed that everyone here is so friendly. I'm used to the rude atmosphere of the city, Wilbur said and laughed. Olivia's heart plummeted. Mary was batting 0. When his laughter was met with silence, Olivia stuck her head around the corner. Mary, coffee is ready. Mary nodded and pushed away from the counter. Her expression was tense as she grabbed a cup and hurried to the coffee machine. He's an idiot, Olivia whispered. Poor Mary looked miserable as she poured the cup and grabbed a lid. Forcing a smile, she headed back out to the front. So, no pastry today? I've got some muffins cooling on the rack. Tempting, but no thanks. My ex-girlfriend and I are back together, and I'm trying to watch the carbs. I'm afraid I put on a few pounds while we were apart. Ah, that explained so much. Wilbur wasn't dense. He just wasn't single. Poor Mary. Well, I think you look great, Mary stuttered. And I'm sure that your girlfriend likes you just the way you are. $2.95 for the coffee. Thanks again, Mary. I promise I won't ever make you do this again. I'll see you tomorrow. The man whistled softly as he walked out the door, and Olivia raced out to lock it behind him. You know, I bet he's regretting taking his ex back, she said as she struggled to make Mary feel better, after he's seen the way that you look today. It's no use. My heart is broken, Mary sighed. He was the perfect man. Really? Olivia peered at her with interest. What makes you say that? He's quiet, cute, and he likes my coffee and baking. What else could a girl ask for? Unable to help herself, Olivia chuckled. If those are your only qualifications, I'm sure you'll find someone to mend your broken heart in no time, especially with this job. The timer beeped in the back and Mary grabbed her apron. If I'd known that he had a girlfriend, I would have slept in instead of putting on makeup. I hope someone cute comes in so it won't be a complete waste. Oh well, back to work. Olivia was almost finished setting up the bakery for the early morning onslaught of customers when her phone rang. It was still much too early for her dog walks, but some of her clients would call before they went to work if they needed to change their schedule. Pulling it out of her pocket, she realized that it wasn't a client. It was Jackie. Awfully early for you to be up, she teased. Olivia, yesterday, this guy was hanging around Hattie's house. Jackie's voice was barely above a whisper. Okay, why are you whispering? Because he's back. He's here right now. He knocked on the door, and he's peering in the windows. Olivia frowned. Are you standing right next to him? What? No. Oh. Jackie cleared her throat and spoke in her regular voice. Sorry, I just felt like a spy, and spies usually whisper, right? Anyway, I didn't think about the guy last night because he just knocked on her door and looked impatient, but now he looks suspicious. Should I call Nick? Hesitating, Olivia bit her lower lip. It made sense to call Nick, but a guy trying to get a hold of Hattie wasn't suspicious. Was he? I can be there in less than 10 minutes.
Do you think he's dangerous?
He's wearing an expensive suit and driving an Aston Martin. I don't think he's the murdering type. I'll see if I can distract him until you get here.
Jackie, make sure you keep him outside. Jackie?
Before Olivia could get her friend's confirmation, the line went dead.
Mary, I've got to go, she said hurriedly. I'll be back in a little bit. Hoping that her friend wasn't going to get in trouble, Olivia grabbed her keys and raced to her car. Chapter 11. The sleek silver Aston Martin did look out of place in the neighborhood of small houses. It gleamed under the early sun, but it didn't distract from the two figures arguing outside on the front lawn. Olivia couldn't help but laugh. Jackie had positioned herself between the mysterious stranger and his car. Her arms were spread wide, and it looked like she was in the middle of a full-on temper tantrum. Parking alongside the curb, Olivia quietly stepped down from her Wrangler and listened. Blood money. That's what paid for your expensive suit. You revel in ruining small towns like Luxembourg. Do you know what I do for a living? I own a small bookstore. It's the quintessential small-town bookstore. Guests come and sit in my big comfy chairs and read books. They drink wine around the fireplace while they talk about books. Okay, maybe not that, because I don't think that fireplace has been cleaned in years, and I'm pretty sure there's a colony of bats nesting in there. And I like bats, and I don't want to destroy their habitat. But if I had a clear fireplace, that's what people would do. What happens when your precious megastore starts selling books? Then it becomes more about convenience than supporting local business. You support a company that ruins lives. Uh-oh. It sounded like Jackie wasn't stalling for more time as much as she was ranting. Expensive threads worked for Megastore? Hi, Jackie, Olivia said cautiously as she intervened. I'm here to do that thing we talked about. Oops, she should definitely have tried to come up with a better cover story. Olivia, I would like you to meet Matthias Bernard. He's Megastore's lawyer. Ah. Now I can see why you're so angry, Olivia muttered. Mr. Bernard, what are you doing at Hattie's house? Matthias looked down his long and slightly crooked nose and sniffed. With his slender frame and slicked back hair, he looked like some villain straight out of a cartoon. That is none of your business. Narrowing her eyes, Olivia folded her arms. She wasn't about to let someone like Matthias intimidate her. It is, unless you want me to call the sheriff's office and let him know that you were peeping in at Hattie's windows. She's an attractive woman and lives alone. We don't look too favorably on stalkers around here. I'm not a peeping Tom, Matthias hissed, and Hattie is in contempt of court. I could have her fined or arrested. Contempt of court? Jackie exchanged an uneasy look with Olivia. For what? I subpoenaed her 3 days ago, by mail and email. She was supposed to meet me yesterday at the courthouse and surrender some documents pertaining to the Megastore case, but she didn't show up. Where is she? Olivia tried to hide her dismay. You talked to Hattie within the last 3 days? Yes. She emailed me after receiving the subpoena. The lawyer set his jaw in a grim line, and his eyes glinted dangerously. She has to realize that not turning in those documents isn't going to save her. If she doesn't show up for court, the whole case gets dismissed. Either way, it's a win for me, but I don't like ending things that way. I want to prove to everyone that Hattie is a liar and faked those documents. Do you know where she is? What? Olivia gasped. Hattie would never fake documents. What's your proof? Matthias sniffed and rolled his eyes. I can't discuss the particulars of the case. Do you know where she is or not? My time is very expensive and very valuable. No, we don't know where she is, Jackie said crossly. But Hattie is not running away or hiding from you. We're thinking that something happened to her. Convenient. I've heard that tale 1,000 times. When you do see her, have her call me.
because if she tries to go to court without turning over those documents, I'll have her arrested."
Fishing out a business card, he held it out to Jackie. When she refused to take it, he let it flutter to the ground and marched to his car.
"Olivia," Jackie said in a shaky voice, "you don't think that Hattie is running away, do you?"
"No, but a lot of people are going to see it that way," Olivia moaned. "This is a nightmare. That's twice now that Hattie has sent someone an email that sounds suspect. I mean, seriously? Who responds to a subpoena through email? You'd call, right?"
"I would, but I'm not Hattie," Jackie pointed out. "She didn't like talking to people."
"But she'll leave her house for days on end? Something's not right." Olivia shook her head and balled her fists in frustration. "Jackie, something has happened to Hattie. Someone is trying to cover it up. But why can't I prove it?" Wrapping her arms around herself, Jackie bit her lower lip.
"It's ironic. In isolating herself and avoiding connections, she's made it that much easier for someone to hurt her. No one knows much about Hattie, so no one can say that something is wrong."
"I need a cup of coffee," Olivia complained as she rubbed her temples. "And I've got to get back to the bakery. I don't know if Janelle is there yet, and it's opening soon."
"Janelle is playing hooky?"
The last thing Olivia wanted to do was lie to Jackie, so she tried to stick as close to the truth as possible. "She had an upset stomach this morning, so I volunteered to help open the bakery."
"Oh, God!" Jackie's eyes widened in horror. "Please tell me that you didn't bake anything. I was going to grab breakfast there."
"What's wrong with my baking?" Olivia protested. "I can follow a recipe, but it's not my fault if the recipe is written in poor handwriting. You know," she said, interrupting herself, "that isn't important. Mary did the baking, so you'll be fine. What is important is that city slick lawyer just made the top of my suspect list."
"Suspect list?"
Jackie arched her eyebrows.
"I thought we were only trying to prove that Hattie is missing."
"It looks like that isn't going to do the trick anymore," Olivia said grimly. "And Mr. Matthias Bernard already admitted it himself. The case will be dismissed if Hattie doesn't show up, and I find it hard to believe that he has proof that Hattie forged those documents. I have a feeling that with that suit and car, Matthias is the kind of man who would do anything to appear successful."
"What are you going to do now?"
"Call Andrew. He's not going to be happy about it, but I need him to forward me Hattie's emails. We need to try to trace her steps the last few weeks leading up to her disappearance, and she does most of her communications through email."
"Isn't that illegal?"
Olivia shrugged. "Yeah, but if Hattie is in trouble, I don't think she's going to mind. You going into work? I can give you a ride."
"No, I need to walk. With Brett gone, I've got some pent-up energy that I need to release."
Olivia snorted. "You two got back together 3 days before he headed out to the conference. You're fine."
"Aw,"
Jackie cooed and placed her hand over her heart.
"You miss Andrew, don't you? That's so sweet. Brett and I are trying to keep things spicy while he's away. I could give you some tips."
As her friend waggled her eyebrows, Olivia shook her head and backed away. "You know what? You do need to walk to work, and I definitely don't need to hear about the details of your spicy relationship."
"Coffee this afternoon?"
Jackie called after her. "Only after you get rid of your pent-up energy," Olivia laughed as she jogged back to her car. She had a bakery to open, a new assistant to meet, and a mysterious disappearance to solve. Janelle was already there when Olivia arrived, looking a little green around the gills.
"You burned the first batch of cookies,"
she accused as soon as Olivia walked in. "I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning for you, and those are the first words out of your mouth?" Olivia immediately regretted the snarky comment. "I'm sorry. I forgot that your condition might make you moody."
"Hey,"
her sister hissed. "Watch it. I already think that Mary suspects, and I'll be mortified if she accidentally tells my husband." Olivia shot her a pointed look. "If you told Patrick, you wouldn't have to worry about it. And I think that keeping the secret is giving you hives. You're a terrible liar." Janelle immediately scratched at her neck. "It's not a lie. It's an omission. They're two different things, and I'm not going to argue this with you anymore. I'm already stressed enough, and I would kill for a steak." "A steak?" Olivia glanced at the clock. "It's 6:30 in the morning, and you want a steak?" "What can I say? The baby wants what the baby wants. When does Endgame open? I really want a sirloin." "They open at 11, so you're going to have to tell baby that he or she has to wait 4.5 hours." Janelle looked around suspiciously before grabbing Olivia's arm and pulling her to the side. "Listen, I need another favor." "Sure. What do you need?" Janelle lowered her voice. "I ordered a few things, and I was hoping to stash them in your apartment until I can tell Patrick. I promise it won't be too much longer." Olivia really wanted to say no. Her apartment was barely big enough for herself and 2 dogs. "How many things, Janelle? I don't have a lot of room." "Just a few things, small," Janelle said vaguely. "You'll never even know that it's there, I promise." "Fine," Olivia sighed. "What are you doing shopping for the baby anyway? Isn't that something you're supposed to share with Patrick? Argue about brands and colors and safety issues?" Her sister's face immediately brightened. "Oh, but I'm going to use the items to let Patrick know that I'm pregnant. I've got it all planned out. It's gonna be great. Like a surprise baby announcement for the husband." Olivia furrowed her brow and held up her finger. "Your husband isn't really great with big surprises. Are you sure this is the best way to tell him?" Janelle scratched again. Her neck was growing bright red. "I feel a little bad about hiding the pregnancy from Patrick, so I want the announcement to be memorable." "You mean you want to tell Patrick that the reason you didn't tell him right away was because you were planning some ridiculous baby surprise announcement? You can't fool me, Janelle. I've known you since I was a baby myself." Mary walked out from the back of the kitchen and smiled. "Hi, Olivia. Everything okay? You ran out of here like you were on fire." "Yes, no, maybe. I don't know." Olivia pulled out a chair and slumped into it. "Do either of you know this lawyer who's defending Megastore, Matthias Bernard? He was snooping around Hattie's house this morning. Apparently he served her a subpoena for documents, but she didn't show up to their meeting. He claims that he can prove that she faked the documents." Janelle shrugged. "Hattie is apparently brilliant with a computer. Maybe she felt bad about Megastore moving in and faked some documents to try to stop the development. I don't like the idea of Megastore moving in, but the employees have nothing to do but twiddle their thumbs while the case is going on. Because of them, my profits are through the roof. I'm going to miss them." Mary snorted. "Oh, you must be talking about the thin man with the snobby attitude and suits that cost more than I make in a month. He's a real piece of work. He came in last week and complained that we weren't using organic cream in our baking. Like he could tell the difference. I would have strangled him if we hadn't been interrupted by that Megastore guy who comes in all the time. Thomas something or other." "Yeah, he was the guy who was looking for a computer chick." Olivia's eyes widened. "He's looking for Hattie. I'm sure of it." "Sounds like your suspect list went up." Olivia tapped her fingers on the table while she tried to think. "Maybe. It doesn't make sense. If he was looking for Hattie about the case, why didn't he just ask for her by name? Why hide her identity? If it were me and I was about to abduct someone, I wouldn't be caught talking about them." "But he was asking about her after she disappeared, like he didn't know where she was." Olivia's conviction was growing as she went on. "I need to talk to him. Does he come in every day?" Janelle glanced at the clock. "Yeah, they usually stop in around 8 for breakfast, and then either for lunch or after work." I've got to pick up Clyde at 8 and give him his medicine, and I don't have Natalie trained yet. Will you text me when he comes in this afternoon?" Her sister shook her head. "I don't want you interrogating people in my bakery. I don't need any excitement happening right now." "I'm not interrogating him. I'm just trying to fill in the pieces of Hattie's life before she disappeared, and I think Thomas might know something. It's just going to be a friendly conversation. Nothing to worry about. Now I'm going to steal a cup of coffee and a muffin as payment for helping you this morning and get to my job." Janelle grunted. "If coffee and muffins are payment for services, then you owe me lots of work. Are you going to introduce us to Natalie? I want to make sure you haven't hired another psycho." Olivia tried to imagine how Janelle was going to react when she brought bubbly and happy Natalie down. "I think there might be a few screws loose, but nothing dangerous." Mary brought her a cup of coffee and a muffin, and Olivia gave her a big smile. "Thanks, Mary. I really am sorry about Wilbur." Mary waved her hands. "I'm taking myself out tonight for a nice consolation dinner and drinks, but I'm already over it." "Good. You can do better." "Janelle?" Olivia stood and nodded her head. "Be nice today." "I'll show you nice," Janelle grumbled, but she hugged Olivia, who awkwardly held out her coffee and muffin to avoid spilling. "I'm a phone call away if you need me. And be nice to Natalie. I don't want you to scare her away." Biting into her muffin, she shot her sister one more warning look before she headed to the stairwell. Hopefully she could get a phone call into Andrew before he started his conferences for the day. Stopping by the office, she dropped off her coffee and muffin and headed upstairs to snag Goodwin and Fender. When she reached the 3rd floor, she saw that she wasn't alone. Someone dressed in a dark hoodie and jeans was at her apartment door, hand on the doorknob. "Hey!" Olivia yelled. "What are you doing?" The intruder turned and took off. Without thinking, Olivia turned to chase after the figure, but she stopped short when she realized that her door was ajar. Fearing for Goodwin and Fender, she threw open the door and raced in, yelling their names. At first, they were nowhere to be found. "No! Babies!" Heart in her throat, Olivia threw open the bedroom door and sighed with relief when both dogs came barreling out. "Olivia?" Janelle yelled as she thundered up the stairs. "Olivia, are you okay?" Overcome with relief, Olivia knelt down and hugged her 2 dogs. "You're okay, babies. You're okay." "Olivia, are you—" Janelle stopped short and gasped. "What happened?" "Call Nick," Olivia said grimly as she stepped back out into the living room. Nothing was destroyed, but someone had left scrawled a message for her on the wall in black spray paint. "This is all your fault." Chapter 12. Nick and Derek were there in 20 minutes. Janelle called Jackie, who also joined them, and suddenly Olivia's 1-bedroom apartment seemed like a sardine tin. "I didn't leave Goodwin and Fender closed up in the bedroom," Olivia said and swallowed hard. "Whoever was here put them there. I guess I should be thankful. Goodwin can be a little too friendly, and the intruder could have done them real harm." "This is all your fault," Derek read out loud. "Who have you pissed off now?" "Deputy Jameson," Nick said sternly. "We do not blame the victims in situations like this. Keep that in mind." "But it's Olivia," Derek pointed out, although not unkindly. "She has a way of getting involved with things that she shouldn't." "Like you and your girlfriend?" Jackie snapped. "Besides, all she's done is try to prove that something happened to Hattie. This has to prove that she's on the right track. We spoke to that lawyer this morning, and he looked real suspicious." "Matthias?" Nick asked sharply. "You were talking to him?" "You need to stay away from him, Olivia. He's dangerous." "Like break into my apartment and write on my wall kind of dangerous?" Olivia shook her head. "He doesn't seem the type to get his hands dirty." "He's not." A disgusted look crossed the sheriff's face. "He's the type to pay someone else to do it for him.
He has a reputation for winning, no matter what it takes. He's not above hiring people to intimidate witnesses to keep them quiet. Chances are good that Hattie really did take off on her own because Matthias did something to scare her off.
Aha! Olivia brightened and pointed at him. So you are willing to admit that something is wrong.
Olivia, Hattie is an adult. I can't do anything if she took off on her own. If she had come to me about harassment, then maybe I could have done something. If the prosecutor suspects that something happened to her, then I can look into it. But so far, I haven't heard anything.
Because someone is emailing from Hattie's computer to talk to people and make it seem like everything is okay. Matthias said that he could have Hattie arrested for ignoring the subpoena. Hattie might not like people, but I can't imagine that she wants to be arrested.
Well, if we happen to issue a warrant for her arrest, then we'll look for her,
Derek volunteered. Olivia shot him a dirty look. What is wrong with you? I get you a girlfriend, and now you're playing against me?
I got my girlfriend all on my own, the deputy said with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't I?
Okay, I'm supposed to meet with Mayor Henderson tomorrow after his meeting with the prosecutor. I might go earlier to speak with them as well. Olivia didn't want to tell Nick that she was going to ask Andrew to hack into Hattie's emails for her.
That's not going to be necessary, Nick said in a grave voice. Because of all this, we're going to have to look into her disappearance as well. This is officially a Luxembourg Sheriff's Department case. We're taking over.
Yeah, please. Investigate all you want, but I'm not going to stop. This is personal, Nick. They were in my home. They touched my dogs, and they ruined my paint job. Olivia folded her arms and silently dared Nick to argue with her. He shook his head.
We're going to be processing the scene today and maybe even tomorrow. Can you stay somewhere tonight?
She can stay with me, Jackie piped up. Thanks, Jackie. Olivia turned her head and stared at the graffiti again. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they blame me? I barely knew Hattie before all of this. Maybe they're blaming you for bringing it to the police's attention, Janelle said in a small voice. Olivia gestured to the message. Nick just said that they have to get involved because of this. It's their own fault. She rubbed her temples. All right, I don't really have time for this. I have to pick Clyde up. Jackie, do you have a minute to pack a few things for me? I only have to be out for a couple of days, right?
Yeah. You said the intruder was wearing gloves, but we'll still process for prints, plus hair and fibers. Maybe we'll get lucky. If Matthias did hire someone, then they'll probably have a record and will be in the system.
Will you be able to trace it back to Matthias?
Money trails and confessions might do it. If Matthias has a relationship with them through his court cases, we can follow that path, but we can't say for sure that he's behind it.
I spoke to him this morning, Olivia insisted, and less than 2 hours later, someone is in my home. Nick nodded.
And that's not a lot of time to plan all of this, he said in a low voice. We're going to look at all the angles. I'll talk to Andrew tonight about him installing some security cameras. If you're going to continue to take these cases...
Whoa! Olivia held up her hands. First of all, this is my apartment, so you should be talking to me about security cameras. Secondly, no one is telling Andrew anything. We're going to cover this up with paint before he gets back, and he's never going to know. Jackie cleared her throat and stepped forward. That sounds an awful lot like the old Olivia, the one who does not communicate very well. You're not that woman anymore, right? Dang it, Jackie was right. The first point is still valid. I'll think about the second point. Olivia, Janelle hissed. What? I wanted to ask Andrew to move in with me when he gets back. Do you think he's going to want to live here knowing that it's been violated? Her sister looked like she was in pain. I'm both very happy with you and very disappointed in you, she admitted. Of course, that's pretty much how I always feel about you. Lovely. Olivia muttered before turning her attention back to Nick. The sheriff also looked like he was in pain. Nick, I know that you and Andrew are best buds now, but you've known me longer. Isn't there some sort of confidentiality rule between sheriff and victim?
No,
he said, shook his head and chuckled.
Look, I won't tell Andrew, but I'm with Janelle and Jackie on this one. You need to tell him. Communication is key. Look at my marriage.
Andrew and I aren't married, and you don't tell your wife that you hire me to walk your dog or about the end-of-shift beer that you like to enjoy at endgame.
Little white lies are also important in a marriage.
Nick straightened and changed the subject.
Don't you have some dogs to take care of?
Olivia shook her head. Yes, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
I'll pack a few things.
Jackie reached over and hugged Olivia.
In fact, maybe you should stay with me until we figure out what happened to Hattie.
Olivia, Hattie could be dead. We could be dealing with a murderer.
We've dealt with that before, Olivia reminded her.
Yes, but with Megastore here and all of these strangers staying in town, it just feels more dangerous. Jackie had a point, but Olivia was not about to let someone run her out of her own home. We'll talk about it later. I'm running late. She could tell that they all waited until after she'd closed the door to start talking about her. They were all worried about her, and she could appreciate that. But she couldn't think with them all talking at the same time. She knew that it didn't have to make sense, but she didn't understand why someone would blame her for something Hattie had done, or for something that someone had done to Hattie. If the intruder wanted to distract and confuse her, they had done a good job. Still a little freaked out and not wanting to leave Goodwin and Fender alone, she loaded them into the Wrangler. Normally she would have walked to Clyde's house to get him, but the arthritic pug was too slow, and they'd never make it back to the office to meet Natalie on time. She had Clyde until 4 today, so he'd get plenty of exercise growling and nipping at Goodwin all day. Natalie, all decked out in yellow, was waiting for her at the office when Olivia returned with the dogs. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Goodwin and Fender. "Who are my handsome boys? And who is this gorgeous fellow?" Gathering Clyde in her arms, she started smothering the grumpy old pug in kisses. Olivia was impressed. Not only did Clyde tolerate the stranger, but he actually snuggled and smiled in her arms. Or maybe that was gas. "This is Clyde. He's a regular, and he's enjoying a free daycare session today to help train you. Clyde is diabetic and arthritic and allergic to pretty much everything, so he's kind of our special needs pup." "And you want to see how I do with him?" Natalie smiled and hugged the dog tight. "Well, I think Clyde is the cutest guinea pig. I'm sure we'll get along great. Is everything okay? I saw the police cars out front." "Yeah, they're processing Olivia stopped and reconsidered her words. "I mean, they're visiting my apartment." "Oh my God! Did something happen in your apartment?" Natalie's eyes widened in fright. "Did someone try to hurt your dogs? Because I will totally testify on your behalf if someone tried to hurt your dogs and you killed them." "Oh, that's nice. Also a little terrifying. And no, there were no dead bodies involved. Just a boring break-in and vandalism." Olivia frowned. "And there's nothing else to say about that. Do you want some coffee? My sister wants to meet you, and we have some time before our first round of walks." "Yes, I just love babies." "Babies? What?" Olivia straightened in surprise. "What babies? There are no babies in connection with Janelle." Natalie put down Clyde and scratched Fender's ears while Goodwin crowded against her knees. "So your sister's not pregnant?" "No, and how could you possibly know that?" "Oh." The bubbly woman nodded solemnly. "I get it. It's a secret. When I left the last time I was here, I stopped in the bathroom of the bakery and your sister was throwing up. She said that she had the flu, but when my mother was pregnant, she had the same glow that your sister has." Her eyes danced and she zipped her fingers and thumb across her lips. "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." "Your mother? Was she pregnant recently?"
Natalie nodded her head enthusiastically. She was a teen mom when she had me. It was such a sad story. She focused all of her love and attention on me growing up, and when I turned 18, she finally met the love of her life. They married 2 years later, and she's finally getting her fairy tale ending, she sighed. Wow, that is a happy story. But yes, if you did not tell anyone, including Janelle, that you know, I would appreciate it. She's very sensitive about it and not ready to tell her husband. Natalie gasped. Oh no, she can't have secrets from her husband. Do they not want a child? That is the sign of troubles in the marriage, but babies can be a blessing. I know the name of a great marriage counselor. She pulled out her phone, and Olivia quickly intervened. That won't be necessary. Janelle isn't keeping a secret because she doesn't want to be pregnant. She just wants to finish a few things first before Patrick makes her slow down. Again, that's something that you need to keep to yourself. Olivia was worried that her brand new assistant knew her sister's secret, but it was also nice to share the burden with someone. She only hoped that Natalie could be trusted. It looked like today the young woman would be tested in more ways than one. The bakery was hopping when they went down. Janelle and Mary both had their hands full, but Janelle jerked her head when Olivia slipped behind the counter to pour some coffee. Olivia assumed that Janelle was asking about Natalie, but when her older sister started deliberately glaring into the bakery's seating area, Olivia followed her eyes and saw the megastore guy. Thomas. Crap. He was sitting alone, so it would have been the perfect time to talk to him, but she had Natalie with her. She couldn't exactly interview him with the cute blonde looking over her shoulder. Shoving the 2 cups of coffee into Natalie's hands, she gave her assistant an apologetic look. I'm sorry. It looks like Janelle is too busy to talk. If you want to take these upstairs, I'll be up there in just a minute. I see someone that I want to talk to. Sure. Natalie gave her a bright smile, but there was curiosity there too. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything is fine. I'll only be a minute. Are you concerned about being alone with the dogs? Of course not. I'll see you upstairs. Once Natalie was out of view, Olivia headed to Thomas's table. She wasn't trying to hide the investigation from Natalie, but she wasn't entirely sure that she trusted the woman yet. Thomas was sipping his coffee, and he had his head bent down over his phone. There was an unpleasant look on his face. Hi, Olivia said as she slid into the opposite chair. You're one of the megastore guys, right? I'm Olivia. The frown slipped just a little as Thomas looked up. He looked pleasant enough. He also looked too large to be the person she'd seen at her door. Hello, Olivia, I'm Thomas. I've seen you in here a few times, but I'm not sure if you work here or just eat here a lot. A little of both, Olivia chuckled. Janelle, the owner, is my sister. I give a hand whenever I can. The first day that I met you, you were looking for someone, a woman to fix your computer. His eyes widened and he leaned over eagerly. Yes, that's right. You know someone who could help me? First point to me, Olivia thought to herself. You're not asking on your sister's behalf anymore. Do you even have a sister? But Thomas was still looking at her expectantly. Maybe. Olivia decided to dive in head first. Are you looking for just anyone to fix your computer, or are you looking for Hattie? Hattie? Thomas immediately leaned back and averted his eyes. I don't know anyone by that name. I think you do. I think you're looking for her because you know that she's missing, and I want to help you. Hattie's missing? The man looked visibly upset as he raised his gaze again to meet Olivia's eyes. I mean, who's Hattie? Olivia tried not to sigh. Thomas, I know that Hattie worked for Megastore. I also know that she found the evidence that Luxembourg needed to keep the store from being built. Now she's missing, and I'm trying to find her. If you know something, then you need to tell me. Hattie was the one who found the evidence? He shook his head and rubbed his hand over his jaw. I didn't know that. Look, all I know is that Hattie did some computer work for us. I was still finishing up opening a store in St. Louis, but I was in charge of the Luxembourg store, so I was working remotely. We sort of had an online relationship. an online fling, if you will. We really connected. I thought that we really had something. The bell to the bakery jingled as a group of teenagers walked in and laughed. Thomas blushed a little as he continued his story. I've never met anyone like Hattie. She's brilliant and sweet and compassionate. I was really looking forward to meeting her in person. I was going to surprise her. She didn't know that I was coming into town, but when I got here, I couldn't get a hold of her. Olivia decided it was time to come right out with her suspicion at his duplicity. You told me you were looking for someone to help your sister with her computer. He actually blushed and ducked his head with a groan. Looking up again, he said, I know it sounds lame. I didn't want the guys to tease me about her, so I thought I'd just... Uh-huh, Olivia said, and leaned back to study him. Somehow his reaction had disarmed her. He seemed sincere. She let it go and asked, How did you try to get in touch with her? Emails. I didn't want to call her because I was afraid that I'd ruin the surprise. When she didn't answer me, I thought that maybe she wasn't interested in me anymore. Olivia nodded her head. So you asked around about her, but you didn't want her to know that you were in town. Why didn't you just call her? Wincing, Thomas reddened just a little. I didn't want to seem too eager, in case I'd misread the situation, but I actually did call her a couple of days ago. It went straight to voicemail, and I didn't leave a message. When was the last time that you heard from her? 6 weeks ago. I didn't really think anything about it because her job with us was over. I didn't know that she was the one who turned in the documents. Do you think that she stopped talking to me because she blames me for the fake report? I mean, supposed fake reports? Olivia fixed a hard glare at him. Supposed, Thomas? Megastore is my livelihood. They treat me well, and those reports were done before I got here. I'm just in charge of products and employees. He held his hands up in surrender. I don't know anything pertaining to the court case. I just know that there's only so much that I can do while we wait for a verdict, and Megastore doesn't like delays. Do you know the lawyer who's fighting for you? Matthias? I've spoken to him a few times. He's rude, but I hear that he's good. Yeah, because I heard that he'd go to any lengths to win this case. If Hattie doesn't show up to court, the case gets thrown out. Thomas's eyes widened. You think that she's in danger? I think that Megastore wouldn't blink an eye if scandal overshadowed their new opening. Thomas, if you care about Hattie, you'll help me. How? I need to know if Megastore is involved, and if something did happen to Hattie, we need to make sure that we have the evidence against Megastore to make sure that they don't open. He inhaled sharply. You're asking me to choose between the company that's paid my bills for 20 years and the woman that I might have feelings for? No, Thomas. Olivia stood and stared at him. I'm asking you to choose between a soulless corporation and a woman's life. Let me know what you decide. His face was blank, and she had no idea whether Thomas was going to be an ally or an enemy. He could go straight to Matthias with the information that Hattie was missing, or he could be the inside person that she needed. Olivia felt way out of her element. Corporate secrets weren't really her thing, but she was going to do whatever it took to make sure that someone paid for Hattie's disappearance. Chapter 13. Natalie did exceedingly well and surpassed all of Olivia's expectations. She met a few of her human clients who all seemed thrilled with Olivia's new assistant, and Clyde's owner even called to say that Clyde seemed happier than usual. What do you think, Goodwin? Olivia muttered as she scratched her beloved pup behind the ear. Should I be worried that Natalie is going to take over my business? Goodwin barked sharply and licked her face. You say that now, but I saw the way you were following her around today, like a puppy in love. If I wasn't so busy, I'd be a little jealous. Goodwin licked her again, and Olivia laughed. All right, we're going to spend the night at Jackie's, but first we have to call Andrew. His ears perked up and he whined. Olivia knew the feeling.
She missed Andrew too. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone. She decided that she wasn't going to tell Andrew about the break-in, at least not yet. She didn't want to ruin his boring conference or panic him. "Hello, sexy," Andrew breathed when he answered. "I've been thinking about you all day." "Oh, really? What were you thinking about? Actually, don't answer that. Now isn't a good time." "Not alone? Too bad." Andrew chuckled. "Are you ready to hear about my day?" She hesitated. He'd been on board with his open communication, but if Olivia had to listen to him talk about any more of his computer stuff, she worried that she might die of boredom. "I can't wait to hear about your day, but I'm on my way to Jackie's and I need a favor from you." "Shoot." "I was hoping that you could forward me Hattie's emails from the past few weeks. I know that you're not going to want to do it because it's illegal and very invasive, but I think I'm up against Megastore and their slimy lawyer, and I need all the help that I can get." There was a moment of silence, and Olivia held her breath. This was it. Andrew was going to tell her to drop it, and they were going to have a huge fight about it. She was going to point out that she was doing him a favor, and he was going to say that he hadn't realized it would be so dangerous. Then she'd have to choose between the investigation and Andrew. Would nothing break the cycle? "Okay. I know that you're not happy about it, but I think that your instincts are right. There is something wrong, and Hetty could be in real danger." "Okay." "If there was anyone else that I could ask, I would. I know that you hate doing this kind of stuff." "Wait, what?" Andrew chuckled. "I said, okay, Olivia. I'm going to help you. I asked you to investigate, and I trust that you're being as careful as possible. If this helps you find Hattie, then I'm on board. I'll do it as soon as I get back to the hotel. Hattie probably has some firewalls up, but she's no match for me." Olivia was floored. Forget him moving in with her. This was the milestone in their relationship that she'd been waiting for. "I love you."
"I love you too, Olivia. Listen, Cora is calling me. Some of my employees think that they can slack off because I'm not there. I'll call you later tonight."
"I'll be waiting." Hanging up, she grinned. "Look at that, Goodwin. I think Andrew is really coming around to my way of thinking." Suddenly, the small office was filled with a nauseating smell, and Olivia wrinkled her nose. "Gross. I don't know who did that, but there will be no toxic gas when we get to Jackie's, okay?" Goodwin's tail thumped on the floor, but Fender plopped his body down with a grumble. He was obviously not happy that they weren't going home. She stood up and glared at them. "Don't blame me. If you two had done your jobs and not let a stranger into the house, then maybe we wouldn't be in this position." As usual, neither dog looked particularly guilty. "Jackie?" Olivia stared at the red negligee in her duffel bag. "Is there a reason you packed lingerie instead of my really comfy chocolate chip cookie flannel pajamas?" She turned back to the open door of Jackie's guest room. Her friend popped her head through the door. "You said that you were doing things differently with Andrew. I just assumed that you slept in sexy lingerie now." "Yeah, but Andrew isn't here, and I've only worn this twice, which is a shame because I spent way too much money on it." Olivia cocked her head and shrugged. "I guess tonight will be helping me get my money's worth." Slipping it on, she covered up in her paw-print fuzzy robe and shuffled out. "This is fun. We haven't had a girls' sleepover in a long time." "It's a shame that it took someone breaking into your apartment to make that happen." Jackie poured some popcorn in a large bowl and nodded toward the refrigerator. "There should be a bottle of Chardonnay in the fridge. You know, it's pretty unlucky that you've had someone break into your office and your apartment." Opening the stainless steel fridge, Olivia pulled out the wine bottle and started hunting around for a corkscrew. "I've also had someone try to run me over with a car and poison me and lure me out into the woods to shoot me. I'd say that the break-ins are the least of my concern. Where is your wine bottle opener?" "It's a screw top.
I'm not really good with opening corked bottles. I always cut myself on the foil or break the cork in half. Screw tops are easier. Jackie reached up and opened the cabinet door to pull down some wine glasses, but the doorbell interrupted them. Olivia looked over her shoulder. Are you expecting someone? No, but maybe it's Hattie looking for her cat. Jackie hurried to the door and pulled it open, but it wasn't Hattie's voice that Olivia heard. It was Janelle's. I needed to get away from Patrick, Janelle announced. So I'm joining you for girls' night. Besides, if someone is after Olivia, then they'll have to get through me first. That's sweet. Olivia grabbed a handful of popcorn and leaned against the doorframe. Are you sure that you aren't simply trying to avoid a conversation with Patrick? Janelle narrowed her eyes. Did you tell Andrew that someone broke into your apartment? Are you blackmailing me into silence? Jackie looked back and forth between them. Am I missing something here? No, Olivia and Janelle said simultaneously. There was a beat of silence before Olivia sighed and reached over to hug her sister. I got you a present, Janelle said as she reached into her purse and pulled out a small gift bag. Olivia peered inside and frowned. Pepper spray and a taser? Your life is dangerous, Olivia. I think you need to start carrying around a weapon. Maybe we should get you a gun. No gun, Olivia winced. She didn't even like having a taser around. She'd never be able to carry a gun, but she didn't have the heart to tell Janelle that. Thank you for coming tonight. Jackie, who is always berating me for my cooking skills, has nothing to eat in her house, so we're having popcorn and wine for dinner. Popcorn sounds good, but I'm going to stick with water. Jackie scrunched up her nose. Ew. You can't even drink when you're only trying to get pregnant? That's so ironic since I'm pretty sure that alcohol is the reason that most babies are born in the first place. Guilt passed over Janelle's face, but she kept quiet. The silence was broken by the scuffle of nails tearing across the wood floor. Olivia gasped. Fender, no! She watched in shock as the old basset hound scrambled across the living room after the cat. Leave Gigabyte alone! Wow, Jackie blinked. I don't think I've ever seen him move so quickly. You and me both. I didn't even think he could move that fast. The chaos quickly settled. Apparently, Fender's new burst of energy was still nothing compared to Gigabyte's speed and agility. As the three women settled into the living room, Olivia's phone buzzed. Pulling it out, she saw that she had a slew of new emails. Oh, Andrew did it. He's forwarding me Hattie's emails. Let's see what she's been up to. Leaving the phone on the couch, she headed back to the bedroom to grab her laptop. Jackie and Janelle were waiting for her on either side of the sofa when she got back. What? Jackie shrugged. She's my neighbor. Okay, but let's agree that if we find anything too personal, we'll keep it to ourselves. I feel a little dirty invading her privacy like this. The only recent emails that Hattie had sent were to Andrew and Matthias. That in itself was suspicious, considering that prior to her disappearance, Hattie had emailed everyone from the manager of the grocery store to her hairdresser. It appeared that Hattie avoided human contact at all cost. You know, I thought agoraphobes stayed inside because they were afraid of the outside world. Mundane situations would feel dangerous to them. But this seems more like a fear of people, Olivia murmured. Do you think she's always been like this? There were quite a few emails between Hattie and Andrew about the app, and almost 3 times that many emails between Hattie and Thomas. Oh, those are flirty, Jackie commented. Go Hattie. Thomas has been looking for her, but he thought she wasn't interested in him anymore. He says that he didn't know anything about the evidence against Megastore. Olivia hoped that Thomas would decide to help. It was obvious that Hattie enjoyed talking to Thomas. It seemed like there was something there. Look at this email. Olivia pointed to the subject line. Monthly checkup. Monthly checkups seem really excessive. Was Hattie sick? She opened the email, but it only added to the confusion. The email simply said, all good. It was signed with an X.
Pulling out her phone, she called Andrew. "Hey, darling, we're going through the emails now. Can you check something? Did she receive prior emails from gmpxl@me.com? What a strange email account." There was some clicking on the other side. "There's only one email from that account. Give me a second." "Who's we?" "Huh?" "You said that we're going through the emails now." "Oh, Jackie and Janelle are with me. We're making a girls' night out of it." She winked at the other two. "I'm wearing that red negligee." The typing stopped immediately. "I was just about to ask for details, but I'm guessing that you're wearing your hot dog robe." Olivia laughed. "Close. Paw prints." "Sexy." "Okay, so there was only one email from that particular account, but every month, like clockwork, she gets a similar email. I think they're designed to look like junk mail, but they're all signed by X, but they're all from different accounts. Hang on, I'll send them to you." Within minutes, over 50 emails were sent her way. Olivia inhaled sharply. "Wow, these emails go back almost 5 years." "She responds every time," Andrew pointed out. "All good. Why? Why would she sign emails as why?" "Can you trace any of those email accounts?" "It'll take some time, but I have a feeling that the accounts are all deleted. It looks like Hattie made a mistake a few months ago and tried to respond to an old email account. It came back to her saying that the email no longer existed." Curiouser and curiouser. "Okay, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate your help." "I'll keep digging. Tell the girls I say hi." Olivia hung up and stared at the email. So this was sent yesterday, and it wasn't answered. What do you think is going to happen? "I'd say that X might get a little concerned," Janelle said slowly. "Exactly. Like someone who wants to cover their tracks but still make sure that Hattie is okay. But this can't have had anything to do with Megastore. These emails go back years." The mystery deepens. Jackie leaned over and grabbed her glass of wine. "I never knew that Hattie lived such an exciting life. Monthly checkup, corporate espionage, online romances. Suddenly, my life seems very boring." Olivia looked over and grinned at her friend. "You've had someone trying to vandalize you. That's not boring." "True, but that just means that teenagers see me as this old person who's an easy target. Not very exciting." "Oh, click on that email. Click on that email." Jackie almost spilled her wine as she bounced on the seat cushion. Olivia peered at the message that her friend was talking about. It was between Andrew and Hattie, but the subject line wasn't all that professional. "Are you still up?" Olivia stared at it uneasily. "Maybe I shouldn't. It's probably something personal." "Yes, involving Andrew." Janelle leaned over and tapped her nail on the screen. "Do it. Open it." "No." Olivia reached up and snapped the laptop shut. "My boyfriend put a lot of faith in me by sending me these. I have no reason to suspect Andrew and Hattie's disappearance, so I don't need to look at it. Andrew obviously needed someone to talk to late in the evening. I don't need to invade his privacy." Jackie scowled. "Knew you is kind of boring." "Haha. All right. I've got to go to bed soon. I have a meeting early in the morning and I don't want to be hungover. Does the popcorn accompany a movie, or are we really just eating this for dinner?" "No, we're just eating this for dinner. But I can add a movie if you want. Zombie spiders?" Janelle groaned, but Olivia nodded her head. "Sounds perfect." Chapter 14. Carolyn Myers looked familiar. Olivia waited quietly outside the prosecutor's office, but she could see the woman through the window. It wasn't just her looks, although there was something about the cut of her jaw and the slope of her nose. It was more how she carried herself. She had that small-town look, but she kept her head held high, as though she was important. Based on the case that she was prosecuting, she probably was important. It wasn't until Henderson leaned across the table that Olivia saw the resemblance. Maybe Caroline wasn't all that important after all. Maybe she was just using her family member to get her hands on a big case. That had the potential to be bad. What if Caroline was a bad lawyer? She'd never stand a chance against someone like Matthias. Finally, Caroline opened the door and waved Olivia in. "Miss Rickard, I'm Caroline Myers. Mayor Henderson has wonderful things to say about you. I hear that you're looking into the disappearance of Hattie Dominic?" "Unofficially, but Sheriff Limperos is looking into it as well." Henderson waved his hands impatiently.
"Nick is a good man, but you were the one who solved the last few mysteries in this town. I need sharp eyes on this."
Olivia arched an eyebrow. "Mayor Henderson, correct me if I'm wrong, but you gave the megastore the green light? You wanted them in. So why the sudden urge to block their construction? You've been working on this project for almost a year."
"I made a mistake. I wanted to bring big businesses to Luxembourg and turn it into something real. But recent friendships have shown me the value of a small town. We're fortunate that Hattie came to us with the information needed to stop those soul suckers."
Friendships? Was he talking about Lady Celeste? "I understand making mistakes," Olivia acknowledged softly. "But I'm not sure that I can be much help. I can't even prove that Hattie disappeared under duress, much less figure out where she is." She focused her gaze on Caroline. "I do know that you're going to have to turn over whatever documents Hattie gave you to Matthias. He subpoenaed Hattie for them, but since she's gone, she can't turn them in. He's threatening to arrest or fine her." Caroline exchanged an uneasy look with Henderson. "We're aware of the situation, and we're working on it." "Working on it?" Olivia narrowed her eyes. "Please tell me that doesn't include withholding those documents on purpose. I know that if you win this case, it'll be big for you, but the win is not worth the price of a woman's freedom. I don't want to find Hattie, only to have to tell her that there's a warrant out for her arrest."
"Olivia," Henderson hissed, "watch your tone."
"It's all right," Caroline said soothingly. "Miss Rickard, I promise that we're not trying to put Hattie in danger. We've filed paperwork with the courts to explain the situation. We can give Matthias copies of our documents, but he wants to look at the originals, and we're not ready to produce those just yet. I promise that we're looking out for Hattie's interest." "Really?" Olivia sat back and shook her head. "Because I started looking into this days ago because my boyfriend was concerned. But it looks like Hattie's been gone for almost a week. How could you not notice that your star witness had disappeared? How come you didn't offer her protection when you saw who was defending Megastore?"
"Olivia!"
"No, Mayor Henderson." Olivia shook her head and stood. "I won't apologize. It's obvious that Caroline is a relative of yours, and she's way out of her element. Hattie's safety was in her hands, and she screwed up." The mayor turned almost purple with rage, but Caroline reached over and squeezed his hand. "It's okay, Uncle. She's not wrong. I know you have every faith in me, but I should have pushed harder." Olivia saw the regret in Caroline's eyes. "You think something happened to her, don't you?" Caroline jutted out her chin as she met Olivia's gaze. A strand of hair fell over her eyes, and she nervously tucked it behind her ear. "I did offer Hattie some protection. I even went so far as to ask Lowell City to let us borrow a few of their officers since Luxembourg is spread so thin. She dismissed my fears and said that she would be fine. She rarely left her house anyway. I knew how she was in public, and I believed her. However, that apparently didn't stop someone from entering her house and snagging her. Do you have any leads? I'm happy to have my office help in any way that you need." Olivia didn't feel comfortable telling Caroline that Andrew had hacked into Hattie's personal files. If Andrew didn't come up with anything, then she'd ask Caroline for help. "I'm following a couple of leads. I'll let you know if I find anything." She paused. "I'm sorry about my accusations. I shouldn't have insinuated that you cared more about your career than a woman's life." Carolyn smiled sadly. "Lawyers don't have a great reputation, and people like Matthias make my life all that much harder. But as long as Hattie shows up, this is a slam-dunk case. The documents alone might be enough, but I need Hattie to verify under oath the details of her discovering the documents. Sometimes I'm happy that I just have to work with dogs." Olivia glanced at the clock. "Speaking of which, I need to get back to work. Let me know if you discover anything, and I'll do the same." "Sure thing." Carolyn stood and shook Olivia's hand. "Be honest. Do you think that Matthias had anything to do with this?" "I have a couple of suspects. Matthias obviously has the strongest motive, but he was at Hattie's house after she disappeared. He could have been doing that to throw suspicion off of himself or verify that Hattie was gone, but he also may not have been involved. Her neighbor, Bethany, has a motive too, and there are other players that I'm looking into. Nothing really concrete yet." "Right. Here's my business card. Call me anytime, day or night, if you have any questions or need anything. I care about this town, Olivia. I hope you know that." Olivia accepted the card and nodded her head. She felt bad for making negative assumptions about Caroline, but she still couldn't forgive the mayor. His need to turn Luxembourg into a big city was now getting people into trouble. Without bothering to acknowledge him, she stormed out of the office. Natalie was working for Lady Celeste today, so Olivia was on her own. She had doggy daycare all day and 3 different scheduled walks, so her day was hectic. Lily managed to grab hold of the tutu that Snowball sported, ripping it free. Clyde and Fender broke into the food closet and tore open a brand new bag of food. Goodwin took an extreme liking to Duchess and followed the poodle around all day like a lovesick puppy. By the time she made it back up to her apartment, Olivia was exhausted. Torn between needing a shower and desperately wanting to eat, she contemplated eating a cold leftover slice of pizza while in the shower. Nick and Derek had painted over the scribbled graffiti. The wall looked as good as new, although there was still a lingering paint odor. It would probably give her a headache soon, but she was too tired to care. She couldn't spend another night with Jackie. Fender had spent all night obsessed with the cat, and all of them, dogs, cat, and humans, barely got any sleep at all. It had been exhausting. Throwing the leftover pizza slices in the microwave, she had started to undress when Goodwin raced to the door and barked sharply. Olivia's heart caught in her throat. Someone was breaking in again. Racing to her bag, she pulled out the taser and pepper spray that Janelle had given her. "Who is it, Goodwin?" she whispered as she crept to the door. "Are you ready to attack?" He barked again in high-pitched excitement, and Olivia took a deep breath. Wrenching open the door, she let out a loud shriek and sprayed the pepper spray in the air. There was a string of horrible expletives, followed by a low moan of pain, as the man who had been standing before the door covered his eyes and crumpled to the floor. Getting a good look at him, horror washed over her. "Andrew! Oh my gosh, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Let me call 911. We'll get an ambulance to take you to the hospital. I thought you were the vandal. You're not due back for 2 more days. Oh, baby." "Shower," Andrew moaned. "No ambulance. Shower. Can't see. I've got you." Reaching down, she helped pull her boyfriend up and guided him into the living room. Guilt settled deep in her chest. If she had told Andrew that someone had broken into her apartment, he wouldn't have snuck up on her, and she wouldn't have sprayed him. Thank goodness she hadn't gone with the taser. She continued to babble apologies as she got him into the shower. At first, the water was freezing cold, and Andrew, still fully clothed, shouted and jumped back. "Sorry. Here, let me warm it up. Why don't you sit under the water so you don't hurt yourself? Okay, just try to wash it out, and let me look up some tips. Don't move, okay?" "Sure," he rasped. "Take your time." Panicked, she did a quick search on her phone for help with pepper spray. Grabbing a gallon of milk from the fridge, she ran back to the shower and poured some on his eyes. He shouted and jerked away.
Olivia, what is that?
Milk. It's supposed to take away the pain. Oh, sorry. Small amounts are probably helpful. Let me try again. She slowly poured the milk onto his closed eyes while she searched for something else that she could do. It looks like laundry detergent might help take the pepper spray off your skin. Give me just a second.
Please tell me that you're not going to pour that into my eyes, too,
Andrew moaned. Of course not. Exchanging the milk for the detergent, she poured some on a washcloth and started wiping it on the skin around his eyes. He leaned against her and sighed a little. How is that? Better? She whispered.
Yeah, let's rinse it off and I'll see if I can see.
Rinsing the soap off the cloth, she gently wiped his eyes clean and rinsed them thoroughly under the water. Finally, he slowly opened bloodshot eyes and focused on her.
Nice to see you,
he joked weakly. I am so sorry. Janelle gave me some weapons after someone broke into the apartment. You're lucky that I used the pepper spray instead of the taser. She was even talking about getting me a gun. A dark expression infused Andrew's face, and Olivia bit her lower lip. I promised that I was going to tell you, but I didn't want to ruin your conference.
Oh, baby. Open conversation means talking about the bad stuff, too. I would have come home early and it would have been fine. That's what boyfriends do. We come home when our girlfriends are in danger. Come here.
He pulled her under the shower and hugged her. I'm sorry. I guess I still have a ways to go.
It's okay. Now we have two choices. We can either get out of the shower and you can tell me what happened, or we can get out of these wet clothes, finish our shower, and then talk about it later.
Olivia wound her arms around Andrew's neck. I am all for door number 2, but your eyes are really red and puffy. Are you sure you don't want to go to the doctor?
When I have you to play nurse, why would I want that?
As he pulled her all the way into the shower, she shrieked in delight. It was so nice to have him in her arms again. Chapter 15. After Andrew had settled down from the pepper spray fiasco, Olivia opened a bottle of wine and they curled up on the couch together.
So your mystery woman used the name Jane Brown to open her email.
Olivia frowned. Is that her real name?
No, everything about the account is fake, but she did link her real account to the email, and I was able to dig into that information. Her name is Amanda Finkel, and I have her address. She lives in Buffalo, but I also have her phone number.
Leaning over, he rifled through his briefcase and pulled out a piece of paper. You are amazing! She gave him a peck on the cheek before taking the number. Fingering the paper nervously, she sighed. This woman changed her email every few weeks just to get in touch with Hattie. How do we know that she'll talk to me on the phone? Andrew sipped at his wine and regarded her closely.
You're forgetting that she had a strong motive to stay connected with Hattie, even though she made an effort to hide her identity. She probably cares about Hattie very much. She'd want to know if Hattie was in trouble.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Setting down her glass, Olivia picked up her phone and dialed the number. Maybe I shouldn't be calling this late. I could try in the morning. The phone rang once, clicked, and a low voice answered. Hello? Meeting Andrew's gaze with a small nod of her chin, Olivia sat straighter and did her best to sound unthreatening. Hi, Amanda. You don't know who I am, and I am so sorry to bother you, but I found your email on Hattie's computer, and I was wondering if we could talk. How did you find me? Amanda's voice was suddenly filled with fear. Did Stephen hire you? If you tell him where I am, he will kill me. Please, I have money. I'll pay you more than whatever he's paying you, please. What? Olivia reached out and grabbed Andrew's arm. even as she was doing her best to diffuse the other woman's obvious panic. He leaned his head against hers so that he could hear the conversation without Olivia putting her phone on speaker, which might goad Amanda into hanging up if the woman was that paranoid. And it sounded like she might have good reason to be. Olivia nodded for Andrew's benefit and said, "No, Amanda, I don't know Stephen. I'm not calling you for your sake, if that makes sense. I'm calling because of Hattie. She's gone missing, and I'm worried about her." She took a deep breath, thinking furiously, and added, "She was working on a freelance project with my boyfriend when she dropped out of sight with no warning. We couldn't get anyone to listen to us." She heard Amanda snort softly on the other end of the line, as if to say, "Why does that not surprise me?" Apparently, Olivia had been convincing enough so far that Amanda hadn't hung up on her. She took a deep breath and kept going, feeling her way now and choosing her words with even more care, because this part was tricky, considering how they had illegally hacked into Hattie's email account. Andrew, my boyfriend, checked out her email because something was off in her last replies, emailing back and forth about the project they were working on, and that's how we found the monthly checkups. She heard Amanda sigh at this, but forged on. "Your emails were alarming, so my boyfriend and I kept digging. I promise we don't mean you any harm, and we certainly won't give your information out to anyone." She felt Andrew's nod against her cheek. So far, so good. There was a beat of silence. Hattie's missing? So he found her. Amanda's voice shook a little. Olivia took a deep breath, trying to figure out how to word the answer so she wouldn't spook the woman on the other end of the line into hanging up. "Hattie's been missing for a few days. I don't know who he is. Is there someone from her past that we should be looking into? Amanda, can you tell me what's going on?" "I don't understand. Are you with the police?" The woman was uncomfortably cautious. Olivia had a feeling that whatever Amanda had to say, it wasn't going to be good. "No, I'm not with the police, but I am a friend of the sheriff. If you'd like, I'd be happy to give you his number so he can vouch for me. Andrew, my boyfriend, worked with Hattie on a dating app. When she stopped checking in with him, he asked me to get a message to her, a question he had about the work they were doing. That's when we found out she'd apparently left without telling anyone. Someone is sending emails from her email account, so Sheriff Lamperos couldn't officially open a missing persons report until recently. But I could tell that something was wrong. For one thing, she failed to show up at a mandatory court hearing, and she's the key witness." On the other end of the line, Amanda sniffed. "I'm sorry," she rasped. "I don't know if this will help, but Hattie had met someone online. He motivated her to want to rejoin the world, and I was afraid that something like this would happen to her. I'm sorry that I seem suspicious of you, but I can't be too safe." "That's okay, I understand. Give me just a second and I'll get you Sheriff Lamperos' number." "No, that won't be necessary. I believe you. I met Hattie a few years ago in a support group for battered and abused women. The support group, while amazing, didn't do much for us. Most of the women in the group were free. Their husbands and boyfriends were in jail, and they were healing. But Hattie and I were different." Olivia's stomach started to knot. "Your exes were still able to hurt you?" There had been a case of domestic abuse in Luxembourg, and though it had been a long time ago, when Olivia was a teenager, she remembered the case well. A girl she went to high school with, Emma, had come to school with bruises on top of bruises all along her back and abdomen. It wasn't something the others could see through her clothes, but Olivia saw the bruises one day when Emma was changing for PE. Olivia had told her mother, who reported it to Nick, and Olivia had overheard the conversation. Nick had been frustrated. He'd known that girl's father was abusing her and her mother, but whenever Nick questioned him, the man always had an alibi that his friends would back up. The girl and her mother never did find peace until the husband died in a car accident right before Emma went to college. Olivia's thoughts were jerked back to the present moment as Amanda spoke again. My ex-husband, Stephen, when I finally filed for divorce, he broke 3 of my ribs and busted my nose. He said that if I went through with it, he'd kill me. I've been running from him ever since. Hattie's ex-boyfriend, Jeremy, was the same way. They dated for almost 6 months before she broke it off. She said that everything was fine until she started dating someone else. Olivia closed her eyes and then felt Andrew slip his arm around her and hold her a little closer. What did he do? He put Hattie's new boyfriend in the hospital, and he made it clear that he wasn't going to stop until she came back to him. He started stalking her, but the police could never prove anything. She moved, and he followed her. She moved again to Buffalo, and that's where we met. She was terrified of going out and of meeting new people. She started freelancing her computer skills and making a living that way. Did he follow her to Buffalo? No, but she said that she wasn't going to stay in the same place for too long. If she's missing, then I think he must have found her. Amanda, do you have any information about him? Anything more than a first name? I don't, but I do know that Hattie is an assumed name. Her real name is Morgan. Scrambling, Olivia grabbed a pen and paper. Do you have a last name? Amanda hesitated, and Olivia was afraid that she'd lost her. Amanda, please. Hattie has been missing for almost a week now. If there is anything else you can tell me, it could make it that much faster for us to find her. I don't know if it's really her last name or not, but Hattie and I were hanging out in her apartment one night, and I opened the wrong drawer and saw some credit cards. They were for Morgan King. Morgan King, Olivia repeated, feeling Andrew's nod against her cheek. Thank you so much, Amanda. You have no idea how helpful you've been. If there's anything that I can do to return the favor, please let me know. No one should have to live in fear. It's just nice to know that Hattie has people who care about her. Amanda hesitated, but Olivia had the feeling she wanted to say more. She waited and finally heard. Can you please make sure that my information isn't documented? Of course, she responded immediately, and felt Andrew give her a squeeze to signal his agreement. We won't do anything to put you in danger, I promise. Olivia thanked her again and hung up, looking up to meet Andrew's sober gaze. You heard all that? She said to confirm his understanding, and he first nodded and then shook his head. I just thought Hattie had a weird phobia, he said. I had no idea she was running from something. His face darkened. Someone. She could see the self-blame in his face as he went on. I encouraged her to come to the app release party, and I insisted that her info be included on the website. He shook his head. I thought I was doing her a favor. It would help her to win more freelance contracts. Andrew, this is not your fault. You didn't know. And Amanda said that Hattie wanted to start living her life again because she met someone. A sudden thought struck her. Oh, I bet it's Thomas. She clapped her hands together. He'll be thrilled to know that their online romance isn't so one-sided. I think that they're going to make a great couple if he can quit Megastore. Olivia, Andrew said quietly, focus. Olivia blinked and returned to the present problem. Right. Now that Nick is helping, we can give him Hattie's real name and discover the identity of her ex-boyfriend. I'm going to call him right now. Andrew kissed her on the top of her head and stood. I'm going to take the pups out and then go to bed. Here? The question was automatic, and he gave her a strange look.
I had thought of spending the night with you. Yes, I did miss you.
I didn't mean that to sound like I was surprised that you wanted to stay here, or upset. I just wanted to affirm that you wanted to stay here. She was speaking too quickly, and she forced herself to relax with a chuckle. I miss you too, and I want you to stay here.
Good. Glad we're on the same page.
His smile melted her heart, and she took an extra minute to watch him bend over to leash the wagging dogs and walk out. It felt like a victory, like they were ready to move in together again. After passing along the information to Nick, managing to omit any details that might identify Amanda, she scooped out a kibble dinner for the dogs and then headed to the bathroom to brush and floss. There was a slight commotion as the wanderers returned from their walk and scrambled to get to their bowls. It made Olivia laugh to hear Andrew telling them to
wait until we get your leashes off. Just going to check my email one more time before I turn in,
he called from the living room. Gotcha, Olivia called back. She got ready for bed to the sound of Goodwin and Fender happily munching. When Andrew and the dogs snuggled in after her, she tried to hold on to that initial sense of peace and calm, but she couldn't help but worry about poor Hattie. If it was true and the ex-boyfriend had found her, Olivia wasn't any closer to finding Hattie. Bethany really was just an overzealous and unhappy neighbor. Thomas merely wanted to rekindle his relationship with Hattie, and Matthias, sleazy as he was also no longer a suspect. If this Jeremy guy really was as dangerous as Amanda feared, then what were the chances that after all this time they were going to find Hattie alive? Chapter 16. Natalie was already waiting in the second-floor hall when Olivia left a snoring Andrew to unlock the office, and Goodwin and Fender greeted the new assistant as if they hadn't seen her in days. While Olivia had barely managed to put on her black yoga pants and a t-shirt that read, "I think I'm allergic to mornings," Natalie was dressed in a blinding fuchsia ensemble, complete with a huge matching bow on her ponytail. Olivia blinked several times and stared at her. "What time do you get up in the morning?" she muttered as she tried to push her key into the lock. The key slipped out of her hand and hit the floor with a jangle. Groaning, she bent down to pick them up. Natalie answered way too cheerfully. "I always get up at least 3 hours before I have to be somewhere. That way I can get in my morning run, finish my sun salutations yoga routine, meditate, shower, and eat a healthy breakfast. This morning, I even got a chance to practice using my new contouring makeup kit." Olivia managed to get the door unlocked and nodded her head automatically. "It's cool. I get it. You're not human. I don't judge." Natalie laughed and bent down to love on the dogs some more. "Not everyone's a morning person," she said with a smile. "I have a tendency to shut down right after dinner. It's just how I'm built. My younger sister is the complete opposite of me. She can go until 4 o'clock in the morning and doesn't wake up until afternoon. But she works a late shift, so it works out for her." Olivia stumbled as the dogs pushed past her to race inside so they could get down to the serious business of investigating every corner of the daycare space. "Is your sister a nurse or a waitress?" "No, she's an exotic dancer." Whipping her head around, Olivia openly gaped at this woman who looked like she could be 15. "Your younger sister is a stripper?" Natalie laughed. "It's not that bad. She works as one of those go-go dancers in the club in the city. She's pretty scandalously dressed, but she still remains dressed. Why don't you go get some coffee while I familiarize myself with your scheduling system? Your sister was already downstairs when I came in." "Coffee?" Olivia said with a nod. "That sounds like a great idea. You want anything sweet and fried to go with that healthy breakfast you had this morning? Janelle always has the best donuts." "Tempting, but I'll pass." As Natalie sat herself down behind the desk, she didn't look tempted at all. Maybe she really wasn't human. "Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes," Olivia said, infusing a briskness into her tone that she didn't actually feel. "Text me if you change your mind." To Olivia's surprise, not only was Janelle downstairs, but Jackie was as well, and the bookstore owner did not look happy. Leaning against the bathroom door, she glared at Olivia. "Guess what your sister is doing?" "From the sounds of it, I would say that she's unloading her breakfast." "Uh-huh. And do you know why she's unloading her breakfast?" Glancing around uneasily, Olivia silently prayed that something would happen to keep her from lying to her best friend. "Because she has an upset stomach?" she asked tentatively. "Olivia, you knew that Janelle was pregnant and you didn't tell me. If I hadn't just had an amazing night with Brett last night, I'd be very upset." The redhead stamped her foot and Olivia chuckled. "You still seem pretty upset. And if you want to yell at someone, yell at Janelle. She didn't even tell me. I figured it out, but she swore me to secrecy. She refuses to tell Patrick until after this wedding from hell that she's baking for." Jackie narrowed her eyes and sighed. "I can't yell at Janelle. She's pregnant, and it's not a good idea to yell at a pregnant woman. Their moods can change just like that." She snapped her fingers. "My cousin once started bawling at the dinner table because she'd had boiled eggs that morning instead of scrambled eggs. It was a scary 9 months." She shuddered at the memory. The toilet flushed and the door opened. "I heard that," Janelle growled as she went to the sink to wash her hands. "And I'll have you know that my hormones are under control. I am not moody at all, and if you tell my husband that I'm pregnant, I will add Jackie-filled puff pastries to the wedding menu." "Yeah, not hormonal at all," Jackie said as she stepped out of reach. "Hey," Olivia interrupted brightly. "Do you guys want an update on the case?" They glared at each other before finally turning their heads toward Olivia. "Fine," they grumbled in unison. Olivia suppressed the insane urge to giggle. As she poured her coffee, she filled them in on the details. Her news darkened the mood. "Oh my God," Jackie whispered. "I had no idea. I wish she would have told me, or someone. We could have helped her." "She was scared, and she didn't know how to trust anyone," Olivia reminded her in a low voice. "What she went through is enough to make anyone want to keep it to themselves. I only hope that Nick can track down her ex and find them both." Jackie was still upset. "It's not good enough. Hattie probably moved here because she thought that a small town would be the perfect place to hide. She thought she'd be safe. We're supposed to be a supportive community." Olivia patted her shoulder, but she wasn't finished. "I knew that something was wrong. I should have pushed her to tell me. It's not okay that the only person she could talk to about it had to rotate email addresses just to stay hidden and lives God knows where." Olivia broke in, interrupting her friend. "What's important now is that we find her and make sure that this Jeremy guy never gets his hands on her or anyone else again. Jackie, you don't remember seeing anyone hanging around the house, spying on her?" "No, but I wish that I had seen someone." Jackie shook her head. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to open the bookstore." As their friend walked away, Janelle leaned over to say in a low voice, "She's really beating herself up. She didn't even steal a muffin." Olivia gave her sister a pointed look. It's not easy finding out that someone you care about was keeping something so important a secret. Janelle pressed her hand to her stomach. "I'm going to tell him tonight. The wedding is still days away, but it's more than bridezilla and this baby inside me making me feel sick. I just can't keep this secret from him anymore. I'm starting to think it's stressing me out more than the wedding cake." "Good. I've already checked with Lady Celeste, and Natalie isn't working at her shop on Saturdays. And by the way, Natalie is doing a fabulous job. She can easily take over my walks on that Saturday, and Andrew and I will both help you with the wedding." With a squeal, Janelle reached over and hugged her. "That is such good news. Thank you so much." The back door opened, and Mary dragged herself in. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked as if she'd been put through a wringer a time or two. Morning, she mumbled. Late night? Olivia teased. Did you finally break up Wilbur and his girlfriend? No. I'm pretty sure he lied about having a girlfriend, which means that we're done. I don't do liars. Is that coffee? I'm only going to need about 3 pots. Aw, I'm sorry, Mary. What a jerk. How did you find out? Mary let her purse slip off her shoulder, and it hit the counter with a thump. Olivia poured a cup of coffee and handed it to her. It's just a hunch, Mary said after a sip. I met a new guy, and we went out to Endgame last night, and Wilbur was drinking there alone. Olivia exchanged a look with Janelle. That doesn't mean anything, Janelle said gently. Patrick goes there by himself if I'm working late to grab a drink and watch whatever game is on. He needs his alone time and his guy time. Andrew and Brett do the same thing, Olivia chimed in. Yeah, I thought of that too, but I asked the waitress about it when my date went to the bathroom. She said that Wilbur is a regular. He apparently walks over nearly every night and drinks alone. Mary took a deep breath. It's not a big deal. I really enjoyed my date last night, and I realize now that Wilbur was just a little crush. She shrugged and took another sip of coffee. Nothing more. Olivia knew that it had been more than just a little crush, but she didn't push the issue. Leaving Mary and Janelle to do their baking magic, Olivia topped off her own coffee, snagged a muffin, and headed upstairs. Later that day, she convinced Janelle to make a couple of sandwiches for her and Andrew before she surprised him at work for lunch. Was it a sign of improvement that Janelle only grumbled a little and tucked 2 bags of chips and 2 large cookies into the bag without Olivia asking? Cora, Andrew's secretary, shook her head when Olivia approached the office. He's having a really bad day, but I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. Olivia paused. Bad day? Why? What happened? He just found out how much work he has to catch up on. Oh, she scrunched up her nose. Poor guy. Thanks for warning me. Shouldering her tote bag, she knocked tentatively on his door. Come in, he growled. Opening the door, she poked her head in. I come bearing food, she said with what she hoped was a warm smile. She was encouraged to see that the crease in his forehead went away as soon as he saw her. You are the most amazing girlfriend of all time. I'm starving. I skipped breakfast, and I haven't had lunch yet. Suddenly he frowned. Did you make the food? What's that supposed to mean? I'm perfectly capable of making a couple of sandwiches. The skepticism in his face increased, and she rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I convinced Janelle to make them. Excellent. He scooped up a large stack of papers and plopped them on the floor to clear enough desk space for 2 lunches. Are you joining me? Pull up a chair and sit down. Olivia grabbed the back of one of the visitors' chairs and pulled it around to the edge of the desk. Cora said that you were having a rough day. You'd think that I was gone for a month instead of just a few days, he said and sighed, rolling his shoulders to release tension. I put Dustin in charge, but I think I should have left Brett here. Dustin just doesn't have the experience. I'll be working late for the next few days to catch up. It was looking like it was a bad time to bring up them moving in together. Unloading the tote bag, she handed him his sandwich, a bag of chips, and a bottle of water before sitting down. I'm sorry, Andrew. Maybe I should have brought you a beer instead of water. Then I'd be fired, but at least I wouldn't have to work late anymore. He took a bite out of his sandwich, chewed appreciatively, and leaned back. Swallowing, he added, It's not a terrible idea. I've already been hired for another consulting position. Her eyes widened. Andrew, that's great. I mean, that's what you want, right? Yeah, I like this job, but I don't love the paperwork. I really liked working on the app. Doing the background work on the specs wasn't fun. Oh, so you didn't like interviewing all those single women? Olivia smirked and took a bite out of her own sandwich, rolling her eyes at the heavenly taste. Janelle's chicken salad was to die for. Maybe not the best choice of words. Andrew shot her a dirty look and forged on. Anyhow, I'm under contract not to work on a competing app for 3 years, so I'm in the clear. Are you allowed to talk to me about this consulting job? We haven't talked specifics, so I don't know. Olivia suddenly bit her lower lip. Will you have to travel? Not this job, but that doesn't mean I won't have to travel in the future. He studied her closely. Will that bother you? I want you to be happy, Andrew. If consulting makes you happy, then I will be okay with the travel. Her phone buzzed, and she put her sandwich down on its paper wrapping on the desk, reached into her pocket and pulled the phone out. Oh, it's Nick. They found Hattie's ex-boyfriend. His name is Jeremy Spurs. She opened the attachment on the email and then gasped. Oh my God. She felt the blood drain from her face. What? Andrew leaned toward her, his own sandwich forgotten. He sent a picture. She turned the phone around and showed him. Do you recognize him? No, Andrew said, looking from the screen to Olivia's face, his expression filled with concern. But obviously you do. Olivia found herself shaking in reaction. Yeah, his name is Wilbur, and he's a regular in the bakery. I'm sorry, Andrew, I have to go see Nick. Andrew stood. Yeah, no. Come on, I'll walk you to your car. You don't have to do that. I'm not in any danger. Wilbur has no idea who I am. We barely talk. That didn't stop Andrew from putting his hand on the small of her back as they walked to the door. The feeling was somehow warm and steadying. Sweetheart, everyone in this town knows that you like to dabble in mysteries. And if he's a regular at the bakery, then I'm sure he has to know that you're looking into this. His tone intensified, and Olivia could tell he was only half joking as he finished. If I had my way, I'd lock you in this office until this whole thing blows over. Aware that Cora was watching them, she resisted the urge to kiss him. You don't get to have your way because you know that I'm not that kind of girl. I'm just going to talk to Nick, and then I will let him take over the rest. Hey, I meant to ask, did Brett behave himself at the conference? You mean did he look at other women and flirt? Andrew shook his head. He did not. In fact, all he did the whole time was talk about Jackie. That man's in love. Good. Let's all do something fun and romantic together. Maybe a nice dinner and a show in the city. I haven't been as supportive about their relationship as I might, and I really want to show Jackie that we support this. We do support this, right? We do. And that sounds like a great idea. I'll run it by him. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. He's been worried about how you feel about it. He knows that you and Jackie are close, so your opinion matters a lot. He leaned down and hugged her. Call me when you leave the sheriff's station, okay? I'll go straight to the office. I promise. Holding a hand over her heart, she smiled at him. Jeremy, or Wilbur, or whatever he wanted to call himself, was a dangerous man, and there was no telling what he would do if he thought someone was coming between him and Hattie. The last thing that she wanted to do was make the wrong move and put anybody's life in danger, her own included. Assuming that Hattie was still alive, and Olivia believed that she was, if Jeremy had gone to all this trouble to cover her tracks, then he was probably keeping her somewhere all to himself. She only hoped that he wasn't hurting her. Chapter 17. On the way to the sheriff's station, Olivia called the bakery. Her sister answered, sounding stressed, and there was a lot of background noise, which meant the bakery was busy. Olivia put as much urgency into her voice as she could. Janelle, it's me. Is Mary still there? I need to talk to her. We've got a line out the door, and one of my employees called out today. It's not a good time, Olivia. I'll have her call you back when we're done. Before Olivia could explain what had happened, Janelle hung up on her. Gritting her teeth, Olivia resisted the urge to call her sister back and bless her out. Instead, she called Nick.
"Hey, did you get my email?"
were his first words. I did. Listen, I know him. He's a regular at the bakery. He's made a habit of flirting with one of the employees there. He's calling himself Wilbur. I don't know a last name, but how many people can be named Wilbur in this town? He's probably renting somewhere. He couldn't very easily take Hattie to a hotel room and keep her a prisoner there. Too public.
"All right,"
Nick said briskly.
"I'll look into it."
He paused and added, his tone more serious.
"Olivia, I don't want you doing anything that could get you hurt. This guy has a record. He's dangerous."
I'm just going to the bakery to make sure he isn't there flirting with Mary. She doesn't know he's dangerous. If he is there, I'll call you right back and let you know. Then I've got a dog or two to walk. I'll leave the takedown to you. Good luck, Nick, and call me as soon as you find Hattie. Olivia tested the speed limit as she hurried from Lowell Hospital to Happy Endings Bakery. She parked in haste, taking up both her and Andrew's private spaces, but she figured that Andrew wouldn't care. Besides, he was at work, and probably working late, for that matter. The first thing she did when she burst through the door was to scan the area for Wilbur. The bakery was as busy as it had sounded over the phone, but he didn't seem to be there. Janelle was serving someone at the counter, and she looked annoyed when Olivia rushed up. "Geez, I was just about to have Mary call you. You couldn't wait?" "Is she here? Is she in the back?" Heading around the corner, she sighed in relief when she saw the young woman pulling some cookies out of the oven. "Olivia, what is wrong with you?" Janelle huffed as she followed. "Nick just sent me a picture of Jeremy Spurs, Hattie's stalker of an ex-boyfriend. It's Wilbur. I just wanted to make sure that Mary was here and safe." Mary gasped. "Oh my gosh, are you sure?" Olivia nodded grimly. "Has he been in today?"
"He was, just about 10 minutes ago,"
Janelle said, her face bleached with shock.
"He saw something on his phone and bolted. He was really angry."
She bit her lower lip. "Olivia, I'm sorry that I hung up on you. I had no idea." "I know. It's okay. Do you know what he saw?" "I think that I do," Mary said slowly. "Sometimes when he was talking to me, he had his phone out. It just looked like he was checking the security video from his home. Do you think that he was keeping an eye on Hattie?" She visibly shuddered. "I think I'm going to be sick." "Did you get a look at the video? Maybe you saw the outside of the house and can describe it?" Mary shook her head. "Any time that I glanced at it, he would move the phone or cover it with his hand and make a joke about his dog acting up and chewing something up while he was gone. I never got more than a glance at it." She swallowed hard, looking distressed. "I'm so sorry. I wish that I could be more help." "No," Olivia said, trying to reassure her. "That's okay. If he comes in tonight, you'll call Nick? And," she said, trying to think rapidly, "don't let him see you're afraid. Just try to act naturally. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have Nick send one of the deputies over here to chill out under cover, just in case. Okay?" Still pale, Janelle nodded. "Sure, that would be good." Mary took a deep breath, but then she added her own nod. "We'll be okay." Feeling jittery, Olivia looked from one to the other. "Okay, good. I'll call Nick, and then I'm going to walk the dogs because I promised him that I would let him take care of it, and I'm not going to let myself worry about it."
"Really?"
Janelle said dryly.
"Because you look like you're worrying."
"It's a work in progress. I'm going to walk the dogs. It'll help me take the edge off." Natalie was at the computer when Olivia went upstairs. The younger woman greeted her boss with a big smile. "Hey! So Snowball's family called about an hour ago to cancel his walk. He pulled a muscle, so they're keeping him crated for the next couple of days. So you just have Clyde right now. Are you going to take Goodwin?" "No, he gets frustrated when we have to walk with Clyde because the old guy's so slow. I usually walk Fender when I take him. Did you verify the puppy playdates for tomorrow?" I did, and they're all confirmed, even Delilah. Natalie tilted her head and added thoughtfully, She's an interesting woman. She emphasized the fact that she and her boyfriend would be dropping Duchess off. She made me repeat it after her.
Oh, you've got tomorrow off, don't you? I don't suppose you want to work. Natalie chuckled.
You don't like Delilah's boyfriend?
No, Deputy Jameson is a great guy. I actually helped get them together. Delilah is blissfully happy, but a little intolerable about it. Olivia wrinkled her nose as she reached down to leash Fender. The basset hound looked completely unimpressed. Goodwin, on the other hand, glared at her. She reached out and scratched under the shaggy chin. Sorry, baby. I'll be walking Clyde. At the mention of the elderly pug, Goodwin groaned and walked away to curl in his bed, heaving a huge sigh. Natalie laughed.
You two have a special bond, don't you?
We do. He saved my life a couple of months ago. He's a good boy.
Yes, he is.
Natalie stood and grabbed her purse.
Okay, you're going to let me fly solo on Saturday?
I am. I think you're ready, and I'll only be a phone call away. Thanks again, Natalie. The peppy blonde kissed Goodwin on the head. He thumped his tail but didn't bother raising his head. He was clearly unhappy. Don't be like that, Olivia admonished him as she picked up her bag and headed to the door with Natalie. I'll take you to the park tonight. Goodwin woofed gloomily, but Olivia could have sworn she saw a sparkle in his eye. She was fairly certain the dog was just toying with her at that point. Clyde lived only a couple of blocks away, so Olivia walked Fender to the pug's house. It was a good thing that they left early because Fender was slow. Not only that, but he wanted to stop and sniff everything on the way, and when he got tired, which was about every 20 steps or so, he plopped down on the sidewalk and moaned as if he were dying. Fender, Olivia sighed. We're almost there, and then you get to hang out with your best buddy, and the two of you can keep each other company plopping down on the sidewalk. Fender rolled his eyes before slowly getting to his feet. His long ears dragged the ground as he sniffed at the sidewalk and began once again to slowly lope along. Clyde lived in one of the historic restored brownstones behind Main Street. It was part of the first set of abandoned buildings to be restored and sold before the construction company had gone bankrupt. Another company had taken over only recently to start the process again, and Olivia had a feeling that they would sell well this time. Maybe she and Andrew could consider getting one together, if she could ever convince him to move in with her again. That was assuming they could even afford it. The renovated brownstones weren't cheap. Using the key Clyde's owners had supplied, she unlocked the door. Most of her dog clients greeted her at the door, but Clyde was going both blind and deaf, so it was always a bit of a hunt to find him. Today he was curled up in a patch of sunlight. He barked loudly when he saw Olivia. Every time. Olivia reached down and scratched the top of the old pug's head. How are you feeling today, buddy? You ready to take your meds and go for a walk? Clyde slowly followed her to the kitchen. While she was stuffing the dog's pills in pill pockets, Nick called. We found a hotel suite that Wilbur was paying for, but it's empty. The manager said that Wilbur continues to pay, but he hasn't stayed in the room for several days. We're still processing it and hoping that it'll lead somewhere, but there's no evidence that Hattie was ever there. I'm sending Derek to the bakery. If Wilbur stops by, Derek is going to follow him. Hopefully he'll lead us straight to her. Olivia shook her head. What if it's not enough? Mary said that he looked at his phone and left in anger. He had surveillance cameras on her, Nick. What if she tried to escape? We're going to find her, Olivia, I promise. He hesitated. I should have listened to you sooner. I'm sorry. Your hands were tied, Nick. You didn't know. I didn't even know. Just find her. After hanging up, she gave Clyde his pill pockets and leashed him. He and Fender were already sniffing each other and wagging their tails. Pocketing her keys, she started out on her walk. Clyde would have been fine with a 15-minute walk, but his family liked him to stay out for 30 minutes. On nice days, like today, it wasn't so bad. There was a slight chill in the air, and if it had been any normal day, Olivia would have enjoyed the sunshine and fresh air. Clyde and Fender walked slowly and barked at anything that moved, which meant they'd barely made it down the street when it was time to turn around and head back. The street butted up to the back of Endgame, and the back door to the bar and restaurant opened as one of the servers pulled a trash can out to dump it. Staring at the door, Olivia frowned. What had Mary said that the server had mentioned? Wilbur was a regular at Endgame? He walked there almost every night? Walked. Endgame wasn't right in the middle of town. For most of the residents of Luxembourg, it would be quite a walk to get home from there. In fact, these brownstones were the only residences within a few blocks of the restaurant. Most of them were still empty, from what Olivia remembered. The for sale or lease sign at the corner of the block of buildings shone with enthusiastic newness. Following a hunch, Olivia pulled out her phone and texted Nick with the information. She knew that she should have headed straight back to Clyde's house, but she wanted Hattie found as quickly as possible. Using the dogs as cover, she slowly started walking a little closer to the brownstones. Most of them looked empty, as she'd thought, and Wilbur could have been hiding in any one of them if he'd rented one under yet another assumed name. Highly possible. He already had 2 names, Wilbur, Jeremy, so why not a third? Nick texted back to let her know that he'd check it out, and that was when she saw it. A small security camera sat almost completely hidden in one of the trees and was pointed at a shiny blue painted door. Olivia snapped a quick picture of it, included the brass numbers on the side of the door, and sent the photo to Nick. His response was instant. Get somewhere public. Pocketing the phone, she was turning to head back to Endgame when she thought she saw movement from the corner of her eye. Turning around, she focused on the window to one side of the door and just managed to catch sight of 2 shadowy figures clasped in an apparent struggle before they moved out of view. Her heart pounding in her chest, Olivia bent down to pick up Clyde and then, dragging Fender, ran to the door. She grabbed at the knob and it turned in her hand. The deadbolt wasn't engaged, and the door moved inward at Olivia's slight pressure. The door wasn't locked. With her hand on the doorknob, she gently eased the door open, but then Clyde and Fender both started barking at the same time. "Who's there?" an unseen male yelled. "Help! Someone help me!" Hattie, shouting desperately, came racing toward the door, the dogs and Olivia. Her face was bruised and she had dark circles under her eyes, but she was alive. "Hurry!" Olivia urged as she held the door open with one hand. She needed another hand. She put Clyde down and yanked on both leashes to haul the excited dogs away from the threshold. Wilbur was close on the frantic woman's heels, and Olivia gasped when she saw a knife in his hand. He managed to snag Hattie by the back of her shirt just before she could reach Olivia, and he yanked her back away from the door and freedom. In an instant, the knife was at Hattie's neck. "Get in here," he hissed as he pressed the blade to Hattie's throat. Olivia dropped the leashes and mentally urged the dogs to make a break for it. "Jeremy," she said slowly as she took a tentative step inside. The last thing she was going to do was close the door. Somehow she had to keep him distracted and talking. "The sheriff already knows that you're here. He's on his way. You've lost. The only thing that you can do now is start running and get a head start." Olivia's "you've lost" didn't seem to make any impression on him. "I'm not going anywhere without my wife," he snarled. Hattie trembled, but there was a look of determination in her eyes. She spoke with some difficulty, but managed to force out, "I'm not your wife, Jeremy. We are not married. I would never marry someone like you." Though the knife did not move from Hattie's throat, Jeremy's expression changed eerily. He smiled down at her, his glittering eyes in stark contrast to his soft and loving voice. "Shh, don't say that. We'll be married soon. I've already got the license. You just need your medicine," he cooed. He started to drag his captive backward. Olivia had a firm conviction that she needed to keep them both near the door. Who knew what the man might do to Hattie if he got her out of Olivia's sight? "Are you sure that you want to marry her, Jeremy?" she called out suddenly. "There isn't some other pretty woman that you enjoyed flirting with after you moved in here, is there?" He hesitated, forehead wrinkling, and then his eyes went wild with panic. "She's lying," he cried hoarsely to Hattie. "There's no one but you, baby." Olivia stared at Hattie and tried to show her how much power she had. "That's not what I heard," she said slowly as she nodded her head in a silent message to the other woman. "I heard that you came in every day to see a pretty woman in the bakery." Hattie, gasping, lifted her chin away from the knife blade. "Is that true?" she asked in a shaky voice. "Have you been cheating on me, Jeremy? You know that I have trust issues." The hand with the knife dropped, and Olivia inhaled sharply. That was a good start, but he still had his arm wrapped around Hattie's waist. The man had eyes only for Hattie. He pleaded with her, voice gentle and coaxing. "I was so conflicted when you left me. It took me years to find you, and I was so happy when my friends saw your picture in the spotlight for that new app that you developed. You were always so smart, and I was so proud. But you changed your name and you dyed your hair. I wondered if you even wanted me back. And then Mary was so nice." The words tumbled out at seeming random, reflecting his apparent mental confusion. "I just missed you, Morgan. I did tell her about you." Sudden sirens cut through the air, and the dogs started to howl. Wilbur jumped in surprise, and Hattie seized the opening. With a scream, she drove her elbow into her captor's side. He grunted, and she scrambled away and fell into Olivia's arms. Grabbing the woman, Olivia whirled around and practically threw Hattie out the door. She'd barely slammed the door behind herself when she felt, from the vibration, Wilbur reach it. She hung onto the knob desperately as the door shook under the man's blows, followed by his furious efforts to pull it open. 2 police cars pulled in front of the building so fast that dust flew up from their tires. The sirens pierced Olivia's eardrums, but she was never happier to hear anything in her life. "Olivia!" Nick shouted as he jumped from his car, pulling out his sidearm. 2 deputies piled out of the other car, half crouched behind open doors, ready for action. Wilbur yanked again at the other side of the door, ripping the latch free of the wood, and Olivia let go just in time and grabbed Hattie's arm. Together they tumbled down the steps with the 2 dogs yelping and scrambling at their heels. With an angry roar, Wilbur tried to follow them, and then he saw Nick's gun, and those of the deputies pointed unwavering right at him. He stopped immediately and raised his hands in the air. "Morgan!" he yelled in anguished tones, eyes glued to the barrel of Nick's gun. "Tell them that there's been some mistake. Tell them that you love me, baby. Tell them." Olivia pulled Hattie to the side, securely out of Wilbur's reach and out of the line of fire. With her arm wrapped tightly around Hattie, she turned the woman away so she wouldn't have to watch. "It's okay," she whispered in Hattie's ear. "You're safe now. I've got you." "You're Olivia," Hattie said slowly as she raised her head and stared at Olivia in wonder. "Andrew and Jackie both said you were a good investigator. I was hoping that you would find me." Smiling, Olivia reached up and tucked the woman's hair behind her ear as she gently touched the bruise on her face, then eased them a little farther away from the tense confrontation at the door. "I just wish that it was sooner." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the deputies securely holster their guns and move forward, one of them pulling out a pair of handcuffs. "That doesn't matter. I'm free now. Jeremy can never touch me again." Hattie closed her eyes and leaned against Olivia, shaking in reaction. Jeremy had fallen silent, and they could hear Nick matter-of-factly reading him his rights. Kidnapping, Olivia thought. That ought to put him away for a long time. She gently hugged Hattie, mindful of possible bruises. The woman's life as Hattie was finally over, and she could go back to being Morgan. Only this time, she wouldn't have to run and hide and disguise her identity. She could make friends and rejoin the world, and maybe find herself a good man. Things didn't get much better than that. Chapter 18. After escorting Hattie to the hospital to be checked out, Olivia texted Jackie to meet them, and then she took a deep breath before calling Andrew. She'd asked Nick not to call him and rat her out. Andrew wasn't going to be happy, but it would be better if he heard the news from her. "Hi, sweetheart. How's your day?" she asked in a sugary voice when he answered. There was a beat of silence. "What happened?" "What? What makes you think something happened? All I did was ask how your day went," she protested. Andrew was no fool. "Because I saw you 2 hours ago." She could almost see the wry twist to his mouth in her mind's eye. "Are you calling me from Nick's office?" "No." She paused. "Okay, you can do this. I'm actually calling you from the hospital, but it's not for me," she hastened to add. "I promise, there's not a scratch on me." "You found Hattie? Is she okay?" There was a note of stress in his voice, and she eased herself into one of the hard plastic chairs in the waiting room. Overhead, the loudspeaker called for a doctor, and she waited for it to finish before saying firmly, "We did. She has a few bruises, but she's otherwise fine, and Wilbur's in custody." "I'm coming to you. Are you in the emergency room?" "I'm in the waiting room outside ER. Nick went with Hattie. I'm sorry, her real name is Morgan, but I promised that I'd stick around in case she got scared."
"I'll be there in a minute."
The line went dead, and Olivia grimaced. Andrew didn't exactly sound angry, but he didn't sound happy either. Also, probably not a good time to talk about them moving in together. Rotten luck. Andrew must have known some secret passages in the hospital because he was there in record time. Olivia stood and Andrew wrapped his arms around her.
"Tell me that you were never in any danger."
Jeremy was completely fixed on Hattie Morgan the whole time. Olivia blew out a breath and rubbed at her face. She needs to let me know which name she's sticking with because I'm getting confused. She pulled back and stared at him. All I did was, I went to walk Clyde. You know, he lives in one of the renovated brownstones behind Endgame. I picked him up and we walked, and then I remembered that Mary said that Wilbur used to walk to Endgame.
"And you jumped to the conclusion that he was probably staying at one of those brownstones nearby,"
he finished for her.
"And instead of calling Nick, you wanted to check it out on your own."
She shook her head earnestly. "Wrong. I knew that you didn't want me to get involved, so I texted Nick right away. Then I saw the security camera outside one of the buildings. It looked like a recent addition. I took a picture of it to send to Nick, and that's when I saw Hattie and Wilbur fighting through the window."
"Ah,"
Andrew nodded.
"And you couldn't walk away."
"Could you?"
"I guess not,"
he admitted.
"Finish the story."
Olivia told him everything, including how Fender and Clyde's howling distracted Wilbur enough for Hattie to make her move. She told us that he'd never dreamed that she'd reject him again, so he just locked her in the basement. When she managed to break the lock, he started drugging her. Yesterday, she managed to regain enough of her strength to break out of the basement again, but she only made it to the first floor before she passed out. Upset all over again, Olivia took a shaky breath. She almost made it to freedom, Andrew. She was fighting so hard to get away from him, and he still insisted that she was in love with him. Andrew pulled her close again and rested his chin on Olivia's hair.
"Delusions can be a strong thing,"
he murmured. His arms tightened around her, and he added,
"I'm glad that everyone is safe, and I'm glad that you're okay, even if you did almost get in trouble again."
Tilting her head to stare up at him and seeing the love in his eyes, Olivia bit the bullet and just blurted it out in a tumble of words. "Andrew, I want us to move back in together.
I know that we're still not where we were, and I know that I'm not supposed to be rushing things, but I think that we've been doing really well with our communication, and I want to take the next step. If you're ready, that is. I just want you to know that I'm ready." He chuckled.
Is that why you've been telling me about every detail of your day?
"Not every detail. I want you to know that things are different this time."
Okay.
There was a pause as she stared at him. "Okay? Like, okay, you acknowledge what I just said? Okay, you'll think about it? Or, okay, you want the same thing?"
The third one.
Filled with joy, Olivia broke free so she could jump up and down in her excitement. She squealed. "Really? Oh, I'm so excited. I love you."
I love you too.
He laughed, and then he pulled her into another hug that she enthusiastically returned.
Were you stressed about asking me?
Not stressed, but it never seemed like the right time. She took a deep breath, changing the subject suddenly, as she often did. "Now that you've seen me and verified that I'm okay, you should go back to work, or you'll never get through that stack of paperwork." Relieved and elated, she released him, stepped out of his arms, and pointed to the elevators. He smiled, a light in his eyes.
Let me know what the doctor says, and tell Hattie that I'll check in on her later.
He swept his gaze over her one last time and turned and headed off to the elevators. Just then, Nick walked around the corner. "How is she?" Olivia said, scrutinizing the sheriff's expression. He waved Olivia to a chair and sat down next to her.
She's got a nasty cut on her leg that the doctor is stitching up. But after that, the doctor said she could go home. I told her that we'd be out here waiting when she was ready.
Nick sat heavily in the chair and shook his head.
She's a strong woman. Even though she nearly died, she was still asking about the case against Megastore. She still wants to testify.
Olivia shook her head. She's finally able to control her life, so she's focusing on the things that she can control. She smiled and put a hand on his arm. "Nick, you did good tonight."
You did good tonight yourself.
The elderly sheriff turned his head and returned the smile.
Hattie told me how you were talking to Jeremy, turning the blame around on him and throwing him off guard. That was smart. Andrew was going to hate me saying it, but you do have a knack for the work. Maybe you should consider taking the PI test.
Olivia snorted. "Are you kidding me? I just convinced Andrew to move in with me. I'm not about to jeopardize my relationship with him."
You're working on your communication with him, right? Take some advice from an old married man, Olivia. Communication is more than just telling him about your day. It's also about telling him what you want. You've solved 5 cases, Olivia. It's obvious that you like it, and you have a knack. You should talk to him.
A swinging door opened, and Hattie was slowly walking toward them with her release papers in her hand. "I'm ready to go home." An anxious expression crossed her face. "Do you know what happened to my cat?" Olivia and Nick both stood up from their chairs, and Olivia hurried to reassure her. "Jackie has been watching Gigabyte from day one. I think she's actually pretty attached to him, so you may have to fight her to get him back." She smiled and held out her hand. "Come on, I'll give you a ride home. We've got some things to discuss." Hattie frowned. "About Megastore? I should never have helped them. Does the whole town hate me?" "All the town knows is that you're going to be instrumental in kicking them out. No, I have something else to talk to you about." Winking at Nick, Olivia wrapped her arm lightly around Hattie's waist. "I wanted to talk to you about Thomas." "Thomas?" Hattie paused and stared at Olivia. "How do you know about him?" "All I know is that he's a man in love. He came to town with the company in hopes of finding you, and I don't think that he's the stalkerish type." "I don't even know if I can tell anymore." Olivia hugged her gently. "You've got good instincts, Hattie or Morgan, no matter who you decide to be. You have friends here who will watch out for you and support you. You just need to talk to us, and we will have your back.
I'm just letting you know that he's here, if you want to talk to him." She paused, and when Hattie looked up again to meet her eyes, she added, "If not, that's okay too." "I wanted to tell Jackie, Hattie said wearily. "She seemed like the kind of person you could trust, and I was so tired of feeling alone. I should have told her sooner, and maybe this never would have happened." Pushing through the doors, they walked outside. The sun was dipping below the buildings, and Olivia smiled. "You can't dwell on the past, Hattie. You have to keep moving forward. You can make a good life here, Hattie. I hope you stay." "I think I will." "Come on." Olivia pulled her close, draping an arm around her shoulders. "Let's get you home so you can hug your cat and start planning your new life." Hattie laughed, the first happy sound that Olivia could remember hearing from her. She'd been so serious, even at the app release party, what seemed like an eternity ago. As she drove Hattie home, she couldn't help but think about what Nick had said. Even though she wanted to deny it, she did like the idea of taking the PI test. Now that she had hired someone to help with the dog walking business, she did have more time on her hands, and she loved investigating. Was Nick right? Was she better off being honest with Andrew? Or would she lose him again if she were totally honest with him? Chapter 19. After Hattie had recovered, she produced the evidence she had against Megastore. Rather than go to trial knowing that he would lose, Matthias convinced Megastore to pull out of Luxembourg, so long as they didn't have to pay any tax penalties to the county. The whole town was happy. Even the mayor, it seemed. Janelle's wedding catering went off without a hitch, and when she finally told Patrick about the baby, she was surprised to find that he already knew. He pointed out that it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why she was so moody and getting sick every morning. He was a little upset that she'd kept it from him, but Patrick was never one to stay angry for long. Janelle was so happy that she threw a small baby announcement party at Happy Endings. Olivia used the party to reintroduce Morgan to Luxembourg. The woman decided to leave off her assumed name and reclaim her real identity. Just as Janelle had suspected, the town didn't blame her for her work for Megastore. Instead, she became an instant hero for helping to shut the large corporation's plans for a Luxembourg location down. In an attempt to play Cupid, Olivia also invited Thomas to the party at the bakery. She had given him a heads up about Morgan's past, and he knew that he should take things slow. Everyone knew that Thomas worked for Megastore, meaning he was isolated at the party. But even so, he didn't approach Morgan until she approached him. Smiling, Olivia watched them shake hands. They both seemed kind of nervous, but she noticed that they talked for most of the party.
"Playing matchmaker?"
Andrew whispered in her ear. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said primly and sipped at her coffee. "I'm just watching the party. Janelle kept the baby a secret for all that time, and now she's throwing a party to announce it to the town? How ridiculous is that?"
"Don't think I didn't notice all the baby stuff that you saved to your computer. You're excited to be an aunt."
Frowning, she poked him in the chest. "What are you doing looking through my computer?" Andrew had that mischievous look in his eye that she knew all too well.
"I had to make sure you didn't find yourself a new boyfriend. First I was gone for a conference, and then I was stuck at work late. You had plenty of time to find yourself a new roommate."
He smiled at her over his plate of baked goods, selected a snickerdoodle, and took an appreciative bite. She could give as good as she got. Arching an eyebrow, she retorted, "Well, I did start researching. My boyfriend said that he was going to move in with me, and then he just disappeared." She stole a brownie from Andrew's plate. "Do you have any recommendations for dating sites?" she joked. Chuckling, he snatched the brownie back from her and then held it enticingly close to her mouth, and as she took a bite, he said,
"I just moved a suitcase in. I was on your computer because I left mine at work, and I wanted to order a few things for Brett. He's moving into my apartment temporarily."
"Really?" Olivia said through a heavenly mouthful and wrinkled her nose. "Why?" because his apartment burned down this morning.
What? Olivia gasped and swallowed at the same time.
A morsel of brownie lodged itself in her throat, and she coughed a few times to free it, while Andrew hastily put down his plate and patted her between the shoulder blades.
Why didn't you tell me?
I'm telling you now, he said reasonably, picking up his plate again. And I just learned about it myself a few hours ago. You were in the middle of decorating for the party, in yellow.
He wrinkled his forehead.
Why yellow?
Momentarily distracted, Olivia said, Yellow is gender neutral. We don't know the gender of the baby. And even if we did, we don't want to start color-coding the kid. They say that's not healthy for the baby. Coming back to the topic at hand, she blurted, That's not important. How did Brett's apartment catch on fire? Did Brett do something? Wait, is he hurt?
Love the way your brain works, Andrew said and laughed. First you blame him, and then you want to know if he's okay.
Grimacing, she leaned over and took another bite of brownie. Sorry. Is he okay?
He's fine.
He shook his head in empathy.
He lost quite a bit in the fire. As we talked about moving in together, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind if I turned my place over to him for the time being. When I needed a place to go, he was there for me.
Yeah. Olivia looked down at her feet. He was talking about when he'd walked away from her. It was definitely something that she didn't want to relive. He gently lifted her chin.
Every couple goes through rough patches. We're getting past it.
He kissed her, looked into her eyes, and nodded reassurance. Going back to the conversation, he said lightly,
Do you mind if he stays at the brownstone until his insurance check comes in?
Of course I don't mind. Brett is welcome here, and you are welcome to move in with me. Just don't judge my computer history. I'm excited to be an aunt.
I can tell. But I think you might have gone a little overboard on the shopping. There are boxes in every corner.
That's not me. Janelle was hiding her purchases from Patrick. Oh, hey, Morgan is coming over this way. Does she look happy? Patting him on the chest, she gave Morgan a big smile. Hi, how's it going? Morgan laughed. Nice try. I know that you saw me talking to Thomas. You want to know how things are going. I'm not pushing. I just want to be your friend. Blushing, Morgan looked over her shoulder at Thomas as he refilled his plate. He quit Megastore. He's looking for work in Lowell. He's already got some interviews lined up. It's a little fast, but he said he really likes the area and he wanted to stick around, even if I said I didn't want to see him again. And do you want to see him again? We're going to start slow. I agreed to a coffee date tomorrow. She smiled shyly. I did like him when we were talking online. More than liked, actually. Wow. So something good did come out of Megastore. Who knew? They all laughed, and as Morgan walked away, still smiling, Olivia studied the crowd. Everyone was so happy. Mary had brought her new boyfriend, and she looked happy. Janelle looked blissful. Patrick stood beside her, laughing at somebody's joke, with his arm around his wife, and it looked like even the mayor was having a good time. The town had forgiven him for letting Megastore almost get a foothold. Calm before the storm. Olivia looked over her shoulder to see Celeste standing quietly behind her. The town psychic had a strange look on her face, one that Olivia couldn't quite decipher. Lady Celeste, she said, hoping to smooth over the awkward moment. I've been meaning to talk to you. Natalie has been fabulous. I can't thank you enough for recommending her. Calm before the storm. The psychic might have been a statue. Even her lips barely moved. Worried, Olivia reached out to take the older woman's hand. Celeste, are you okay? The things that you do not say will break you. The things that you do not believe will blind you. And the action that you do not take will kill you. The woman's monotone was really starting to worry Olivia, and her hand was icy cold in Olivia's grasp. Celeste, come over here with me. She tugged at Celeste's hand, trying to lead her to a chair.
Let's sit down. Should I call a doctor? No, doctor, I am well. Suddenly her eyes focused on Olivia, and she withdrew her hand from between Olivia's palms. The bells will ring for you, Olivia, but they will not be your happy ending until you embrace yourself. Your second guessing is going to hurt someone close to you. Then, as if nothing had happened, she patted Olivia on the hand and walked away. Stunned, Olivia stared after her. What in the world was that supposed to mean? It was just psychobabble from a crazy woman, right? Lady Celeste wasn't really a psychic, was she? Was Olivia about to lose someone close to her? Her gaze landed on Janelle as her sister cradled her growing belly. Her eyes moved to Jackie as the bookseller entered the bakery with a big smile on her face. Next, Olivia searched for Andrew. She saw him and Thomas shaking hands, apparently agreeing on something, and then they continued their conversation. The three people closest to her, her sister, her best friend, and the love of her life. Were they in danger because of her? Lady Celeste, what did you see? She turned around. The old woman was gone. This has been Kept in the Bark, Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Volume 5. Written by Stella St. Clair. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Copyright 2017 by Relay Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Relay Publishing.